means that the others are getting squeezed. At the moment, the others clearly are 9 to the UDP and just 2 to Trinamool. And the Congress at the moment is not doing as badly as it feared, because the Congress has got 6. So the Congress...
No, but this is where they have a lot of these marketing MBAs and these IIT graduates, complete clean slate. After Mukul Sangma left and joined the Trinamool, the Congress is literally scampering around looking for candidates to put up, and they've got these young candidates who at this moment seem to be leading on 6 of the 50 seats for which we have trends available.
That's right. Almost all their candidates are new faces. 80% of their candidates are under the age of 45. So they've gambled because their party virtually went away with Mukul Sangma. So they had
gambled
the opportunity.
Meaning what? They had no option.
They had no option, but sometimes in adversity lies opportunity, because you've been able to give some new faces. But if these numbers hold, and we don't know whether they will hold in the end, it clearly shows Mukul Sangma has his sort of popularity, his base was dependent on the Congress. The Congress has a base in a state like Meghalaya. It was a traditional party along with the UDP. They were the party that jostled for power. The NPP took away a large part of the Congress vote along with when Purnyo Sangma left to form the NPP. So in a way, the Congress has a vote base. Mukul Sangma has his own individual base in pockets of the Garo Hills. No. But that's not enough.
And the bravado of the Trinamool also coming in for question.
Yes, that's more
including
important.
Preeti's friend Derek O'Brien. Derek O'Brien has been one of their star campaigners.
A lot of bombast. I'm not taking any particular names.
But I'm just saying
a lot of bombast not translating into numbers.
If these numbers hold, yes.
But if these numbers hold, it's also a referendum of Abhishek Banerjee's, because this is practically was fought under his banner.
Yeah,
with what happened in Meghalaya and Tripura. But I'd like to draw your attention back to Tripura, Rahul and Rajdeep, because we've been talking about, through the course of the exit polls, through the run-up to the counting, the tribal vote, and maybe we can look at the fine print of it all in our election intelligence dashboard. So let's bring that up, and it'll be very interesting, because we've talked about how the BJP in 2018 had done exceedingly well with the IPFT, where the tribal vote was concerned. So let's pull up our election intelligence dashboard, and we can look at that fine print in terms of how well the BJP or the Tripura Mota has actually done in those 20 seats when it has come down to the tribal vote in Tripura. And it's fascinating and interesting, and could properly feed into the narrative which Kaushik was talking about, or Rajdeep, where the La Bharati or the identity factor where the tribal vote was concerned. So if we look at that, there you go. And so this is the tribal vote, the tribal seats, 20 tribal seats, Kaushik. And if you want to feed into this narrative, it's amazing, because the BJP is still leading on 8 of those 20 seats. The Tripura Mota just leading on 5 where the tribal vote, where the tribal seats are concerned. So somewhere down the line, that whole push of the younger lot going in for identity, wanting a separate land, but the whole La Bharati factor, which identifies with the BJP, has actually gone with the BJP. So if you look at this fine print, BJP is leading in the initial trends on 8 of those seats, left on 4. Tribal was the initial bastion of the BJP, and the Tripura Mota on just 5 of those 20 seats. Right now, the BJP is doing much better.
Yes, that's very interesting, because it clearly shows that the development model and the welfare scheme of and the focus of the BJP leadership, top leadership, all these, someone calling it fancy dress, event management and everything, that actually had an impact on the voters. And irrespective of their ethnicity, whether they're Bengalis or tribals, at the moment, if the results hold true.
But these are postal ballots, of course.
Yeah. So the impact is there. The BJP is gaining ground over there, and it has actually.
And Rajdeep, we were talking about the La Bharati factor here, because yes, there is a huge part, especially the young, where the tribal voters were concerned, which identified with Tripura Mota, separate land, identity, but identity versus La Bharati, a lot of them are going with the BJP with the schemes that they were offered.
We have to wait and see what the final numbers in the tribal belt will be, because I won't be surprised if the Tripura Mota does a bit better in the tribal belt. Clearly the younger voters and women were very strongly identifying with the Tripura Mota. But there are benefits that come from the La Bharati schemes, and I do believe at some stage that becomes the critical X factor. Voters are transactional. Voters see what are the benefits I'm getting from the government. The government in power, if it gives me the kind of benefits, whether it's a Jan Dhan, whether it's Ujjwala, those benefits, if they translate on the ground, are seen as benefits that I would like to retain.
But Pradyut Dev Burman would be disappointed with this, at least with what the current numbers.
He needs
or the
double
trend
digits.
suggests.
You see, I think Pradyut Dev Burman, Rahul made the point earlier, would his gamble work? I think whether his gamble works in terms of becoming a kingmaker is uncertain, but if he gets in double digits, then at least he's able to suggest that he has emerged as the premier leader of the tribal parts of Tripura.
But
I think that would be the very minimum he needs.
That voters in the northeast have had a bit of a transactional relationship with whichever party is in the center. It happened during the time of Atal Bihari Vajpayee's NDA. In the late 90s, it happened during the Manmohan Singh years, where the Congress was the dominant force. So that's not a new trend. It makes sense to have this double engine because you get more financial support than by having a party run by one of the opposition parties rather than the party that rules at the center.
Absolutely, but look, to me, in these early first hour, the story is coming from Meghalaya and what the BJP is doing there. 12 seats. I mean, that's fantastic.
Suryagni, in fact, joins us from Shillong this morning in Meghalaya, called the Scotland of the East. Now, of course, an urban mess. I'm sorry.
The Scotland days are over.
The
The only lovely thing about Shillong still is the choir, magnificent as it is, and some parts of Shillong where you can imagine, I sat in this lovely bungalow of Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad. He used to have his summer house. All Kaushik and his friends, all the Assamese would have their summer homes in Shillong. So it was a beautiful, it was a part of Assam. But till the Meghalayas decided enough of Assam playing Big Brother. But the fact is that it was lovely. You often got to imagine what Shillong used to be. And there's a new Shillong, new Meghalaya, BJP 12 seats.
But the interesting thing there is that the NPP is at 25 seats, which potentially means, and you've got trends so far of 56 out of 60, depending on how those 4 seats ultimately emerge and whether the NPP can hold on to 25, Conrad Sangma may not need the BJP just at this moment. It may change later. It might be good to have the BJP on board in any case because you're assured of central support. But just at this moment, Conrad Sangma seems to be exceedingly well placed. He'll be bringing his guitar out and singing some lovely number this morning.
And NPP is actually spread out among the Garo, Jaintia or the Khasi Hills, and the BJP is actually doing well in the Garo Hills, and the TMC is practically nowhere, just 1 seat right now. Should have done well in the Garo Hills, Rajdeep, nothing.
No,
right
because
now.
you've taken the voters for granted. You see, if you put your wife, your brother, your daughter, your daughter's husband, as Mukul Sangma has put, sooner or later voters may well say enough is enough. I mean, there have been parts of Garo Hills where there is still no electrification. I mean, there were smart meters that were given. This was one of the scams in the last government where even the Conrad Sangma government was accused. Smart meters put up, but there was no electricity.
Let's hear from Suryagni Roy, who's in Shillong this morning. Suryagni, 26 out of 57 leads. Conrad Sangma at this moment seems to be close to home.
Well, absolutely, and maybe that's the reason why he decided to stay in his home in Tura. And as you mentioned just a while back, he might not even need the BJP, but given the circumstances what we have followed over here and his relationship between Conrad and Himanto, I personally, if these numbers stay, I personally do not see a non-BJP government happening. But we have to somewhere deeply look at the rise of the BJP over here in Meghalaya. BJP sweeping Tripura and BJP sweeping Nagaland is completely different from BJP getting, leading in 12 seats. The reason behind, the reason behind me stating this is simple. They won 2 last time. From 2, you see a major jump of 10. We do not know whether these numbers will persist or not. But even if it comes down to 8 or a 9, even that's a major gain for the Bharatiya Janata Party when it comes to Meghalaya. Maybe that is the reason why the biggest face of the BJP, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he made it a point to do a mega road show in the heart of Shillong. Maybe that was his message to the people that BJP can, as he says, that Kamal कमल यहाँ पे भी खिलेगा. It completely means that, you know, BJP wants to solidify its base over here in Meghalaya.
There's a bit of political convenience at play as well,
Who knows that, you know,
Suryagni, because remember, in the election campaign, the likes of the Home Minister, nonetheless, attacked the Conrad Sangma government for being massively corrupt, talking about setting up a special task force to investigate corruption in the Sangma government. And the moment the polling got over, Hemant Biswa Sarma and Conrad were on the phone dialing each other, talking about the prospects of a post-poll alliance. Rajdeep, you would run a campaign accusing the NPP government of corruption. The campaign gets over, voting is over, and you start talking about... And the advantage there is, with the NPP reaching out to all the Christians, the BJP thought they could polarize the Hindu votes in their favor and ultimately have a post-poll alliance which helps both parties.
You see, what the BJP did was again crafty. Is that
you were talking about Chanakya Niti. This seems to be a bit of Chanakya Niti.
You see, what you recognize is that there was growing anti-incumbency against the government of the day, the Conrad Sangma-led coalition government. As usual, in Meghalaya, there were stories of scams, there were stories of corruption. You decided we will distance ourselves from that. We will try and capture the anti-incumbency space. That we will say, look, we were there in power 4.5 years, but, you know, give us a chance. We will actually change the way the government functions. So you try and capture a bit of the anti-incumbency vote. And then post-election, you deal with the same individual because you recognize that individual is a regional, a bit of a regional satrap. The BJP has adopted various schemes, various strategies for the Northeast. Arunachal, what did you do? You got the whole Congress to move lock, stock and barrel. Pema Khandu just shifted one day, became part of the BJP. In Manipur, what did you do? You cherry-picked Congress leaders who you thought could become your sort of faces in that state. In Assam, what did you do? You got Hemanta Biswa Sarma to come across and he brought a large chunk of the Congress vote with him. In Tripura, what did you do? You attacked the Congress vote, you built your party and were able to then successfully take on the left. So across the Northeast, in different parts, the BJP has successfully adopted the only two states left now are Sikkim and Mizoram. These are the last two states that are holding out in a way.
And
they're also part of NEDA.
Electorally, Tripura is, make no mistake, the biggest achievement because there the right has taken on the left, dismantled the left's edifice and brought them to the ground. At this moment, out of 60 seats in Tripura, we have leads for 52. Ooh. The BJP leading on 40 of those seats. That is a massive achievement and it's an ideological fight where the right has gone and taken on the left. In other places, you've poached from the opposition and used their individual influence to set up your party architecture, Tripura, and therefore, no matter what leaders from the BJP say on camera, make no mistake, Tripura is the victory that means the most to them because it's not just a political victory, it's an ideological victory as well.
Absolutely. The saffron sun appears to be rising in the Northeast, Purvottar. And joining us now is GVL Narasimha Rao with a smile as broad, I'm sure, as he can have. Because GVL, as I said, the sun seems to be right. Ishanya is where, and Northeast has always been very dear, I know, to the BJP, to the RSS in particular. These numbers, if they hold, could be quite remarkable. Even in Meghalaya, as of now, you're in double digits.
Yeah, Rajdeep, I think the early trends and even the earlier exit poll projections, all of them really point towards a massive surge for the BJP and our allies in the Northeast. It's certainly, we see this as a vindication of the policies adopted by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the Act East policy. He had been there 51 times to the northeastern states. So we certainly we expected people of northeastern region to bless the BJP. So the Act East policy of the government has resulted in East blessing the BJP. So certainly the Congress is decimated.
But there's a lot of political expediency as well, GVL Narasimha Rao. Take Meghalaya, for example, where you ran a government with Conrad Sangma, split before the elections. The moment the voting gets over, Hemanta Sarma and Conrad Sangma on the phone to each other talking about a post-poll alliance. Now that is Chidbi Meri, Patbi Meri, you want to have your cookie both ways.
No, Rahul, as far as you see, which party to align with, what is beneficial for a party is entirely up to the party to decide. But when it comes to issues, what the BJP, what our top leadership have said in the campaign trail, certainly will weigh heavily on our minds when we have to join a government. We will certainly insist that the benefits of all the efforts, developmental efforts and policies of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji must be grounded, must be taken to the field,
Mr. Rao,
must
when
reach
you're talking
the
about
people
the
of the
proverbial
Northeast.
cookie that
Without that,
Rahul
so there will be no compromise on that whatsoever.
Okay, but Mr. Rao, when you talk about that proverbial cookie that Rahul spoke about, you might not get it at all, because what it looks like right now in Meghalaya is that your former partner might just be, if these numbers are to go by, sail through without needing your help at all. And even if I look at it, some of your contenders, you're doing really well, 12 in a Christian state leading on, but Ernest Mauri and many of your top leaders in Meghalaya are actually trailing, sir. So I would reckon hope that NPP doesn't do as well as it's looking like right now.
No, I think it's for the people of Meghalaya. The mandate is of the people of Meghalaya, and whatever it is, we will respect.
Yes,
we shall respect.
But
the numbers, going by the track record of the mandates in Meghalaya, I think a very decisive outcome is unlikely. If it's a decisive outcome, even then BJP will insist on whoever is in power to ensure that the developmental benefits or outcomes reach the people of Meghalaya, because Meghalaya, as Honorable Home Minister in the campaign trail said, lags behind on several indices, and it is our commitment, it is Prime Minister's commitment, which has resulted in every central minister visiting the northeastern region once in 15 days. Modi ji visited northeast 51 times, more than the number of times any prime minister has done. All prime ministers have done together in 70 years. That shows our commitment.
That is true.
And our commitment will have to translate into governance on the ground.
I take your point. Just to say, this is the Meghalaya poll could be a landmark election. Since 1972, Rahul, Preeti, no party has won a majority in Meghalaya. So the first election, the UDP won a majority. Now you've got NPP closing in on a majority. Mukul Sangma is trailing. The former chief minister, of course, he's contesting in 2 seats. But you've got a situation now where Conrad Sangma, who's tried to expand across the northeast, remember, with the NPP, with mixed results, has actually come out of his father's shadow. We often say that the next generation is unable to sort of grow beyond their father's shadow. P.S. Sangma was chief minister only for 2 years. He really earned his sort of national image as speaker of the Lok Sabha and a minister in the Narasimha Rao government. But Conrad Sangma, 5-year term, and could be poised for another 5 years, this time possibly with a near complete majority, unheard of in Meghalaya since 1972. So if this result holds, it's huge.
If you see the seat matrix, Rajdeep, if we look at it, he's spread across all the 3 regions, be it the Jaintia, Garo or the Khasi Hills, spread across. So the UDP is doing really well and the NPP is doing very well. Now you tell me, Rajdeep, is there any possibility of the NPP and the UDP coming together and leaving the BJP
but remember
out?
It suits Conrad Sangma to have a toehold with the centre. The fact is they are part of NEDA. It gets you access to centre's resources. Small states need that. But Conrad Sangma can now negotiate with the Hemanta on his terms. If he was below 20, Hemanta would call the shots. At 28, the BJP will have to concede that Conrad Sangma is the dominant leader. But we are happy to go along with it. So I think, dono haath mein laddu actually. It is for both of them. Conrad Sangma has 1 foot in NEDA and is the dominant figure of Meghalaya. And the BJP, if it gets more than 10 seats, has a bridgehead in Meghalaya for the future.
Can I counter what you're saying?
Yes.
To say that depends on how long-term a perspective the BJP has on Meghalaya, because in the manner in which Messrs. Modi and Shah think, they could say, okay, if we're at 12 now, we could potentially, if we take on Conrad Sangma and build on the theme of the BJP challenging the corruption of the Sangma family, emerge as a force even greater than we have in the next 5 years. That's the other way of looking at it. it. The short-term way of looking at it is, you're in government in another state, you just go for it. Sangma needs you, you need another state in the northeast. The other way of looking at it is, but the problem is, it's largely a Christian-dominated state. It's not a state that is favorable towards the BJP. But the counter to that is, even in Assam, the demography is not favorable to the BJP. They still found a way of winning. So it then depends on just how much audacity they have for Meghalaya.
One of the images that I will recall from my visit to Shillong was Sunday Mass. And suddenly, cars come in with lal battis into the, it's about 10 in the morning. Who walks out?
Is there a lal
Union
batti
Minister,
culture?
Mr. Barla. Mr. Barla was in charge of the campaign in a way, or at least one of the faces is the Minority Affairs Minister of State. We don't talk enough of him. We talk of Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, but now it's John Barla. And he was coming there. Front row was reserved for him and other leaders of the BJP from the Christian community. Interestingly, Derek O'Brien had also gone to the same church the day before. But it appears if these numbers hold
Rajdeep,
in a Christian-dominated state, the BJP is making strides, slowly but surely.
You've been in Meghalaya, Christian-dominated states, the BJP leading in 12. Is it more about the candidates and less about the symbol and the party?
Of course it is. It is about, candidates matter. The average size of a constituency in Meghalaya is 35,000. Assume that 75% vote, so about 27, 28,000. I need 10,000 votes. So if I am a candidate who's got the muscle power, the money power, the resources, and has worked with people will reward me. The chances are there. But I do believe, again I come back to it, Labharti schemes, the Prime Minister has invested a lot of his political capital in Meghalaya, in Tripura, in Nagaland. Let's not deny the BJP the advantage of investing political capital. You're right. No other government, in my view, has put that much effort from the
Anshul
centre.
Avijit of the Congress is with us. The Tripura Motha, remember, offered an alliance to the Congress, which the Congress spurned, and now you're in a situation where in Tripura, the Left Congress alliance is leading only on 7 seats. The BJP, with 39 out of 52 leads at the moment, the BJP poised to form the government in Nagaland as well, along with the NDPP, and could have a toehold in the government of Meghalaya. It just seems yet another bad day at the hustings for the Congress. Anshul?
No, Rahul, there is still a lot of popular support for the Congress in Meghalaya, in Nagaland. In Tripura, it was just complete mayhem. There's been violence. These are trends. And, trends do not mean results. But consider for a moment that they harden into actual results, into some sort of grim reality. Then in Tripura, let's take it state by state. In Tripura, the opposition vote has clearly got divided. Does not mean a popular mandate in favor of any party, least for the BJP. There has been a series of incidents of violence in Tripura. I mean, the bike Bahidis were out there, a bunch of thugs and rogues creating mayhem. In Nagaland, it was pretty similar. It was old style of electioneering, where you had booth capturing, where people were intimidated, prevented from going to vote. But what
you're saying is reflecting in the numbers. Anshul, ultimately, analysis is based on the numbers. The numbers are speaking for themselves. And the numbers suggest that the BJP is romping home to power in style in Tripura. So whatever you say right now on TV, you weren't able to convince the voters of Tripura about. And this is a state where the BJP, about 5 years ago, had just 1.5% of the vote.
Rahul, it is not a popular mandate for the BJP. The BJP actually had to change their the chief minister midstream. That was because there was so much of popular unrest against the government. The Labharti schemes which we keep talking about, I know you mention it a lot as something the BJP will go on the ground. I've traveled there in many of these places in rural parts of Nagaland, in Meghalaya in particular. It's nowhere to be seen. It only exists on paper. The Jal Jeevan scheme, roads are in a bad mess.
But Anshul Abhijit, it's all well and good. No, Anshul Abhijit, it's all well and good to make these observations sitting in Delhi. Which of your leaders actually went to Tripura? Like we pointed out earlier to your other spokesperson. Bluster is there. You can keep calling out the BJP for not delivering on its promises. But the sheer fact that since 2014, the Prime Minister has been to Tripura twice as much than all of your Prime Ministers put together, has to amount for something. That the sheer fact that for the first time a Home Minister spent the night in Nagaland ever in India since independence has been Amit Shah this time around.
Sure, but this is pure rhetoric. I mean, going there, multiple announced there actually is, translated into the ground. It only exists on paper. I mean, if the parliament makes, the prime minister makes big speeches about tribal welfare. He did it in the Lok Sabha again this time round when our leaders' speeches were
rising from 2% to 44%, and if you're able to hold that 44% is not rhetoric anymore. Then it's writing on the wall and showing you the mirror. Then it's as organic as it gets.
There is a lot of popular support for the Congress party in Nagaland, in Meghalaya in particular. In Meghalaya, we are in a process of rebuilding. You know what happened to the party over there. We've given tickets to a lot of young faces, new faces, and it'll show eventually. Right now, it is rebuilding. It is in a pushing itself. Must not forget that Congress is still very, very popular. Yes, whether we'll be able to encash on that popularity remains to be seen. It will be highly unfortunate if these results solidify into that.
But if you're popular, if you say you're popular, Anshul Abhijit, then it's then it's a pity that any of your top leadership didn't quite go there to represent that kind of popularity.
You can't be popular if you're coming number 4. BJP won. Trinamool at 2, left at 3, the Congress at 4. That's not a reflection of popularity. But the charge
Rahul,
that's being made, GVL, by Anshul is that A, opposition votes are getting split. So it's not as if the BJP has upped its popularity very much. B, you knew that there was anti-incumbency and therefore you changed the chief minister. That shows that you didn't run a good government and you're winning only because a lot of the anti-incumbency got flushed when you changed Biplab Deb and brought in Manik Saha.
I think every statement made by the Congress spokesperson here, I think is I would say laughable. I think, for want of a better word, their Congress is very popular, but people are not voting for the Congress in the northeastern states and Meghalaya. So then, what is this popularity for? Are they running any other other than Congress as being a political party? Is there anything else that they use to measure their popularity? Second, they are saying opposition is divided. Well, how is opposition divided in Tripura? The left and Congress fought against each other for decades. Congress was the principal opposition until 2018, and we came to power. And today, the Congress and left are together. Can there be anything more funnier than this? They fight against each other in Kerala, but when it comes to Tripura, they come together and they have tried to really pool their votes. How is it a divide in the, how are we benefiting from a divided opposition? We have the same alliance in Tripura. It's Congress and left which came together.
Because in Meghalaya, the BJP went to town to point out the corruption of the NPP. 2 days ago, Himanta Biswa Sarma met Conrad Sangma, and you're happy to go with the NPP again. So it's a little rich to call out the Congress when you're practically doing the same thing.
No, please do not decide on BJP strategy until BJP decides itself.
Okay, at this moment, we've got news coming in that in Meghalaya, the NPP, for the first time this morning, has actually crossed the majority mark.
Our numbers have gone sixfold. Please acknowledge that.
Yeah, 31 out of 60 seats at this moment.
There are 3 big stories, Rahul, which are emerging. Story number 1, Conrad Sangma emerging, if these numbers hold, as the dominant figure of politics in Meghalaya. Number 2, the BJP retaining power in Tripura is huge because it shows the BJP has consolidated. Nagaland was expected, NDPP, BJP, but the third story which is also emerging if these numbers hold is how the BJP is rising across the northeast, including in Meghalaya. Patricia Mukim, editor of Shillong Times, joins me. Patricia, unfortunately, unlike the wonderful breakfast you gave me in Shillong, I am stuck with idlis. I don't have your lovely pork curry to eat this morning and the strawberries you gave me. But are you surprised if these trends hold? If they hold, that a party like the NPP could now be in a position to do what has not happened in Tripura for 50 years, get a majority on its own. These are very early trends, I keep stressing, so it could change dramatically. But for now, NPP crossing halfway mark in Meghalaya, that is a stunning result.
I'm not so sure that this will hold, Rajdeep. I don't think so, because they will still need the BJP. I don't think these numbers are really correct. The analysis is really correct because I think they will need the BJP. And from what I hear, it's almost as if NPP, BJP with a different CM face. That's what we're hearing.
With a
That's what
different CM face, you're telling
Yeah.
me that Conrad Sangma won't be the CM?
That's what the BJP in Meghalaya wants. At least the BJP MLAs, the senior ones.
But assume that these numbers hold. Let's assume that even if the NPP comes down by 10 to 20, 25, but is still well ahead of everyone else, isn't that a major result for Conrad Sangma? 5 years in power and still a dominant force in Meghalaya, and the BJP itself, if as of now they're winning in 8, even if they win 6 to 8, that's huge.
Yeah, that's huge because from 2 to jump to 8 is quite something. But I think overall they might reach 6, if at all.
What explains that to you? What, according to you, explains these numbers as of now? What explains the rise of the BJP and indeed Conrad Sangma in Meghalaya?
Conrad Sangma, see, the NPP has poured in a lot of money. And just think about it, 51 crores worth of drugs, money and liquor have been seized just before the election. So you can
Can we
imagine.
just stop
And
for a
where does
moment?
that...
Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is speaking at this moment. This is about the G20 Foreign Affairs Ministers meeting. We want to just go across and listen to what he's saying. The Foreign Affairs meeting starting in India. Here is Prime Minister Modi.
The theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed in both its mandates. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, as the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can. As you meet in the land of Gandhi and the Buddha, I pray that you will draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos to focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Excellencies, in recent times, we have seen the most disastrous pandemic of a century. We have witnessed thousands of lives lost in natural disasters. We have seen global supply chains break down during times of stress. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I am sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. I thank you and wish you all the best for a productive meeting.
I thank the Prime Minister for his valuable guidance. I now begin the first session of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. As I do so, Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. These include the impact of the COVID pandemic, concerns of fragile supply chains, the knock-on effects of ongoing conflicts, anxiety of debt crisis, and the disruption of climate events. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, We must find common ground and provide direction, because that is what the world expects of us. Colleagues, as we look ahead, there are both pressing and more systemic challenges that we all confront. The future of multilateralism depends very much on our ability to strengthen it in a changing world. Food and energy security are immediate anxieties magnified by recent events. But they do have long-term repercussions and solutions. And development cooperation is part of that larger solution that we are deliberating upon today. Colleagues, the current global architecture is in its 8th decade. The number of members of the United Nations has quadrupled in this period. It neither reflects today's politics, economics, demographics, or aspirations. Since 2005, we have heard sentiments for reform being expressed at the highest level. But as we all know, these have not materialized. The reasons are no secret either. The longer we put it off, the more the credibility of multilateralism stands eroded. Global decision-making must be democratized if it has to have a future. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such. Indeed, we urge that they be central to any decision-making. Along with that, the world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Excellencies, all of us, individually and collectively, have an obligation to contribute to international growth and prosperity. They are implemented through sustainable partnerships and goodwill initiatives. On its part, India has undertaken development projects in 78 countries and has actively encouraged exchanges and capability building. During the COVID pandemic, we made a conscious effort at contributing to global solutions, even while looking after our own. Today's situation demands that we continue to live up to our international responsibilities. The G20 must be sensitive to the priorities and economic concerns of all our partners, especially those more vulnerable. We must ensure demand-driven and sustainable development cooperation based on country ownership and transparency. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity are essential guiding principles for such cooperation. Excellencies, as G20 foreign ministers, we can send a collective message affirming our determination to address the complex challenges that we face at this juncture.
The Foreign Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, setting the context for the External Affairs Ministers meeting, that G20 Foreign Ministers meeting being addressed virtually by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All top countries represented. This is one of the biggest meetings to take place on Indian soil. In September, when the leadership summit happens, that would be the one meeting which is bigger than any other meeting that has ever taken place. The likes of President Biden, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, leaders of all G20 countries on Indian soil. SD Muni joins us, well-known distinguished diplomat. Dr. Muni, welcome. Can you start by giving us the context for today's meeting, and what do you think would be the key takeaways, given the fact that the finance ministers, when they met in Bengaluru, could not arrive at a consensus and there was no joint communique? Does that then mean that Minister Jaishankar's diplomatic tests are facing the ultimate test today?
Well, look at it. There are two aspects of this meeting. Essentially, G20 has to concentrate on economic issues. But these economic issues are trapped today in the European war between Russia and Ukraine. So on the one hand, the economic issues must be sincerely discussed and a consensus should be arrived. As Prime Minister Modi said very clearly that, and I think Jaishankar has also indicated, there should not be much problem when it comes to building a consensus on the economic issues. But economic issues that are affected by war is a big problem. And this is where, the finance ministers could not arrive at a consensus on how to formulate the position on war. And I think this is a major issue even now before the foreign ministers. And that's why Prime Minister Modi indicated that they should draw lessons from India's civilization where we all stand up united and not divided. And he appealed to the conscience of the foreign ministers of G20 countries and all others who are joining us that they somehow should, bridge their differences so far as this war issue and collective conflict issue is concerned.
But do you see that happening given the fact that the Russians will be in that room, the Chinese will be in that room? Because there is a possibility that if too much time is spent on Ukraine, which seems intractable at the moment, the low-hanging fruit, where possibility, Professor Munid, of the sides finding common ground will be lost out. So should the focus be on first finding the meeting ground on the low-hanging fruit and then looking for a solution on what seems potentially intractable given the fact that the Russians will be in that room?
You have a very strong point, Rajdeep, that the efforts must be made. And I think this is where the challenge before Indian diplomacy is, that while the war hangs over the entire conference, they must, stick out the consensus aspects. But the world, particularly the 9 of the G20 countries, European, US, and their allies, they are very insistent on a concrete position to be taken so far as the war issue is concerned. So they are vitiating the economic issues. You're absolutely correct. I mean, this is precisely the dilemma. Therefore, the challenge before India today is to get a consensus on economic issues while talking about war and conflict issues. And at the same time, I mean, it sounds like almost a miracle if Jaishankar can put 4 foreign ministers together, US, European Union, and China and Russia.
There's also a bilateral meeting, Professor Muni, at noon between Qin Kang, the new Chinese foreign minister, and Minister Jaishankar. The military confrontation between the PLA and the Indian Army in the sectors of Depsang and Demchok continues. There's a big SCO summit mid-year. Then there is the G20 leaders summit in September. Are you expecting a breakthrough, or is the stalemate likely to continue?
Well, I don't expect a breakthrough. I don't think Chinese are in a mood to have any compromise. And therefore, we will have to deal with this stalemate in different forms, in different meetings and different conferences. I don't see that. But here, on the Ukraine conflict, there is a certain bridging of distance between China and India. And I think if these two countries put all their efforts together to bring together the Russians and the Europeans and the US, that would be a miracle of this meeting. I mean, that would actually underline the genius of India in bringing the conflicting forces together.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If you're Jaishankar this morning, what do? You know that Russia will not want war to be included. You know that China is speaking about deep strategic ties and therefore is largely on Russia's side. You know that Europe and the United States are vehemently determined that the word war be included. It was included in Indonesia, and therefore there is no dialing back on that. How would you navigate this diplomatic landmine? What should Dr. Jaishankar be doing?
Well, I think Jaishankar, the problem is that Russians want the causes of the war to be listed somewhere in a unanimous decision, if at all. The Europeans and the US do not want that. But this is where the problem is, and this is where I think the Jaishankar will have to nudge them together. That's why I said if we can put these 4 foreign ministers together, that in itself would be a great achievement. And when they sit together, they'll have to find out what the common ground is. It is possible they still fail to do that. But if that can be done by Dr. Jaishankar, and that's what he has been trying, last 2 days, he's meeting them individually, talking to them. Earlier also, we have been in constant communication with all these countries to see what can be achieved at this G2 meeting, because we have made tall claims that we are the one who are bringing about a peace in the world. Therefore, concrete results will have to be achieved out of this meeting. And I think
but given the intractable differences, it's very difficult to achieve any common ground. It is now quite obvious that any host would want that there be a joint communique, because that's how you determine the success of a summit. But if the world is at war and the differences are as stark as they are over Russia, Ukraine, will the inability to forge a joint communique be seen as a failure or a defeat or a setback for the home country? Or do you just shrug your shoulders and say, hey, what can we do about it? We tried our best.
No, you have a point. We all accept that this is a major challenge. But the success comes out of the bigger success comes out of the bigger challenges. So as I said, if Jaishankar can persuade these 4 foreign ministers individually or collectively to make some compromises, if Europe can accept that, let Russia in its own language define what were the causes of the war, and Russia must accept that aggressing on a sovereign country was wrong. I mean, if these 2 basic points can be pushed together, let us try and push it. I mean, it
that's
might
a tall order,
be
though.
true what you are saying.
That's a tall
that nothing
order.
would come out of it. It
and
is possible.
the
But
good thing that Dr. Jaishankar is not watching at this time, Rajdeep, because that's no ordinary amount of pressure. That's huge pressure, and he really has to have some kind of magic wand to make it happen.
Particularly because, there's a limited amount of time. You might be able to use this meeting as a platform for possible future meetings, but with...
No, but if there's a breakdown in this meeting, it vitiates what may happen between now and September.
I think a breakdown is unlikely, much like what happened in Bali. There will be an attempt made at least to paper over the cracks. But you've got a spring offensive on the ground going on with the Russians. I don't think Vladimir Putin is worried about, therefore, what happens.
Putin didn't go to Bali, so it's easier for Russia to accept.
That's right.
With India would like him to come, and Putin, because he's friends with India, would like to come as well.
Sure, that's in September, of course, but I'm just saying that,
And before that, in the SCO summit mid-year.
I think to achieve a breakthrough in this one meeting alone will be very, very difficult. Meanwhile, while we've been talking diplomacy, things are slowly changing in some of the states of the Northeast, and that's why, because they are small states. The BJP's margin in Tripura, for example, has come down. 33 leads at the moment, and 18 to the left and 8 to the Tipra Mota. So it's closing in Tripura. Meghalaya too is also now much more according to the general pattern where no party gets a majority. The NPP is down to 24. The BJP is still leading in 6, which is huge, but others are 24. And the others include the friends of Preeti, the Trinamool Congress leading in 12. I mean, the Trinamool Congress wants to be well ahead of the Congress, so that mini battle, they're well ahead at the moment in Meghalaya, leading in 12. So you might have to meet Derek O'Brien this evening with a very different outlook. But look, that's one possible thing. But I think the real battle remains Tripura, because somewhere what's happened is because the left has its vote bank, along with the Congress plus Tipra Mota. And if the Tipra Mota had tied up with the left, I keep saying it, they had a real chance. The divided vote is the one thing that's holding the BJP together.
You know, Rajdeep, I think what's happening also is, again coming back to the 42 seats that the Tipra Mota is fighting. So it had limited itself to the 20 or the 21 odd seats of the tribal seats. The sheer fact, the 42 that it's contesting, which are non-tribal seats, it's taking away the tribal vote, and the other vote, which was essentially the opposition to take, which is the left and the Congress, has got split. So here at one end, you're consolidating the Bangla vote behind the BJP because of what you're doing in the tribal area. But in the non-tribal area, you're splitting the opposition vote.
But you look at it, a rural tracker, BJP leading in 18, CPIM in 11, Tipra Mota in 6. So, and the Congress in 1. So there it's level playing. Both are leading in 18. The urban matrix also 2-2. The likes of Sudeep Roy Burman, who's leading in his constituency, expected to win.
In the scheduled tribe seats, if we can just get off those, or we can take it on the EI, which is out of the 20 seats, the Tripura Mota is now doing better.
Patricia Mukim of the Shillong Times is with us. Do you think, ma'am, if the Tripura Mota had fought along with the left, that alliance could have possibly stopped the BJP juggernaut?
Yeah, very much so.
Then why didn't they fight together?
Possibly because the left didn't give that commitment for a separate state or an autonomous kind of arrangement to the Tipra Mota. That was what they wanted from all the parties that they had negotiated with.
It was very difficult for any party, Rahul, to tie up with a party which is calling in a way from within a constitutional solution, which falls short of separate statehood, but does require some kind of
Rajdeep, what does the left have to lose in this? The Congress, I understand, because you're going to be in Bengal as well. You want to take on the TMC, then the issue of Gorkhaland comes in. But what did the left have to lose in this?
Yeah, because, look, everything is not about win. You can't win an election at the cost of saying that I'm breaking up my state. So I think even Pradyut by the end had stopped short of calling for a separate state. He wasn't saying he was talking more of giving me greater autonomy. But clearly that's changing a bit. GVL Narasimha Rao, an hour ago you were completely smiling, or 45 minutes ago. It's becoming a little closer. The BJP is still ahead. But it is tightening a bit in Tripura, sir.
No, but in a 60-member assembly, we still have a majority as per the trends. I think we are very confident of winning a comfortable majority. And we have never slipped before, even in the trends below the halfway mark. So certainly, there is no reason for us to be concerned at all. Nagaland and Tripura, BJP will be a part of the government, and Tripura BJP will lead the government for sure, because we contested on almost all the seats, 55
Mr. Rao, you
seats.
must be smiling a little because the NPP has also fallen a little.
BJP.
Because if you look at Meghalaya, what seemed was a comfortable win for the NPP, and they didn't need you here, they might need you now.
It will be, I think, you see, BJP means development. BJP means a focus on Northeast. So whether numbers are there or otherwise, it is certainly into the benefit of the people of Meghalaya to have a BJP in the government. And that's what will make most parties look towards the BJP, because with BJP in government, people also expect a check on corruption. People also expect faster and better development. Double engine ki sarkar. I think the whole country wants a double engine ka sarkar. And
yes,
why would
Patricia, you want to respond to the double engine. I take your point of double engine, but you can't have a double engine and then leave one of the engines just before the election and claim
check corruption in Nagaland.
Yes, but Patricia, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you have not been able to check corruption in Nagaland. You have not been able to check corruption in Meghalaya. You didn't leave the coalition until the very end. But why? And this is what the people of Meghalaya are asking. That BJP has repeatedly said it stands for development, it stands for vikas, it stands for checking corruption. But corruption galore has been happening in Meghalaya and Nagaland. Where is the development in Nagaland beyond the state capital and beyond Dimapur? Please try to go to eastern Nagaland. Of course, you've done something there in aligning or negotiating with the ENPO, but that doesn't, it doesn't take away from the fact that large swathes of Nagaland are still underdeveloped, and so is Meghalaya. Beyond
I just want GVL Narasimha Rao to amplify this double engine point. Please explain this double engine in Meghalaya. For 5 years, almost 5 years, you are a double engine. Conrad Sangma and BJP. Suddenly you decide, I am leaving one, I am going to fight this election as single engine. And I am saying that the earlier engine run by Conrad Sangma is corrupt and inefficient. Chit bhi meri, pat bhi meri, ye kaise chalega GVL?
No, I see. No, there is a flawed assessment or analysis here by you, Rajdeep. You see, we will talk about government formation later when we have all the results, and party will take a view on this. But the trends so far show they give me a lot of happiness, because even in a state like Meghalaya, we even as per the trends, we have tripled our numbers, which is very happy, which we are quite happy about. We'll wait for the final outcome to decide on BJP's role in government. When I meant double engine sarkar, a BJP-led, preferably a BJP-led government in the state as well. We went to the people of Meghalaya seeking a mandate for the BJP. Had they given us, given a mandate to the BJP, it would have been a full-fledged double sarkar.
The double engine will be reduced to a single engine because the bigger engine will take over the other engine.
No, the bigger engine delivers better. It's not just a question of better engine, better performing BJP, focusing on development and completely eliminating corruption. People of Northeast have seen in their 9 years what BJP has delivered for them. They certainly see a huge commitment from Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. So the Congress might have actually benefited from historical reasons. The BJP's rise in Northeast is entirely on account of our performance, entirely on account of development. You don't see the kind of alienation that you saw in the Northeast a decade ago, Rajdeep.
Anshul, Abhijit, what you've got to accept, and then Afrida, you can also jump in on this. The fact is that, when I look around, the Congress was once the dominant. You were the largest party in Meghalaya 5 years ago. You are now well behind even the Trinamool Congress, which took away a large part of your vote. You're being decimated in Nagaland, not surprising there. And even in Tripura, the general belief is you are dragging down the left alliance. The left is again doing better, but you are really dragging down you were contesting 13 seats, you're leading in just 2. So you are again the Kamzor Kadi. How long, you had your Bharat Jodo Yatra, euphoria over Rahul Gandhi's reinvention, but you just don't seem to know how to fight elections.
Rajdeep, in Tripura, it is not a mandate for the BJP. I mean, I call this like the arithmetic of the disillusion. They're all disillusioned with the BJP. It is working because the opposition vote has got divided.
No, that can't be an excuse. Anshul Abhijit, the fact is, your leader was Pradyut. He left because you gave importance to Luzdin Falero from Goa. Typical Congress way, a general secretary who was clueless, most believed in the Northeast, and was accused of making money also. I mean, these were the people you propped up, and you lost out on Pradyut Dev Burman. I mean, the Congress, yes, these were the accusations that he was buying tickets. He was selling tickets
corruption
there.
in the Northeast.
But Anshul Abhijit, share numbers. You had 2%. Anshul Abhijit, you had 2%.
Forget the BJP. Talk about the Congress today. The Congress today is being decimated once again in the Northeast. You can't only say the opposition vote is getting divided. People are not attracted to you. You were a 40% plus party till 10 years ago. You are now struggling in single digits.
Rajdeep, I'm not denying that their challenges don't await the party. There are serious challenges before the party. We have to rebuild our organization. Yes, there are voters who have turned away. We still believe that we have a lot of popular support, which has been unable to catch that.
The popular support you talk about is about the building on challenges. There's one challenge which is staring you in the face, and that would be Pradyut Dev Burman. 2018, you fell to less than 2%. 2019, when the Lok Sabha happened, you rose to 19%. But you rose to that 19% vote share is because it was under the leadership of Pradyut Dev Burman. You still let him go. And now, if you look at the board, now Tripura Mota stands in leads in 11. Where are you?
No.
You're not even leading on 2 seats.
No, and Preeti, Tripura
Preeti, there's no point in being
Mota is headed by a
Yes,
congressman.
exactly,
A congressman who left
exactly.
your party. And yet they will keep insisting that, these are people who you could have nurtured. The problem is the Congress is unable to nurture and keep within their fold leaders who could have a vote bank and could have been,
Within 1 year, he gave you a jump of 19% vote share in Lok Sabha.
अगर ऐसे होता तो वैसे होता, ऐसे तो सारी दुनिया तबाह हो जाएगी अगर मगर में.
But Anshul Abhijit, okay. Forget about Tripura. Even in Meghalaya, if you look at it, the TMC came in. You said it was inorganic. They had no ground support. They're leading right now in 13 seats. You're at 5. So forget about that. They've come in to take your space. Now you are trying to go and take their space.
Sure, I mean, I'm not denying the challenges even in Meghalaya and other places. I am just simply saying that this kind of hullabaloo about BJP and the Labharti and the double engine, a double whammy, multi-dimensional poverty in Meghalaya is the highest in the northeast. This is Niti Aayog. And the 5th in the country, talking about Labharti.
Okay,
I mean, you go out of the major cities, there is nothing there.
Afrida,
there are no roads.
Afrida, give us an objective view between the Congress saying that the BJP has done very little, this is all propaganda, versus GVL Narasimha Rao saying, look, we've actually changed the face of the Northeast. What is the reality? Has Nagaland changed? Has Meghalaya changed? Do you see genuine improvement in quality of life? Afrida? Okay, we'll try and go to her, but this is the problem, these polarized views, the Congress simply is unwilling to see the writing on the wall. Look at what's happened, Rahul. 5 years ago, Mukul Sangma, their face, left, joined Trinamool Congress. Today, as per these numbers, TMC is doing better than the Congress. Pradyut Dev Burman leaves the Congress, forms his own party, that party is doing better than the Congress. Even in Nagaland, Nefu Rio, who's the head of the NDPP, is the original congressman. So, and the Congress is unwilling to accept that leaders who they have nurtured, propped up, moment they leave the Congress, seem to do much better. From Hemanta Biswa Sarma to Birender Singh, and Anshul Abhijit will keep saying, no, but, the BJP is done. I'm not denying that maybe, not everything, the entire Labharti scheme may be as successful as we make it out to be, but the BJP is doing something right, and the Congress is doing something very wrong.
But this idea that the opposition vote got split, which is why the BJP won, is actually a loser's lament. That's how elections happen. You have to take your party or alliance to power, and if you don't do this, you lose and your opponent wins. That is brass tacks, that is the reality of how elections have been fought, not since 2014, but from time immemorial. And therefore, Anshul Abhijit, that doesn't count for much of a strong argument. You're supposed to be able to either strengthen your party or build an alliance which can win, regardless of who else is in the fray. Because there was another opposition party or because the Trinamool stood in the fray, you lost is hardly an argument that anybody will buy.
That is not the point. What I'm trying to do is bust the myth of the BJP, that it is so prevalent, it is so all-pervading, that it does everything perfectly. That is simply not true. Yes, there are challenges that await us. I've never denied that. We are going to continue to fight. We are going to rebuild the party in various places. We've just emerged out of a Congress plenary, and we're going to go ahead and do that. The BJP is actually what it's doing is, lots of money power is coming from the center. Local parties are capitalizing on that, and they're trying to win the elections. There is absolute mayhem and violence. I mean, Tripura is known as somewhat of a rape capital of the Northeast. I mean, the violence has increased over there. There is Bike Bahini, there are a bunch of rogues and thugs going around intimidating and threatening people. That the same thing is happening in Nagaland, where Congress workers are going allowed to vote there. I mean, we know what happened on counting day. One thing after another. So all this has to be corrected. We will go ahead and do it and rebuild the party. But I want to just say that the BJP, the Labharti scheme, all this hype about the BJP is absolutely false.
Okay, so the BJP, all the hype about the BJP is false. All the arguments about the Congress are false.
But okay, he does have a point. He does have a point, because when he talks about violence, okay, so I'm just going to the NCRB data. Now, NCRB data, political violence, Tripura is number one. Number one across the country. So in those sense, yes. But Rajdeep, what I would think what the BJP has done more than the La Bharati scheme, more than anything else or development is the fact that they have bridged or blurred the divide between mainland and what was considered the Far East.
Look, when I was in Agartala, women told me that we can travel freely at 8 p.m. in the night. That was not possible 5 years ago. Now there are the bike bahinis, the gangs of the BJP youth also, who have been accused, particularly in rural Tripura, of running their own reign of terror. All of that is there. The Northeast is complicated. And therefore, Patricia Bukim, give us an answer. The truth is, the Congress is a party on decline across the Northeast. And the BJP is a party on the rise. There must be an explanation for it beyond just saying that the opposition vote is getting divided and hence the BJP is doing so well in Tripura or the BJP is doing better in Meghalaya. Clearly, Mr. Modi has struck some kind of a chord.
Yeah, see, we cannot deny that the BJP has been sending its ministers one after the other to monitor projects. These projects may not have worked in the most distant spaces in Meghalaya or Nagaland, but wherever they've gone, but it's also true that the BJP has really concentrated in Garo Hills. It's been visiting those areas a lot, visiting East Khasi Hills. Some people have gone to the very, back of beyond areas like Kong Thong and others. Professor Rakesh Sinha, for instance, who's adopted a village there, the Whistling Village. So you can see the overture that they've made. Whereas in the Congress, what has happened over the years is there's been too much of control from the center. And the center doesn't know really what happens. There is this youth Congress leader who was supposed to be elected youth Congress leader in Meghalaya. By the time his name went to Delhi, he was not elected for some reason or the other, and then he left and joined the NPP. So I don't understand why the Congress has this organizational defect and why it's not repairing that defect.
Okay, Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP now joins us. The situation ideally poised for the BJP in all three states. The NPP about 30 away from majority, so they will need the BJP. In Nagaland, the BJP's alliance partner, the NDPP, doing well. In Tripura, just above the majority mark. Would you have liked the Tripura numbers to be bigger than they are? You're winning, but not quite as decisively as the BJP would have liked.
Well, Rahul, we still expect that the final tally will be somewhere 35 seats plus, maybe 36, 37. But of course, we are winning the election in Tripura, we are winning the election with thumping majority in Nagaland, and also we will be able to form the government in Meghalaya as well. All this is possible purely because of the policy adopted by Bharatiya Janata Party and our government under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, where our focus is very clear that we have to do the developmental work in northeastern states. We have made large allocation for fund allocation for the states, more than 3.5 lakh crore. Away from that, the focus of Act East policy, that has made the difference, because earlier in the past, Congress has never paid attention to the concerns of the people of northeastern states, and today, every 15 days, one central cabinet minister is
Patricia
in
Mukim,
the
do you
state.
feel this extra
The state ministers are
attention
regularly
from the
visiting
centre?
there.
The BJP claims there's more attention now to the northeast than ever before. Sitting in Shillong, do you actually see that?
You can see that especially in Assam. The investment in infra is huge. And all of us have to pass through, willy-nilly through Guwahati. We see this and then we come back and say, why is the same thing not happening in our state? Why are our roads still so decrepit? Why don't we have the railways coming in? Successive governments in Meghalaya, for instance, have been held to ransom by certain pressure groups who will not allow the railways to come in because of the truckers' lobby. Now, if the BJP, have the courage of conviction to break this hold by so-called pressure groups, I think this is what people are looking for.
Do you want to answer that question, Syed Zafar Islam? If Assam is developing in the way that it is, why not Meghalaya, why not Nagaland?
Well, Assam is a gateway to the northeast, and We had government in Assam in last 10 years, and it is not that our focus is not in other northeastern states. It is our focus that, as I said earlier, act is policy under the leadership. It is not only the ministers or cabinet minister or state ministers are visiting only Assam. Not the developmental project is being announced for other states. We are prioritizing every single state within the northeast, and our focus is that all the disputes, whether it's border disputes, whether any other kind of conflicts, hostilities, must end, and the development program should begin. And that is what is happening. It is very apparent every other state you visit away from Assam, you will find that there is a momentum and there is a peace.
Okay, I'm sorry for just switching for a moment because there is a major by-election in one of my home states.
How many home states do you have?
I have lots of home
one
states.
One of my home states sounds like a bit of an oxymoron by itself. How can somebody have more than one home state?
I was born in Ahmedabad, so Gujarat home state. Dad came from Goa, so Goa home state. Mother comes from Maharashtra, and I lived most of my life in Mumbai, so Maharashtra home state. So Maharashtra.
You abandoned Delhi. You built your career in Delhi. That's not a home state.
Delhi
you live
also.
In Delhi.
Four home states. But the big one coming in, 2 bipoles, because they are important in the context of all that's happened in Maharashtra in the last 6 months. Kasbapet and Chinswad. Both held by the BJP. In Chinswad, the BJP is leading comfortably. But in Kasbapet, also held by the BJP, the Congress is leading at the moment by 600 votes. And it is important because every political leader, including Amit Shah, went to Kasbapet because Kasbapet near Pune is a bellwether constituency. And if this MVA holds, what this is showing, just the opposite of what we've seen in Tripura, Rahul. Opposition vote divided, advantage BJP. In Kasbapet, opposition holding small lead, very small lead, but a small lead to the Congress in a seat the BJP has swept and held for the last 20 years. So I think there is a signal there to the opposition in these by-elections.
Maharashtra is concerned, there will be many more by-elections through the course of this year, which will pretty much as mini referendum.
Absolutely, and particularly municipal elections. So that's important in the context of what's happening in Maharashtra.
In Tripura, though, now the BJP is down to 30.
It's tightening.
They're still comfortably placed. They will still form the government. But this is not the rampaging victory that the BJP was hoping for, especially the guests who came early in the morning. This is closer to the BJP's own assessment that it's a tight race, but they will be well placed to form the government.
And maybe you can go on our election dashboard, guys, and probably tell us, because if you look at the distinction between the region-wise, we are finding a tightening that's taking place, especially in Tripura. When you look at southern Tripura in particular, that's where the you're seeing that the Trinamool Congress, for example, is also leading. So it's tight and in southern Tripura and western Tripura at the moment. So I think if you look at the region-wise map, and particularly the tribal seats, you're seeing the Tipra Mota doing well, and that's making a difference.
So let's take a look at, once again, let's go back to the election intelligence dashboard and take a look especially where the tribal seats as well as region-wise. Most of the tribal seats are practically spread out a bit in the south, a bit in the east, and a bit on the western side. But let's take a look what is the current context where the tribal seats, Rajdeep, that you spoke of, 20 are the scheduled tribe reserved seats there, and out of that, what we saw earlier on, Rajdeep, was the lead by the BJP. It's come down, so it's even keel. BJP and the left both standing at 4 each, while the Tripura Mota has actually gone all the way up with the leads in the current initial trends at 11. It's leading on 11 of those seats, and BJP just about 4, and this is how it's spread out. Let's now take a look at the region. West Tripura. Now this is where some of the tribal seats form, and this is where the BJP is actually leading in 15 seats, but the areas where the BJP is leading is the Bangla dominated areas there. South Tripura, if we take a look, the BJP leading on 7, so 14 of constituencies leads in, BJP leading on 7, the left on 3, the TMP at 3rd. Where we look at North Tripura, there you have it, the BJP leading on 8, the left at 5. The left, of course, is fighting this election with Congress, so left plus 5, and the TMP at 3.
On another note, and maybe I'll ask our producers, Derek O'Brien has sent me an irate WhatsApp saying, how can you say Meghalaya, others 27? I mean, how can you put us in others? You're giving Congress a separate slot and you're not giving us, because interestingly, they are in double digits at the moment. They're leading in 11. of these 27. The UDP surprisingly not doing as well. The VOPP is also leading in 3. That's another party in the Khasi belt. But Derek O'Brien, you know, what can we do? We will try and rectify that at some stage and explain that you're leading in 11. But Tripura, Meghalaya is typical to form now, is turning out to be a hung assembly as of now, as has been the case
in Tripura's
but
this
history.
is for Derek O'Brien and the TMC, Rajdeep. If I actually, put the seat matrix map out. So what you see, this purple-pink color that you see, the aubergine color here, where our election intelligence dashboard is concerned. Out of the 27 leads which the others are leading on, most of them, 13 if I'm not wrong, come from the TMC.
No, so 10 are from the TMC.
10, okay, now it's
UDP
10 are from
7.
the 10 of those are from the TMC, and it's practically spread across the 3 regions, Rajdeep. So not just the Garo Hills where Mukul Sangma is strong, but spread across the 3 regions, be it the Garo, be it the Khasi or the Jaintia Hills. So this is what it looks like. So this is for the TMC, that maybe, yes, we should have had TMC as a separate denominator. But right now, if you look at the others there, the UDP is not doing as well, but the TMC much better, leading on 10 and spread across the board there.
Our correspondent Rahul Gautam joins us from the BJP offices in Agartala. The BJP at this moment just about touching the majority mark in Tripura. You were talking about how there's a lot of celebratory preparations which were underway. Are they just holding back? In fact, now, for the first time since the morning, the BJP has dropped 2 below the majority mark, and the tally stands. The lead figure stands at 28 out of 60. Rahul Gautam.
Absolutely, and the same tally is also showing here at the BJP headquarters here in Agartala. You can see there's no celebrations here happening. They are waiting, that around 12 p.m. they are expecting that the BJP would be in comfortable majority. In fact, many of them are saying that they would be making this government with full throttle. I just, get some words. जो BJP जो अभी नतीजे आ रहे हैं, क्या लगता है आपको? बीजेपी सरकार बनाएगी अपने बलबूते पर? 100% सरकार बनाएगा, 100% सरकार बनाएगा। आपको क्या लगता है, बीजेपी सरकार बनाएगी अपने बलबूते पर?
हाँ, बनेगी, बराबर बनेगी। बीजेपी सरकार तो बनना ही है ना, त्रिपुरा में बनेगा।
क्या मुद्दे थे आपको लगता है जो आपके फेवर में रहे बीजेपी के? 5
वर्ष में जितने भी लोगों को दिया है, तो उसी के हिसाब से हमें ये उम्मीद करते हो कि जरूरी बीजेपी सरकार बनेगा।
मानिक साहब की लीडरशिप में आप गए, उनको लाया गया विप्लव देव की जगह पे। आपको लगता है कि वो फैसला सही था? आपकी पार्टी ने सही टाइम पे उनको बदल दिया?
हाँ, वो पार्टी जो डिसीजन लेते हैं वही सब पूरी है। हमारा उसका डिसीजन हमारे लिए देवता के डिसीजन से जैसा है।
So it seems that they're still holding on to it because they're just waiting for official confirmations. They are leading, at least on 29 seats, but they are waiting for official confirmation from ECI. But it seems that the decision that was taken by BJP's top brass to replace Biplav Dev, it seems that it is working in their favor. It seems that Manik Saha, is doing well, not in terms of getting seats, but also, getting seats for their alliance partner. But it seems that the left and Congress, the coalition that they have forged before election, seems that it is not working on ground. But the biggest surprise here is certainly Pradyuman Dev Burman, who is certainly emerging as one of the key players in Tripura, and we have to really wait and watch that how he is going to, come out, and whether he's going to be supporting BJP or he's going to sit in opposition. This is something going to be very interesting in terms of Tripura politics.
It's very interesting what's happening in Tripura, because if you look at these numbers now, the BJP is down to 27, left is 18, and the Tipra Mota is 13, others are 2. Now, the face of the left is Jiten Chaudhary from the tribal belt. What I gathered from Pradyut is that he was not unwilling to support a tribal chief minister. And Jiten Chaudhary is seen as the face, in a way, of the new generation of the left. If the left plus Tipra Mota over 30, does Pradyut go with them? Or does he go with the BJP on the assurance that we will give you far more autonomy across this concept of greater Tipra land, and because you're at the center, you'll get more resources.
But then what is
these numbers, if these numbers hold, Rahul, till the evening, Pradyut is the kingmaker.
Not really. You're assuming that post-poll, the numbers will stay what they are, but it's the BJP you're dealing with, and the numbers could change in the post-election. If they're just 3 short, they could potentially, as we've seen in several other states, break one of the opposition parties to ensure that they shore up their numbers in a way that they cross the 30 number. Rohan Gupta joins us. If the Tripura Mota had been part of the opposition alliance, Rohan, there's a chance that you would have actually won Tripura. What the results in Tripura show is that because the Tripura Mota fought separately, the left and the Congress fought separately, you now have a situation where the BJP is very close to being able to form the government by itself.
Okay, we're not being able to get through to Rohan Gupta at the moment. Some of our other, Pradyut is going to be an interesting individual to look at, Rahul, because instinctively he's from the Congress family, close to the Gandhis. Can he do a deal with both sides and see who gets him the best deal?
He said so.
Yeah,
we met him recently at the East Conclave and he said, if I get what I want, I'll go with anybody.
No, but you see, get what you want, do you give him the kind of autonomy that he's looking for, which is effectively creating, a Bodoland kind of situation within Tripura, looking at this greater Tripura land concept? Who would be willing to give it to him? The BJP at the moment is within striking distance of halfway mark. If the BJP falls below 26, 27, only then I think does, Pradyut become the kingmaker. Of the 2 others, one is at the moment the Trinamool Congress. So I'm just adding the others and saying they are over the halfway mark, but it can change. The margins will be very, very low. So it is becoming very, very tight at the moment and that's an important name. Jishnu Dev Verma is trailing. So all the seats were in the tribal belt and the tribal faces of the BJP swept last time. The BJP is taking a hit. So Pradyut is damaging the BJP, no doubt about it. Remember, 18 out of 20 in the tribal belt last time were with the BJP, and clearly Pradyut Dev Varman is emerging as a bit of a giant killer at the moment in Tripura. Double digits to him means the BJP will have to be wary, because that then puts them in a situation where they have to sweep large parts of urban Tripura, and that may not be so easy because there are strong men like Sudeep Roy Burman, who's leading at the moment on a Congress ticket. But you've got Papia Datta, important. We were discussing her as a potential chief minister of the BJP. Right now, is trailing at the moment. IPFT is being swept out. They won 8 seats last time.
But they're only contesting 5. And one is a friendly.
Ma'am, they won 8. They won 8 last time. They're only leading in 1 this time. So the IPFT is taking the hit. So Pradyut is emerging as a potential kingmaker if these numbers hold. Manik Saha is leading in town Bordavli in Agartala. But generally, you're seeing the BJP's biggest hit in Tripura is in the tribal belt. Rohan Gupta joins us. Rohan Gupta, your first comments to what we are seeing at the moment. The Congress is in no position beyond Tripura to hope to have a toe in the government. Meghalaya also, the TMC doing better than you. Your responses?
See, I think Tripura, it is too early to come to any conclusion. We have been seeing that it started with 38-40 and many channels made BJP government. So I think the margins are hardly 200, 300 votes. And we should wait, we should hold our horses. And the same way, all other states, I think margins are very, very low. I spoke to our people there. They are saying at least 1 more hour will be required to reach to some conclusion. But
Rohan
yes,
Gupta,
Tripura,
Rohan Gupta, maybe the other parties can hold their horses, but yours have fled. And, you've not even bolted the door. But it's, what do you have to get in 1 hour? What changes for you?
So I think Tripura, if you see, it was 40 and now it is 28. We are on 17 and there are at least 20 seats where margin is not more than 50 votes.
Sir, so we as in, where out of the we, where the left and the Congress is concerned, you are less than 5?
Yeah, I know that. But yes, we have fought in the alliance. So at this moment, I would go for a alliance number and let us see what happens. But yes, overall, what we expected, I think the results are not as per what we expected. Whether it is Meghalaya is concerned, Tripura is concerned, So yes, what I personally feel that consolidation of vote of Congress and left, I think there is some gap there what we expected, but I'm still hopeful on Tripura the way things are going, the way our number was 12 and now it is 18. So I would wait for at least half an hour to come to any conclusion.
You know, but the Tripura story for you is only this, that when I look at it, actually, you are pulling down the left alliance. The left is doing well as usual.
No, but the counter to that is, if the left hadn't been with the Congress, they would have got even lesser. The fact that they're sitting at 18 now, they'd been washed out earlier. So it works both ways. The most powerful alliance would have possibly been left and Tripura.
That's right.
That would have possibly beaten the BJP.
Yes.
Just arithmetically, it would have messed up the chemistry. Because how does the left, after having ruled Tripura for so many decades, then promise a separate Tripura land? So that would have been complicated for them to promise.
You see, because out of the 18 left plus, left is leading in 15, and the BJP and the Congress is leading in 3. So the Congress's strike rate, 3 out of 13, is less than 25%. You know that the Congress has to, the left voter may not, is the left voter transferring his vote to the Congress? We don't know at the moment.
I would think it's the other way around. Will the Congress be transferring its vote to the
Congress ka vote hi 1.5% ho gaya tha, 1.54%.
Rajdeep sir, in 2019,
that was in a Lok Sabha election.
In Lok Sabha.
That was in a Lok Sabha election,
but then
which is different.
Pradyut left.
What we are also seeing in Meghalaya is the rise of a party called VOPP. Every election throws up a new party in a way, and the VOPP in Meghalaya is an interesting party because it is also targeting the Jaintia and the Khasi Hills. So, you're seeing emergence of new parties. They're getting 4 at the moment.
Afrida Hussain is tracking results on the ground. Afrida, how are the results that you're analyzing in India Today Northeast different from what we're discussing here? You're closer to the ground. Give us a sense of what you're picking up by speaking to all your reporters across the Northeast.
See, in Tripura, yes, the Pradyut Manikya will become the kingmaker. It seems to be, and it will be a golden opportunity for him as well. Because before the election, Pradyut Manikya had a meeting with Amit Shah and Himanta Biswa Sharma demanding the separate Tripura land. But he was very clear that he will not go for alliance, pre-poll alliance without written agreement. But this will be the golden opportunity for the Tripura Motha chief, that Pradyut Manikya, that if he becomes the kingmaker, then the Tripura had always an issue regarding the tribal people. So he will have.
But can I ask you, Afrida, given what we've seen elsewhere, will Pradyut be kingmaker, or can the BJP just split one of these parties and bring those MLAs over and go from 28 to beyond the halfway mark?
See, BJP had tried a lot before the election to split the Pradyut's party as well, but this time it's a tribal sentiment. See, Tripura said it's a land of this group of people, and they are always looking for a tribal chief minister, which had not happened because before left it was a Manik Sarkar, then Manik Saha. So Tripura has always been looking for a tribal chief minister. It's a golden opportunity for the tribal people in Tripura if Pradyut becomes the kingmaker.
Let's get this clear, Afrida. I was told that Himanta Biswa Sharma met Pradyut Dev Burman in Tripura Castle, his hotel resort in Shillong, on the 24th of February. Okay, that's one part of it. The fact is, the left has projected in Jiten Chaudhary someone who is a tribal face. Right? There is a Pradyut in his public statements has always said, I am closer to Congress left than I am to the BJP. Do you see, on the other hand, because the BJP is in power in the center, they can perhaps give him more assurances on providing greater autonomy for Tripura land. He hasn't spoken of Article 2 of the Constitution. He's not asking for a separate state. He's not going to get it. Do you see Pradyut bargaining hard with both sides, or do you see Pradyut going with whoever makes him king?
See, I have interviewed Pradyut recently, and where he was very, very clear that he will go with that party only where there will be a written agreement. It will not be on the verbal commitment, which had happened earlier.
Asking for what?
So
asking for what? Asking for autonomy or separate state?
See, initially he was asking for the separate state, but later he is willing to compromise with the autonomy as well.
So he wants greater autonomy. Now, for that, obviously, the center has to oblige. The Home Minister has to oblige. So did you get a
Yes.
sense from interviewing Pradyut which way would he go? Who does
See,
he prefer?
he was open to all the parties who will agree to give a written agreement, especially from the center, not on the party basis. If he goes with the BJP, then BJP has to ensure that the center will have to have an agreement regarding this separate, this autonomy and all this.
But Afrida,
Then only I
can the
think he will
centre
go.
then, or can the BJP follow two rules, one in Tripura and the other in Assam?
Pardon?
Because the demand of Bodoland, all of that, then it's a Pandora's box that the BJP opens.
Yeah, it is going on in same with the Nagaland as well, because this whole this ENPO issue, it is regarding this frontier state of Nagaland. This issue it's same with the Nagaland as well, because now the Amit Shah is dealing with the ENPOs, then the Pradyut Manika, he has lots of things to deal with now, and it will be depending on the center, because Pradyut was very clear. It is not on the basis of the party promises that he will go. It has to be from the government side.
Okay, interesting.
Let me just tell our viewers that Pradyut's watching our coverage live. He's messaging non-stop, but I don't want to reveal any of what I've said, what he's saying. I've said, come live. He says, give me 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes, I'm going to come live.
Oh, that's great.
He thinks he's going to be kingmaker, potentially king. But we'll find out more. He's also said, Rajdeep, that he'll stick to his constitutional position, like he served you some sticky rice, apparently.
No, he gave me a great meal. He also, very interestingly...
He only remembers the sticky rice from what he said.
I must tell you, he took us to this closed chamber in the palace, opened it up, very dramatically. It was locked and opened it up. And there was a bust in that chamber of Benito Mussolini. Pradyut's grandfather had gone to Italy when Mussolini was in power there, and Mussolini gave him, someone from Mussolini's wider entourage gave him that bust. I told Pradyut, that's not a great thing to be showing me that, Benito Mussolini, the sort of fascist leader of Italy, was giving you all bust. But, it struck me. The other thing that struck me, I remember, was this lovely picture.
Did he do any mimicry for you?
No, he didn't do mimicry, but we spoke about Pradyut has a great knowledge on cricket. He seems to know cricket scores almost as well as me, if I may say so.
Rajdeep,
we debated
not
it.
being modest,
but his family has a great tradition of playing sport and has a great tradition of music. I was transfixed by this one picture of Sachin Dev Burman, the great musician, who is part of the same family. I've never, between SD and RD, they are the magic of Indian cinema. So he comes from a family which has a history. His father's been an MP, his mother's been a member of parliament and an MLA. So Pradyut is the next generation. And like Conrad Sangma, who's built on the legacy of Purnyo Sangma, can Pradyut carve his own legacy?
But he's already said it's going to be his last election.
No, he said,
He said he's not
by the way, he said he's looking for a bride. He said that if I win this election, he says if I win this election, I will then get married.
He already has a girlfriend.
He has well, that I don't know. I mean, that's what he told me.
I'm sure we don't want to be discussing his private life.
No, but at the moment we want to discuss which way will Pradyut go.
What did he say? Didn't he say, because he's made that very public, where at least his political point of view is concerned, that this is the last election that he's going to be fighting?
That's all very well.
And he's going to step out of it. So is he?
How many politicians have you heard? It's like me saying after every election I'm going to retire.
You wait till the evening, Rajdeep will say, this is my last election.
This is my last election. That's right. This is my last election till Karnataka. The two words are not said. Those are on mute. But the fact is, Pradyut Dev Burman, if these numbers hold, does become a player, particularly if he goes up to 14, 15 and the BJP comes to 25. But the point you made, Rahul, he's vulnerable because the BJP could break him.
All parties are vulnerable.
That's right. If he holds on for too long, he'll be vulnerable. So he's going to have to make a call today, the biggest call of his political career. Does he?
But Rajdeep, if you look at the numbers right now,
yes,
he is actually coming in to be the kingmaker, and the left is not doing that badly.
No, but the BJP has to be at 22, 23, 24, 25 to need another party.
Yeah, the Congress and the BJP will have to be in the same range.
At 27, they'll just find some other solution which will not require a major reason.
No, 1 minute.
Rajdeep,
if tomorrow morning,
Goa, the Congress MLAs who fought on a Congress ticket went and joined the BJP later.
Rahul, there's only one thing that can happen. Tomorrow morning, if these numbers hold, and we are only talking about these numbers at 10:30, these are states where numbers can change. Jiten Chaudhary, Sudeep Roy Burman, and Pradyut Dev Burman go to the governor and say,
do you
swear us in, we are 32.
No, but of course the BJP as the first party will get the first call from the governor. They're 27.
No. See, this would be the governor. It's very clear. If 3 people go with letters of support and I am over halfway mark, how do I call the largest party? Then then the governor, and nobody, I'm not saying the governor will not play by what the center asks. I'm just trying to think who's the governor of Tripura. The name is slipping, but we can check. It must be someone from the BJP. But the fact is 19 plus 13 is 32. I can go with those letters of support. All these 3 leaders have to go. You see, the mistake they made in Goa.
Satyuday Narayanarya.
Okay, so if they don't go with the letters of support, then I have to call the single largest. But otherwise, how can I not be called? Now the question is the Congress left willing to move quickly? I give one advantage to the left is they have a tribal face.
It's so practically Rajdeep is implanting this. it's a seed of thought that you're planting.
What?
The sheer fact that 3 of them can come together and move in.
No, if they want to. Right. You see, in Goa 6 years ago, the Congress prevaricated, the BJP moved in. You have to go quickly. He who shoots first has an option.
No, but then there is a parallel to what happened in Karnataka, where the Congress and the JDS went and formed the government. It was a very short-lived government.
Yes.
Then the BJP found a way of coming back to power. So with this kind of a mandate, the mandate is really for the BJP to form the government. This is not for some jugaad opposition, hodgepodge alliance to come and form the government.
But Rahul, what happened 6 years? What happened 6 years ago in Manipur? 2017 in Manipur, Congress was the single largest party. Who did my friend Najma Heptullah invite? She waited for the BJP to get the numbers and then allowed them. So the governor, of course, has a role. But if I go with 3 letters, it will be very difficult for the governor to say, I cannot invite you. The rule is very clear. You will have to show letters of support. You can't invite the single largest and say, I'll give you 2 weeks to form a government. You very clearly, if the other side can come with 32, at the moment, I'm only going by these numbers at 10:30. At 10:30, Pradyut Dev Burman is the kingmaker of Tripura. And from king to kingmaker is just exactly what he wanted. This is just the result that he was waiting for.
If the BJP is at 23, 24, 25, what you're saying could be true. With the BJP at 27, 28, right now, just at this moment at 26, that may not be true. You got Messrs.
It doesn't make a difference. 20 plus 13, Rahul is 33.
तो Congress के वो टूट के आ जाएंगे. You're assuming they'll all stay where they are.
No, look.
Come on, but that's the truth. You think the Congress MLAs will stay where they are? You've got Himanta Biswa Sarma fishing on the other side. He'll get them over.
No, look. That kind of politics is something which I don't know whether we can analyze. I'm just analyzing by the numbers. The numbers clearly are showing the strong possibility that Tripura will have a hung assembly. I mean, that's what it appears at the moment, right? Once you have a hung assembly, anything can happen. But the parties which are together pre-poll plus an potential ally who gives a letter of support are more than you, how can you not invite them? That's all I'm saying. What happens, Jugad, this is BJP got 44 last time. They're down to 26.
And then
Syed Zafar Islam, you are at the moment, and I'm only saying at the moment, you are losing Tripura. Are you willing to concede that this, from 44 to 26, something has gone wrong?
No, Rajdeep, if you remember what I said in the beginning itself, that we were not expecting 44, but we were definitely expecting somewhere 35, 36. We still are very much hopeful that we will get around that in mid-30s, purely because the difference between us and other political party whose candidate is marginally ahead of us is 50 votes, 30 votes, 15 votes, 2 votes. So we definitely have a.
No, if you are less than.
Okay, I've got breaking news coming in. This is not. This is something substantial. Abhishek Banerjee will go to Shillong at 2 p.m. from Kolkata, and the Tripura left leadership is in touch with the Tripura front for all possible scenarios.
Tripura front leadership
is in touch with basically the left leadership in Tripura is in touch with Pradyut to see if they can form a government.
No,
so exactly the theory that Rajdeep was propounding.
No, so I want to get Syed Zafar Islam clear. If you don't get 30, Do you concede? If you're less than halfway, can you go to the governor and say, I'm single largest, please invite me?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't like to speculate at this point in time because we are definitely hopeful of getting 35 plus.
No, would you negotiate? Would you negotiate with the Pradyut Dev Burman? Would you negotiate with the Pradyut Dev Burman for a greater Tipra land? Yes or no?
Rajdeep, that is the call our leadership will take, whether to engage any other political party or to engage and discuss and negotiate all the issues
it's beyond
which
your
are prominent.
Okay, let's listen to Mallikarjun Kharge.
But many leaders are committed to national politics. They support Congress, they support secular parties, they support democracy and constitution. Such people, they feel that Congress with alliance should come forward to form the government.
Okay, that's Mallikarjun Kharge. The BJP, Rajdeep, at 28 now. So, a lot of excitement in your voice, but not necessarily at this moment reflecting in the numbers.
Finally, I'm seeing, as always
Rajdeep
on election
wants a
day,
twist in the tail.
We want a twist in the tail.
And Syed is saying, Abhi wait karo, we'll get to 30. We'll get to 30 one way or the other.
Dekho, whatever happens in Meghalaya, I can't see the BJP not forming the government there with the NPP and the UDP. So, we'll be back to the same. Who leads the government is the question. That can be debated. Nagaland was always expected to be a sweep, and we can discuss that at some stage. The manner in which the NDPP has virtually taken over the entire political space and the BJP has cleverly aligned. So the only story really left is Tripura.
Tripura is a story if the BJP is at 23, 24, 25. At 28, it's not a story.
I think it's a story if it's a hung assembly. As simple as that. 18 plus 13, if they are more than 30, makes Tripura the only story worth waiting for till 1 o'clock, because then I want to see what your friend, he's promised to come in 20 minutes? Please tell him that, please come in 20 minutes and tell us which way you're going. Because I think Pradyut Dev Burman is proving to be the one exciting element of this battle
what
today.
He was predicted to be, the X factor.
The X factor,
yes.
But you see, his X factor requires the BJP to come below 30. Abhishek Banerjee moving to Shillong is interesting because a Congress leader has told me, now I don't know where they get this, that we are in a position, Congress, TMC, UDP, PDF, VPP, to form a coalition to keep the BJP
It's an alphabet soup.
That's an alphabet soup. Now with those numbers, I don't see that happening. But BJP is back at 30. At 30, it's a done deal. Anything below 30, game on. Once the BJP crosses 30, we can all go home for lunch.
I don't agree with Rajdeep. If the BJP is less than 24, then there is a game on. If the BJP is anywhere close to 27, they'll find a way of getting. It's just the reality of the day. I don't say it because it's good that happens, but it's just the reality of the way contemporary politics has been. Let's go across to Kohima for a moment. Ritwik Mondal is there, and the NDPP, which is an alliance partner of the BJP. A lot of the leaders, actually breakaway leaders from the NPF, very conveniently poised. So there is some excitement in Meghalaya and there is in Tripura. In Nagaland, though, it seems the verdict is quite clear in favor of the NDPP.
Well, exactly, Rahul. As you rightly pointed out, it seems like that Nagaland currently is the state among these three northeastern states where formation of government, it seems like very easy. Currently, we are standing right outside of the residence of, Chief Minister Nephew Riva. What we are given to understand that he is currently inside this his residence. We are expecting his arrival shortly after the second half of this results day, as the all exit poll predicted that it will be a clean sweep of the NDPP and BJP alliance, as currently this alliance is leading in the northeastern state of Nagaland. And remember, during 2018 election, that NDPP formed the government with the help of BJP, and also there was the help of JDU and independent MLA to form the government. But this time it seems like it will be a very easy game. And if that I believe that Chief Minister Rio is preparing to take oath as the Chief Minister of Nagaland for the 5th consecutive time. But definitely, Rahul,
Hrithik, easy game for the NDPP, but it's been an arduous fight for women to ever come in and even get one MLA seat. where Nagaland is concerned. 4 women in the fray. I really do hope. Are you tracking how they're doing? I hope at least we'll see one woman finally represent Nagaland where the Vidhan Sabha of the State Assembly is concerned.
Well, Preeti, it's very true. This is going to be very historic for the state of Nagaland, as this state or the voter, 60% of voter dominates by women. But this is the first time that when 4 women candidates across the political parties, be it BJP or NDPP, they are fighting for the first time in this election. But what we are given to understand, these are the very initial trends are coming. We are hoping that at least one of them, if they reaches to the assembly, it will be a path-breaking history for the Nagaland, and we do understand that as BJP and NDPP, they tried and they during the run-up of the election, they assured people of a solution of the peace talk. We know that northeastern state Nagaland has been a very toxic environment as well as the peace of the state is concerned. We know that the armed forces,
but I want to just bring in Ritik, I want to bring in Kaushik on this, because Kaushik, the sad part is where the northeast comes into play. Most states like Meghalaya, matrilineal when it comes down to it. But look at what in Nagaland, it's abysmal. It's sad that it's never seen a woman representative.
And especially if you look at Naga society, it's also very, women take very center stage in India's society. But still, they do not participate in the political process.
Why not? 60% women voted this time around in Nagaland, 40% men. So you're always the king maker, but never
all the states. This is very strange that they do not participate in the political process, in the sense that they vote. They will decide. In the society also, they take the lead in all social decisions. There is big society, Naga Women's Society and all that. But still, and it's not true about Nagaland only, in other parts of Northeast also you will see. But when it comes to taking political power, they stay back.
Well, they stay back, and it's abysmal that we're talking about history being made in this day and age in 2023, that we'll finally get a Naga woman representative. But
Shubir Bhaumik is now back with us. Shubir, welcome back. Give us your broad reading of the results as they stand. Meghalaya seems to be the most exciting story just at this moment. The NPP at 22, the BJP at 7. Is that how the BJP and Conrad Sangma are likely to come together and form the next government in this lovely hill state?
Well, one would expect that to happen given the fact that they have been allies. Despite the strain in the alliance, I think Conrad will have to go with the BJP at the end of the day because of the center state kind of a reality. Most smaller political parties in Northeast, such as Conrad's, would like to be on the right side of the big party in power at the center. For different reasons, development funds being one of them. And therefore, I think the first choice for Conrad, despite the strain in the alliance and the dhakka mukki once in a while, he might, decide to go with the BJP. But he has an option here.
No, but when Abhishek Banerjee's team announces that he's going to Shillong at 2, if he didn't have a chance, if he didn't think he was in the reckoning in some fashion, would he be going to Shillong?
No, let me make it very clear. The Trinamool is a regional Bengali party. But in Meghalaya now, it's Mukul Sangma leading the charge. And it was good of Mamata Banerjee to let Mukul Sangma fly. He's a Congress person, but he's a local guy. He's a Garo politician of some weight. And therefore, it's not Abhishek Banerjee. Don't blow this chap out of proportion. He is a Calcutta leader, not even a Bengal leader, okay? It's Mukul Sangma, and it's Mamata's wise decision to let Mukul Sangma lead the charge, because she, as a regional politician, understands the value of a local face very well. And therefore, she steps in and, realizes that sending in this suave, nice, good Bengali, bhalo chele, good boy to Meghalaya is not going to work, okay? So he lets Mukul Sangma take the charge. The thing is, with Trinamool doing well, basically eating away the complete sort of Congress vote bank, here is a classic situation where Conrad has an option. If the BJP drives things too hard, he can sort of, swing around and say, hi, Mukul, I'm around.
Just stay with me for a moment. I've got breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the present batch of petitions on the loss of investor wealth because of the decline in the share prices of the Adani Group. And what we've been told is the Supreme Court bench has taken note of the allegations raised in the various petitions against the supposed fraud by the Adani Group and the allegations of the Hindenburg Research Group. And what has essentially happened is that the Supreme Court has set up an expert committee asking SEBI to investigate the charges leveled by Hindenburg and to submit its report. So they're trying to create mechanisms to protect Indian shareholders and investors, and they've set up, so this is O.P. Bhatt, Justice K.P. Devdutt, K.V. Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, Somashekar Sundaran. That's the committee that's been set up, and the SEBI has been given a 2-month time frame to conclude its investigation in this case. The Supreme Court saying SEBI must investigate if there has been a violation, if there indeed has been manipulation of stock prices. This is massive breaking news. The Supreme Court setting up an expert committee. What will come out of this committee report, we don't know. The makeup of the committee, from what we know, O.P. Bhatt, K.P. Devdutt, who's a former justice, K.V. Kamath, the renowned banker, Nandan Nilekani from Infosys, Somasekar Sundaran. So, Srishti Oja joins us. She's a
very interesting. Somasekar Sundaram was the person who was overruled for judgeship. He's an ex-journalist from Mumbai and an expert on financial matters. Excellent on that. So it's a very high-powered committee that they've set up. But the fact is, there is already a SEBI probe. I mean, SEBI has issued a statement.
Now said within 2 months.
Now this will be an official probe.
No, but you have to conclude within 2 months.
And with an expert committee and Supreme Court supervision. So we'll see.
Shrishti, give us details of what went down in the court this morning. Okay, so remember, Om Prakash Bhatt has been chairperson of the State Bank of India. He's on that committee. K.V. Kamath, who's now back in India, has held important positions in India, internationally, in global high finance, is on that committee. It's a committee to protect Indian investors and to review the current existing framework. Justice A.M. Sapre will head this committee. Somasekaran Sundaran, Nandan Nilekani are the other members of this committee. This is a big story, and remember, this comes on the back of 2 days when the Adani counters bounced back quite dramatically, and it seemed to people within the Adani group that that was the end of their nightmare. But now this expert committee being set up, and it's been given a 2-month time frame to come up with their responses, and also 2 months for the SEBI to conclude its poll. Now that is important. The SEBI probe that's going on has to conclude within 2 months. I'm just going to go across to the Business Today website and see if I can tell you how the markets are reacting to this. Remember, for the last 2 days, there's been a bounce back. This morning, Adani Enterprises was up about 3%, trading at about 1,600 rupees. So far there hasn't been a negative reaction, but the story literally just broke. So as that information percolates, will there be some kind of a reflection in the markets? Anisha Mathur tracks the Supreme Court for us. She joins us this morning. The Supreme Court setting up this expert committee. Take our viewers through some of the proceedings in the court, Anisha.
Well, Rahul, this morning the Supreme Court has passed a very detailed order asking both the SEBI to continue its investigation. Now, what is interesting is that the court has also set up this expert committee and has asked the SEBI to continue its investigation into all aspects. And in fact, the court has commented that apart from what the SEBI is already doing, what they've said in their affidavit, the SEBI can also look into various other aspects, including violation of insider trading norms, violation of foreign investment and foreign shareholding norms. In addition, they have set up an expert committee which will be headed by retired Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre, who of the Supreme Court. In this committee will also have Nandan Nilekani. It will have Justice K.P. Devghar. It will have Mr. O.P. Bhatt. It will have Somasekar Sundaresan, who is a senior lawyer, and as well as this is a 6-member committee which will now be looking at all of these aspects with regard to the framework that exists and how to strengthen the framework. So in effect, two lines of investigation now that who have to submit reports before the Supreme Court. One, the SEBI investigation, where the court has said that the SEBI must conclude its investigation within 2 months and file a report before the expert committee as well. And the expert committee that has been set up to look into what kind of regulatory mechanisms exist in the country and how can they be strengthened. So it will be very, very crucial to see what happens next in this entire step, because now the court has taken note of the fact that the SEBI is already investigating both the allegations raised in the Hindenburg Group report, which means that there is an inquiry ongoing regarding what has been happening in the Adani Group companies with regarding to their shareholding, with regard to any allegations that have been raised regarding fraud, regarding role of banks, etc. And also the expert committee, which will be looking into the framework that exists. Remember, the center in its affidavit, the SEBI in its affidavit had said that we already have a robust framework. But with this expert committee now being created, it is clear that there is going to be some sort of a review of the framework that exists, what kind of work is being done by the SEBI and how can it be strengthened, because repeatedly, Rahul, we've seen the Supreme Court has emphasized that there is need to protect the Indian investor from market volatility, and there has to be some sort of regulatory mechanism to ensure that there is no fraud or short selling or deliberate upheavals in the market itself. And even today's verdict, very clearly the court has said that there are several aspects that must be considered both by the SEBI and the expert committee.
But the critical thing there is that SEBI now has to submit its report within 2 months. So far, Rajdeep, there was no deadline for the SEBI to submit its investigative report on the charges leveled by Hindenburg, and that would have taken many months. Now there's a sword hanging, as it were, above the head of the Adani Group, that in 2 months this report has to be out. Now, what's in that report? Nobody knows, but there's a finite timeline to it now.
And I don't think that the report will be in a sealed envelope. At the moment, and the criticism of the previous government, especially on Rafale, was was a number of critical issues were kept within a sealed envelope.
Do we know that, Anisha, whether it will be in a sealed, as the court said anything, or
just to clarify, Rahul and Rajdeep, the reports are going to be in a sealed cover for now. What the court has said for now is that the SEBI will give its report to the expert committee. The expert committee will file its report in sealed cover. So right now, the report that will come in the next 2 months is not going to be made public at this stage.
No, but there are 6 people in that committee, and it's a public committee. It's not going straight to the
sealed cover is a terrible way where the Constitutional Court becomes an executive court. That's been, Justice Chandrachud will face the same criticism that Justice Gogoi faced. We'll wait and see whether that happens. But I think what you're right is, as a result of this, there is this sword that will hang over SEBI, because the question being asked, why is SEBI silent? Why has SEBI not come out with clarity of exactly how it sees the situation playing out? Now, effectively, even the opposition in Parliament will have to wait for 2 months, because they will be told, look, there's an expert committee, please wait for it. So government has also bought itself 2 months.
Between the time the story broke and now, the Adani Enterprises stock has actually gone up 2.5%. So from being about 2%, now it's up about 4.5%. And which means that the markets haven't, at this moment at least, reacted negatively to this. It's an expert committee which is essentially looking at protecting shareholder wealth. And remember, in the past as well, there has been theory put out that short sellers of the likes of Hindenburg should themselves be banned because they create uncertainty. The counter to that is that they add another mechanism in the markets, the absence of which would actually in the long term hurt investor interest. They look at some of those aspects of whether current regulations protect investors or not, but that's the big story coming out of the courts, this expert committee being set up and SEBI to deliver its verdict on the charges by Hindenburg within 2 months, Rajdeep.
But as I said, it does give the government of the day 2 months to almost breathing space. Because otherwise, in the Parliament session, there would have been relentless attacks saying, why is SEBI silent? Why is the Prime Minister silent? Now you can deflect it onto committee, death by committee almost, or at least delay by committee. The question is, I think, new facts are coming out all the time. There's been an expose on certain coal allotments that were made, which even after 2014, after allotments were cancelled, certain projects were kept with the Adanis. All of this will be debated, but I think some of the sting may have been taken out in a way
I'm sorry for interrupting the discussion, but one thing what we do need to clarify is that the court has not let off either the SEBI or the Adani group as such. What politically how this will play out in the parliament, of course, we'll have to wait and see. But the court has specifically asked the SEBI to look into whether there was any market manipulation, whether there was any violation of the investor rules or the foreign investment rules, etc. So it is very clear that the questions that have been asked so far by the opposition, what the questions that are being asked in the market, those are also questions that the court is asking for answers from the SEBI, because they have themselves said that we are a robust organization, we are investigating. Therefore, the court has said, well, tell us all of these aspects, investor rules, bank rules, whether there was any collusion, whether there was any truth in the allegations that have been raised. All of that ought to be investigated by the SEBI. That the words used by the court are
Okay, interesting developments. It's a busy news day. G20, Supreme Court and the elections, which is why we are having a rather busy morning today.
Oh, absolutely. And there's also now, Rajdeep, clarity that the BJP is sitting around 34 in Tripura.
I think it's all over.
So all the... Rajdeep got really excited for a short while.
There were about 10-15 minutes where we thought we'd actually have a hung assembly which would give us some excitement. Pradyut Dev Burman was preparing, to be mic'd up and tell us which way he was going. At 34, 13, 12, the left has slipped to Congress has slipped to 13 from about 18, 19. It seems, unless the BJP falls by 7 or 8, which at this stage,
but there are
in a small
7
state,
seats that the BJP is actually winning from with less than a margin of 500 votes.
Yeah, so there, unless all 7 of them, we can look at your margin calculator and
Yes.
maybe that will tell us where.
We can look, yes.
You want to look at the margin calculator and give us a sense?
Let's go ahead. Let's see what the margin calculator
because
says.
that seems the only excitement that we have, Rahul, that
Now
we're
at
trying
35.
to create. Yeah, so we
35, but yeah,
What is
even
excitement
if
for
it
you is
7.
nightmare for the BJP.
And look at the BJP at the moment in
Intelligence
Meghalaya, leading in 8. That's huge. That's 4 times what they got last time. They won 2 last time. They're winning in 8 this time.
All right, so let's Tripura. Let's take a look at the margin calculator. Let's take a look at less than 1,000. Let's begin with. So where less than 1,000 votes are concerned, where 15. There are 15 seats where the BJP is leading, whereas less than 1,000. The left is leading on 7 seats where the margin is less than 1,000 votes. Let's look at less than 500. So 10 seats that the BJP is now leading in, where the margin is less than 500 votes, Rajdeep. The left is leading in 4 seats where the margin is less than 500. So 10 seats. So there's still a chance that it could go either way, because 500, 10 seats where the BJP is leading. It's still...
but 10-4. So, you would expect even if half switch, the BJP is still at 30. Let's assume that out of the 10 where the BJP is leading by less than 500, even half switched. And I think that's where it comes. The division, Kaushik, in the opposition vote, Pradyut has played 2 roles. One is consolidated his own vote and winning in 12. But he's also damaged in a way the left Congress in some parts of Tripura.
And it seems that he's leading by a huge margin also, Tripura Mota.
That's right.
Whatever seats that the Tripura Mota is leading on,
in his bastions.
Comfortable.
But outside the bastions, he is perhaps taking a bit of the Congress left vote.
Even within his bastion, he is winning only 12 seats at the moment. I would have expected him to go beyond 15 or at least 15. Out
of the 20?
Yes. So, yes, of course, he has done better for BJP in a way that he has helped BJP consolidate among Bengali votes. And we are seeing the results and the division of... but again, I am still keeping my words. It's halfway now. So even if BJP is 36, I feel it may come down. I am not saying under 30 or over 30, but it may come down.
No, there was a brief period of 15 minutes where they'd come down to 27. That's
yes, because,
26.
Because Tripura,
20,
as we have been mentioning, it's a small state. The margins are very less. So it could be 500, 2,000, 500 to 2,000 make a lot of differences.
So what's the big surprise for you, Kaushik, out of these 3 states at the moment? In Meghalaya, NPP leading in 21, BJP in 7, others in 25. And the others, since Derek O'Brien is insisting that we mention the others very clearly, the others here include the Trinamool Congress that at the moment is leading in 9. The UDP in 6, VOPP in 2. So what's the biggest takeaway for you at the moment?
Surprise? No.
No surprise at all?
No surprise because it's happening on the expected line.
No, but also this is on the lines of the India Today exit poll.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And the second part is about the takeaway. Look at how BJP has positioned itself in the Northeast. It will be in power, doesn't matter in which way, whether playing the second role or leading from the front. That's where the Congress probably missed. The Congress even now, with almost no numbers at the national politics also you see, they are always keen to play the leading role. And that's why opposition unity is not forming up. Even in the latest plenary that they have been saying that we have to be the center force. If there is any third force, that will help BJP. So they are not trying to give away their leading role. Whereas in BJP's case, you see wherever they feel that they are not the prime force, they are ready to play the junior role.
Let me tell you the big story coming from the by-elections, because these are important. West Bengal, the Congress is leading. This was the by-election in Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's bastion, leading. Tamil Nadu, Erode, Congress leading. Arunachal, BJP winning. Jharkhand, the AJSU leading. Maharashtra is the interesting one. BJP is leading on 1, Chinswad, and Congress leading on 1, Kaspapet. And Kaspapet is critical because this is a seat BJP has held for 20 years. So in a seat held by the BJP for 20 years, in a by-election, you expect the party in power to win. But when the alliances come together and projected a congressman, Sharad Pawar campaigned there, Aditya Thackeray campaigned there, Fadnavis campaigned there, Amit Shah went there. It was a prestige constituency. As of now, with a small lead, it is the Congress. So Maharashtra is the one bad news today. If I look at this overall picture, it's a great day for the BJP once again. Winning Tripura, making gains in Meghalaya, sweeping Nagaland. The only slight fly in the ointment looking ahead to 2024 is Maharashtra. The BJP will need to find some way to break this MVA. This Maharashtra Vikas Agadi is a fly in the ointment.
No, but
and meanwhile the numbers have come down.
I'm saying in the Lok Sabha elections, the dynamic is different.
Oh, absolutely.
Because even in Uttar Pradesh, you had Akhilesh and Mayawati fighting on the same ticket, and in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP got 60 plus seats. So there is a difference between an assembly election or a by-election versus a national election that could potentially go in the favor of the BJP when Modi is on the ticket.
Absolutely, but the fact is that the BJP wants to win Maharashtra.
Oh, of course.
You know, second largest state in the country, commercial capital. You don't want to lose it a year from now. Maharashtra goes to the polls in what, 16 months from now. So I think there is a factor. The Eknath Shinde alliance on the ground. I'm not so sure every BJP person is convinced that that's the way to take on the MVA. If the MVA can hold on and the Shiv Sena wins the Mumbai Municipal Corporation election 6 months from now, Maharashtra is the 4 states that the BJP is worried about, Rahul. Karnataka, that goes to the polls 2 months from now, which we don't know which way it will go, but there's a fight. Maharashtra because of MVA, Bihar because of Lalu and Nitish coming together, and Bengal because Mamta is still not ceding ground in the way the BJP would hope. These are the 4 potential double-digit loss states, even in a Lok Sabha election. I think the BJP will look at them closely.
You know, the problem in Meghalaya at this moment is that the NPP now is leading only on 19 seats, which potentially means that not just will they need the BJP, they'll need possibly the UDP as well. So it's a complicated scenario. It's not easy as it was looking earlier in the morning for Conrad Sangma to be able to form the government.
My friend Metpa Lingdo of the UDP says, I want to be king, not kingmaker. Enough of Garos, time for a Khasi. Come on, Kaushik. Give us some excitement. Something that's going to go out of the box.
So again,
Conrad Sangma was smiling away till about half an hour ago.
Again, you will say, I will name Himanta Biswa Sarma, but you will have to play the role now because it's...
You and Himanta went to the same school, right?
College.
College. See?
So now look at this factor. Last time NPP won 19 seats, BJP won 2. This time BJP has 7 seats. And of course UDP and HSPD, all other parties. So who will bring them together? Last time, if you remember, on the election day, Himanta Biswa Sarma suddenly he flew in from Agartala to Shillong, while Kamal Nath and Mukul Wasnik had also gone from Delhi. And then he conjured up all the coalition. I know how he actually picked up MLAs from Tura and placed them in a Guwahati hotel.
Kya kiya?
Just pick them up. So you
pick
have
them up?
Pick them up means pick them up.
Oh, literally told them, come on, you've got to come to the Guwahati hotel.
Yes, come to Guwahati Taj Hotel, stay there, we'll make the deal. So that's why when I was in Astak, I said, when the numbers were fluctuating, I said that every party now should take care of their MLAs. That's the time when Tipra Mota was at a position when
Do you see any, what are the two possibilities in Meghalaya? Possibility one, most likely, is NPP, BJP, UDP.
Yeah.
A repeat of the last government?
Yeah.
With Conrad Sangma still the chief minister? If Hemanta had his way?
Yeah,
right?
if he has his way, and if not, probably there would be some compromise like UDP.
The UDP is the compromise. Is there a second possibility of all the others coming together?
All the others coming together, the possibility is there, but it cannot be possible for the simple reason that the whole poaching game will start.
Okay, I've got more breaking news coming in. We've just heard from the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court, in a unanimous verdict, has announced that the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners be done on the same lines as the appointment of the CBI Director, which essentially means that there must be members of the opposition, there must be somebody from the Supreme Court who will be there when the CEC is appointed. This is to make the EC more independent and to ensure that there is no interference in the functioning of the Election Commission. This is a very significant order because for a long time, and with no disrespect to past election commissioners, governments have attempted to bring people they were comfortable with. With a CBI director, it's not quite as easy. While of course they'll still try to bring somebody they're comfortable with, but you now have a member of the Supreme Court, judge from the Supreme Court, you have an opposition leader there as well. So that complicates things. That's a big order.
Very interesting because, you know, the Election Commission has come under the scanner in recent months. Particularly the manner in which the appointments have been made and some of the decisions taken by the EC. So clearly the court stepping in. You know, we might as well hand over this country to the Supreme Court. They're deciding everything from whether SEBI should be investigated, whether who appoints election commissioners. I mean, as long as...
No, but this is a good order. You should compliment the Supreme Court for coming up with this order.
No, but
the fact that there will be now a leader of the opposition, the Chief Justice of India and the PM in a panel appointing the ECs and the CEC, it's a landmark order. You know, but this is really the biggest thing that's happened since the morning.
If you remember, there was earlier the whole notion of a multi-member election commission that came in after it was felt don't give all the powers to one. When TN Session was there, eventually it became multi-member. Now, what does this suggest though, Rahul? It suggests somewhere that even the court has no faith in the in the EC's neutrality and is suggesting that the executive is appointing its people. Why else is this order? So it is in a way putting a check or a balance on what is seen otherwise to be an executive that is completely unchanged.
I have a very practical question.
It's a good thing, but what does it say about our executive? A SEBI order. The Election Commission order. Somewhere you do not have faith that the government of the day will ensure that SEBI acts independently. Hence, you're putting an expert committee. The government of the day will not appoint election commissioners in a bipartisan, neutral manner. You're saying have a leader of the opposition. I mean, the fact is that you're sending out a message. The executive of the day is being checked constantly by the judiciary. Good.
Thank God for that.
Thank God for that. But the executive, will it appreciate what it means?
But there's no option now. The opposition is there.
I have a practical question, Rahul. Yes. You said it's a landmark judgment. Of course it is. But do you think CBI is independent? Means the mechanism
but CBI is much more professional than many other investigative agencies.
But eventually the government can use the CBI the way it has been using because we have seen cases. Most of the time the opposition keeps talking about this.
Of the Congress is with us. Supriya, bear with me for a moment. The story is just broken, so I come to you in a moment. Anisha, give us details. This massive, big breaking story coming from the Supreme Court. Now the ECs will be appointed in a manner very different from what we've seen so far.
Well, yes, Rahul, we've seen this very, very big judgment coming in from the Supreme Court where the unanimous verdict from the 5 judges bench, and my colleague Kanu was inside the court where this judgment has been done. And Kanu will be able to tell us the details of the exact judgment because the court has very clearly said that the appointment of CEC has to be done on the same lines as Director CBI with the Chief Justice of India, the Leader of Opposition and the PM representative all on the panel. Kanu, what else has the court said?
The court has taken the line that for independent election commission, we need to have a independent panel, which will, until the law is framed on this, we will have a similar selection panel which selects the CBI.
And so, Rahul, clearly the court is saying that the format that is being followed at this moment is not enough, that there needs to be a law properly created to ensure independence of the Election Commission. Because remember, this set of petitions had not just called upon the court to look into appointment of the CECs, they'd also said that the independence of the Election Commission itself is under question. And that was a big point that had been raised in these petitions that were heard before a 5-judge bench. And the court has very clearly said that till a clear law is passed by the parliament to formulate an independent election commission appointment system, till then the same format as the CBI director's appointment has to be followed. Now,
have you heard from any of the government lawyers on this? What was the government's case while the hearing was on? Because this is something which obviously no government will like.
Well, Rahul, during the hearing, the government had been continually saying that the Election Commission is independent, that there is a 1991 law which says that, which has Sangma will be able to explain this exactly.
Under the 1991 Act, the present Act says that the 6 years tenure should be there for any election commissioner to be appointed as the chief election commissioner. But we have seen in the arguments made by the centre that there were hardly any people who have reached the election commission and stayed there for 6 years. There are barely 2 examples which are being, said by Attorney General during the hearing. But this was actually a point of trigger for the court to interfere and set the panel today.
And Rahul, if you see the observations that have been made, this is a very clear and very scathing observation that has been made, that any process that seeks to improve the election process before this court must be considered. Once results are out, matter largely becomes a fait accompli, that power becomes goal of political parties. What is disturbing and the substance of the complaints of the petitioner is the sullying of the process of gaining power, and democracy can succeed only as all stakeholders work on it to maintain the purity of the election process. Scathing comments coming in from the Supreme Court about the election process, about the purity, about needing a rule of law and a promise of avoidance of nepotism in this particular matter. They've also looked into the nota option, which says that, and they've observed that this shows the electorate's dissatisfaction with the process that is going on with the candidates right now. The qualities of competence has been flagged by the court, that there has to be qualities of competence and independence in the Election Commission, that EC has to be independent and cannot claim to be independent but act in an unfair manner. And that is a very, very clear statement coming in from the Supreme Court, which says that EC has to be independent. It cannot claim to be independent.
Okay, let's get some political reactions on this. Supriya Shrineth, who heads social media for the Congress, now joins us. RP Singh of the BJP is with us. Supriya, this big breaking story, a panel comprising the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, Leader of the Opposition, shall henceforth determine who gets to be Election Commissioner in India.
I mean, quite frankly, it bears testimony to the fact that elections in this country cannot be held ransom to the whims and fancies of the ruling party. There is no other way that I interpret this decision. I think this decision should be welcome and it should be lauded. But it's also a very sad commentary on the politics of our times, that the highest court in this country has had to step in and say it has to be done in a bipartisan way because we do not have faith. It's essentially the court saying we do not have faith in what the elected government is doing with the electoral process. And we've seen this. We've gone with complaints to the Chief Election Commissioner. We've gone to an entire body of the Election Commission. No action is taken. Blatant violation of electoral rules by the BJP, including the Prime Minister. No action taken. And we've also known how the phone of a former election commissioner was being tapped by Pegasus. So it also bears testimony to the fact of how rotten the system has become under the BJP.
So that RP Singh, you're winning in Tripura, you're doing well in Nagaland and in Meghalaya, you could be in government, but the Supreme Court landing this big blow, saying that there must now be this bipartisan committee which includes the Leader of the Opposition and the Chief Justice of India, who will determine how election commissioners are appointed in this country, sir.
Well, how do that make a difference on the decision of the election commission? I mean, we accept, okay, whatever.
Give me a moment. Prashant Bhushan is one of the petitioners in this case, speaking at this moment. Senior advocate
while the hearing was going on.
Prashant sir, just one question, single ID. एक सेकंड
नहीं
सर करो सर आज जो फैसला है इलेक्शन कमीशन को लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का किस तरह से देख रहे हैं, ऐतिहासिक फैसला?
बहुत ऐतिहासिक फैसला है जो लोकतंत्र के ऊपर बहुत असर डालेगा, क्योंकि आज तो हम देख रहे थे कि इलेक्शन कमीशन बिल्कुल सरकार के इशारों पर नाच रहा था, और उसका एक कारण ये था कि सरकार जिसको चाहे बना देती थी। ये अरुण गोयल को भी इसी तरह से बना दिया गया। जब हमारी पिटीशन पेंडिंग थी, सुनवाई शुरू हो गई थी, एक ही दिन में उसको ले आकर सेक्रेटरी से इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अपॉइंट कर।
लेकर जो बहस चली आ रही है वो खत्म होगा, इससे एक हल निकलेगा इस फैसले से?
हाँ बिल्कुल निकलेगा।
Okay, that's Prashant Bhushan getting a victory out of the Supreme Court after a long time.
No, it's a huge, it's a huge verdict, and it clearly shows in a way. I think Supriya has a point, and maybe Sardar R.P. Singh wants to respond to that. That a message has been sent to the political executive. You can't simply appoint election commissioners without giving, ensuring an element of neutrality. Where are the TN Sessions of the world? You're appointing pygmies, where once there were people who could stand up to the political executive.
Well, is that question to me now?
Yes.
Okay. Rajdeep, I'm sorry. I mean, your definition of the election commission is not beholding the media ethics. I mean, when you call a election commission a pygmy, I mean, it's very sad. But that point aside, we appreciate the Supreme Court's verdict, and it will be adhered to. But point is that what decision of election commission has been challenged. I mean, if you have anything to challenge, go and challenge that in the court, and let court give decision on the election commission's decision. When they have anything to say, they can say, okay, this part of the election commission decision is not right, or this is not as per the parameter. But this is a general statement which has been given to the Supreme Court, and then you are saying that election commissioners are pygmies now. It's not that.
They effectively question the manner in which election commissioners are appointed by the political executive.
Thank you. But how does it make a difference on the decision of the election commission? When our election commissioners doing any favor? I mean, people challenge EVMs. The parties challenge EVM. Election commission said, come, let's discuss EVM. Let's challenge EVM. We are giving you EVM. You get your best of the people. And to this extent, that Kapil Sibal was seen when he was in Congress, was seen in London into some shady press conference where EVM was challenged. Or Saurabh Bhardwaj here in Delhi took some decoy EVM or some toy in the assembly and said, oh, this EVM is hacked. So I'm saying,
actually, you haven't read the judgment, Sardar R.P. Singh. There are some very scathing remarks in the judgment. It says political parties have a reason not to seek a law which is clear to see. A party in power will have an insatiable quest to remain in power through a servile commission. There is a huge role in money. There's a huge role of money and power and criminalization. The selection of the election commissioner will be done by a panel headed by the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Chief Justice of India. Make no mistake, this is a very, very scathing order from the Supreme Court, which is not minced its words in what it said. Go on.
Well, so I'll appreciate Supreme Court should have pointed out particular subjects or particular instances where they could have said, oh, election commission was wrong here. I mean, this is a very generic thing. I mean, why didn't they hold election commission for specific tasks which election commission has done and say, okay, you are wrong here and you are not following the law or norm?
But that's not really the point. The fact is that the Supreme Court has come up with this order, and that order must be respected. You have a different matter that you are raising, and here's what Justice Rohtagi has said. Grounds of removal of election commissioners should be the same as that of the Chief Election Commissioner. Service conditions should not vary. Now that is interesting. I've also got more breaking news. Now I don't know what's happening. It's not because we're anchoring this morning, but just happens to be one of those kind of mornings that B.S. Yeddyurappa, who so far was really out in the back burner in the political wilderness of Karnataka after being sacked as Chief Minister, will be most likely the campaign committee chief of the BJP. Sources say the BJP will fight the Karnataka elections with Yeddyurappa and Prime Minister Modi as the main faces. BJP sources say not giving prominence to BSY could lead to losses for the BJP. Now remember, they've attempted twice over now to reduce the significance of BS Yeddyurappa. It's never worked. We saw how the Prime Minister recently, when he was in Karnataka, those images now on your screen gave pride of place to Yeddyurappa, and now if they fight the elections with him as the campaign committee chief, that's a big leg up for Yeddyurappa.
It is, and it's a recognition that, you know, this is the BJP which at election time forgets whatever has happened in the past, all animosities, all grudges, and sees who will win us the election. You know, you can have a Margdarshak Mandal across the country, but you can't have it in Karnataka. Yeddyurappa ji is, I think, 78 now, but he's still your most powerful Lingayat face. You had a Lingayat chief minister in Basavaraj Bommai 2 years ago, but clearly he doesn't have the same appeal as Yeddyurappa has. And Yeddyurappa comes, you know, is a recognition in the sense of the limitations of the BJP's next generation in Karnataka, and that's the BJP. You know, you wanted to change Biplab Deb, you went ahead, changed him because you recognized there was anti-incumbency. Their tracker polls must be showing that Basavaraj Bommai is clearly not attracting the same kind of...
no, but they dial back on mistakes.
That's right.
They wanted to get rid of Yeddyurappa for a long time, and with great effort, they did manage to achieve that. They figured it hasn't worked well. They figured that if they go with Basavaraj Bommai as chief minister into the polls, they'll get beaten in Karnataka. Therefore, they're now looking to make tactical changes. Is it already too late? Because remember, this is a government that has lots of charges against it. Or can Yeddyurappa and Prime Minister Modi help spring a comeback? Paulumi Saha joins us. She tracks the BJP very closely for us. Paulumi, give us your perspective on how Yeddyurappa was in the political exile, Vanvas, till recently. Now he's being rehabilitated and given pride of place.
That's right. Yeddyurappa, of course, has been someone who has been the biggest face of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Karnataka, the longest serving chief minister for the BJP in the state of Karnataka, 4-time chief minister as well, 3 times leader of opposition, so the tallest leader the Bharatiya Janata Party has in the state of Karnataka. Very recently, when the Prime Minister was in Shivamogga as well, which is, of course, Yeddyurappa's bastion, you saw those photographs of them holding hands at the rally and walking together, which the Prime Minister's office described as a special relationship is only shown in action. So this is probably, an extrapolation of that, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is already envisaging a bigger role for Yeddyurappa. Though he is, of course, someone who is not going to contest the elections, probably won't become the chief minister again, given, the rule of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's 80 years old at the moment, but they are, of course, thinking of appointing him as the election campaign committee in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the face which will be projected alongside that of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's in these Karnataka Assembly elections as far as the BJP's campaign is concerned. So everywhere where you see the Prime Minister's face, you will also see B.S. Yeddyurappa's face as well, given, as you've been discussing, he is, of course, the biggest face of the BJP in Karnataka, and also a Lingayat face as well. Lingayats comprising about 16% of the population, a huge vote bank, and a vote bank that the BJP depends on quite heavily in these elections, Rahul.
But Rajdeep, I want to ask you, the sheer fact that you have Yeddyurappa who's coming in as the poll panel chief, he's the one who's going to be in charge practically now giving the tickets. Now he's going to be giving it to his own people probably. So he's the one, if not the chief minister, then it is his chief minister if at all the BJP comes to power.
Look, I think Yeddyurappa was the one who blessed Bommai. It's one thing to have someone as your administrative face, but when it comes to elections, you need a Yeddyurappa. As I said, it shows the BJP's ability to course correct just before an election. Uttarakhand, they recognized that their government clearly was facing anti-incumbency. They changed 3 chief ministers in the space of 2 months. They recognized that Tripura with Biplab Deb, look at these numbers. Imagine if you had the same chief minister in Biplab Deb, they'd probably lose Tripura. So clearly they dialed back. Yeddyurappa is someone who has serious corruption charges against him in the past. His government was eventually seen as a government where his sons were benefiting, there were charges against him. You removed him as CM, but before an election, you've gone back to him. So I think that, it's a lesson for political parties that when it comes to elections, you are willing to be flexible, you are willing to make those adjustments, and you're willing to, embrace change. The Congress for the longest time has failed to do that. In all these three northeast states, I repeat today, Nefurio was an ex-congressman, Mukul Sangma is someone who's damaged you today, was an ex-congressman. Had the Congress and Trinamool been together, who knows what would have happened. And Pradyut Dev-Burman, yes, has taken an extreme position on Tripura land to grow, but the fact is he's an ex-congressman.
And that wasn't the reason why he left the Congress. And
sorry?
That wasn't the reason why he left the Congress. In 2019, he's the one who took Congress into Lok Sabha elections. And Supriya Shrinate, if you're with us, this is a lesson to be learned if you look at it. 2018, you're down to 2%. 2019 Lok Sabha election under Pradyut, you went up to 19%. He left, and look where you stand right now in Tripura. You could have made those amends much earlier. Supriya Shrinate, can you hear? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Supriya.
On Mr. Yeddyurappa. Mr. Yeddyurappa was shunted out of office on charges of grave corruption. Mr. Yeddyurappa was facing the might of the CBI. Of course, all cases dissolved and no evidence has been furnished so far. Mr. Modi is going to send his agencies and the might of the Indian state to the opposition leaders' doorsteps, but not against Mr. Yeddyurappa. The 40% commission government has now found a rescue and a savior in perhaps one of the most corrupt faces in Karnataka, Mr. Yeddyurappa. The same Mr. Yeddyurappa who was going to be put in mental coma according to the BJP in the Margdarshak Mandal, suddenly the Prime Minister feels obliged to hold his hand and walk because he's going to win elections. I'm sorry, this is not the smartest.
Winning elections matter. No, Supriya Shrinate. Supriya Shrinate, are you saying that political parties do not wish to win elections?
It's a compromise.
No, are you saying political parties do not wish to win elections?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Of course, we are in the quest for power. Of course, we want to win elections. But there is something called an ideological stand. This is an ideological cop-out. This is a complete ideological compromise. Why did you have to change Mr. Yeddyurappa? Why did you have to get in Mr. Bommai? Shouldn't these questions be asked? Why was Mr. Yeddyurappa asked to leave? Why was he shunted out? Because he faced grave charges of corruption. Today you are willing to endorse him. Today you are willing to walk step in step with him because suddenly he makes sense politically. I mean, I'm all for winning elections and obviously we will win Karnataka, Mr. Yeddyurappa or not. I frankly think we will win Karnataka hands down. But it also exposes the hypocrisy of the BJP.
No, but you can say all of this, Supriya Shrinate. The fact is, in Tripura, for example, the BJP removed Biplab Deb, brought in Manik Saha. At the end, this moment, they stand at 31. Now the BJP's realized that Basavaraj Bommai isn't doing a good job. They've made these tactical arrangements and very often they find the ways and means of crossing the finishing line. The Congress makes all the right moralistic noises but doesn't end up turning that morality into a political victory.
No. It's a sad day for democracy when somebody as senior and as a journalist I consider very highly in esteem says moralistic noises.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you have to win the election. They've made the tactical arrangement.
The story that you were just discussing, Rahul, the story that you were just discussing, the Supreme Court order is about morality in politics. So let's not keep morality at bay. Morality has to and must continue to be an intrinsic part of our politics. But I will also say, when you are in power with a brute majority like the BJP is in the center, it's easy to make these tactical changes.
But
let the BJP have a lesser majority.
Ms. Shrinate, isn't it a little hypocritical?
No,
because we can go into these
changes.
But Ms. Shrinate, we can go into these moral lessons and all of that aside. But doesn't it smack of hypocrisy? It smacks of hypocrisy because look at your own alliances in places like Bihar. You are in bed with the RJD. Isn't the RJD accused of corruption? You yourself have done it earlier.
That's exactly what,
you just have to be smarter about it. It's politics.
No. One second. Preeti, you're wrong there. We do not shunt out chief ministers on charges of corruption and then make them in charges of campaign committees. That is the difference between us and them. I'm sorry, you can keep saddling the opposition with corruption charges. That doesn't mean that the opposition is corrupt and you are squeaky clean.
But,
you may
the
have
BJP will never accept that Yeddyurappa was sacked for corruption. They'll make the charge that he was removed because they wanted to bring a younger person in. Hey, here's what we know. With Yeddyurappa, the BJP is hoping to keep on to that Lingayat vote bank. In his absence, it would have been difficult for the BJP to retain the Lingayat vote bank. The Congress too in Karnataka, make no mistake, has a chance. You've got Mallikarjun Kharge as a Dalit face, you've got DK Shivkumar as a Vocaliga face, you've got Siddaramaiah as a very prominent OBC face. That's a powerful combination. The BJP realized that the situation was tricky, they need it. And remember, Yeddyurappa is no favorite of Messrs Modi and Shah. So the fact that they've brought him back also shows how they're willing to make political adjustments, the kind that the Congress often isn't. Pradyut Dev Burman in Tripura was an erstwhile Congress person, left. Manik Saha was earlier in the Congress, left. So they've made the kind of changes. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the biggest example of somebody who was in the Congress the longest time, left and has completely changed the face of Northeast politics. So those are the kind of political changes the BJP has shown. Far more politically adept in the modern day Congress, and that's really, Rajdeep, where the Karnataka battle gets exciting. So far, the Congress thought they were comfortably home. The BJP doesn't buy that. Look at the sheer effort Prime Minister Modi himself and Home Minister Amit Shah are making. They don't think this is a lost battle. The polls show they are trailing. Internally, they know they're in a tricky situation, but they're like Kohli in that match against Pakistan. They think, jab tak hum batting kar rahe hain, why accept defeat?
No, they're never going to accept defeat. I mean, that's been the Modi-Shah way of doing politics. They will fight you till the very end.
They accepted defeat in the MCD election. But in MCD, they never fought with that same intensity, thinking, oh, it's a tough one.
Karnataka is critical because if the Congress doesn't win Karnataka, the Congress has nothing to hold on to going into 2024. Karnataka is the one state where the Congress has a very strong local unit, where you have the Siddaramayas, you have the Shivkumars, you have local leaders who have their own entrenched vote basis. So for Congress, Karnataka is critical. The BJP knows that. The BJP knows perhaps that it's on the back foot in Karnataka. 5 years of government that has been extremely patchy. And therefore, this is your last stand. You've put your, you've recognized that perhaps without Yeddyurappa, you have no chance in Karnataka. Therefore, you need to go back to your tried and trusted soldier. Supriya Shrinate says it's a sign of compromise that the BJP is making with corruption, and she's probably right in the sense that, in a world where morality matters, you could argue that the BJP has compromised with a leader who was tainted by corruption charges. However, politics is jo jeeta wo Sikandar. That's how elections are fought in this country. And the BJP will hope, therefore, to stop the Congress in Karnataka. I want to know what is the Congress going to do to ensure that it fights a better battle in Karnataka than it has fought in the Northeast or fought in certain recent states. The best news for the Congress, Supriya Shrinate, let me give you some good news, is coming from Kasbapet, where you've actually had an alliance that seems to be working on the ground and you're snatching a seat away from the BJP that it has won for the last 20 years. Now, are you going to fight Karnataka, or are you all going to sit and, all your leaders sit in Delhi and invest much more in Rahul Gandhi's image than in actually fighting an election?
Can I make a point, please?
No, I completely disagree, dispute, and, admonish your statement. I think that's a very uncharitable manner of speaking as far as our leadership in Karnataka is concerned. No matter what the BJP does, and I'm telling you this here, we will win Karnataka hands down. We are going to win Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan as well. I'm saying this to you on national TV. Karnataka is saddled with corruption charges. It's a corruption government.
I've recorded this on the 2nd of March at 11:32. Supriya Shrinate says Congress winning Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan.
But what else is she going to say?
I mean, she's a former journalist.
Journalists often get their political punditry wrong.
So, put it out when we speak next.
Okay,
put it out when we speak next. But all I'm saying here, Rajdeep, is that Karnataka we are going to win hands down because Karnataka government is saddled with charges of grave corruption and misgovernance, and we are not the ones saying it. People within the BJP have raised these charges. People have written to the Prime Minister on corruption charges, who's chosen to look the other way. Karnataka is ripe for change, and Karnataka is where the BJP is trying to make its hate.
Supriya, what was your narrative, Mr. Nate? What was your narrative during Gujarat? That the Gujarat government is completely corrupt.
Karnataka is a government by stealth.
The narrative was the same, Mr. Nate, in Gujarat.
I mean, I don't understand why. No, absolutely not, Preeti. You are wrong there. You're making a wrong comparison. Preeti, I'm saying this to your face.
Mr. Nate, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Six rallies.
Gone all the way to the Prime Minister.
Madam, 6 rallies, 3 of them only which were addressed by Rahul Gandhi went out and said exactly that.
The Prime Minister can do 60 rallies in Karnataka.
What is the comparison?
Preeti, the Prime Minister can do 60 rallies in Karnataka. The BJP will still lose Karnataka. I'm telling this to your face.
Is that the fact that the Congress didn't do one in Tripura? Because Mr. Nate, is that the fact that the Congress didn't do one in Tripura?
What sort of I mean, I don't understand. What sort of a comparison are you trying to make here?
I'm telling you.
How are you comparing Karnataka
Mr.
to
Nate,
Tripura?
Mr. Nate, it's not okay, because it's elections and the Congress should be in the business of winning elections, be it Karnataka, Gujarat or Tripura.
Preeti, the problem with you is you are not... Preeti, I'm not here to make a duel with you. You are making an absolutely erroneous, wrong comparison. In Karnataka, we have an extremely strong unit that has taken on the BJP. And please remember, even the present BJP government is a government through stealth. They undermine the electorate's mandate. No. And in Tripura, we are a junior partner in an alliance. The electoral realities are very different. We are not as strong in Tripura as
but the electoral realities were very different some time back, ma'am.
Dominant force. You're making a wrong comparison.
Okay, here's the reality of the politics of Karnataka. If the Congress can't win in Karnataka against the BJP, given what's happened in the past 5 years on the watch of this BJP government, the Congress can't win anywhere. It's as simple as that. They've got the leaders, they've got the machinery on the ground. The BJP government is saddled with the anti-incumbency of the last 5 years. So this is where and which is where some of Supriya's confidence comes from. She's not as confident about Meghalaya, Nagaland or Tripura, where she realizes the Congress is in a very weak spot now. This is where they sense a chance. And some of these arrangements being made by the BJP make the battle more exciting. But let's come back once again to Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, where now, Rajdeep, unlike what you were hoping for just a short while ago, the BJP comfortably poised. So Pradyut Dev Burman with those 11 seats won't really be able to do very much. Left Congress at 15. They're crossing the majority figure. In Nagaland as well, along with the alliance partner, the NDPP. And NPP at 26, BJP at 5 is just perfect for Conrad Sangma and the BJP to come back together.
Conrad Sangma has done terrifically. You know, to have got 26 seats, more than he got last time. He's he's one of the newsmakers of the day. He will go to Hemanta Biswa.
What song would he be humming tonight?
What song? You know, he didn't. He Ruk jana nahi, tu kahin haar ke.
Why would he be singing Ruk Jana Nahi?
He likes the song. But that's one of the songs he likes. But look, the fact is that he's done remarkably well. So 26 plus 5 is a great day for Conrad Sangma. Nagaland, as I said, was expected, given that there was really no opposition there. Tripura again, huge win for the BJP. And Pradyut's, best hope of a hung assembly is not going to work. So that excitement that we had an hour ago, it's a bit like the India-Australia match. Australia looked like they were cruising at one stage. They've lost 6 wickets for 11 and India back in the game. So that's what's happened there. But my own sense is, the BJP is the story of the Northeast. The Modi government has had a bad day at the Supreme Court and they've had a good day at the elections.
Gautam Adani, chairperson of the Adani Group, has just tweeted, and I want to take our viewers through what he's saying. This is in response to the Supreme Court setting up an expert committee and telling the SEBI that they must file their report in 2 months. Gautam Adani says the Adani Group welcomes the order of the Honorable Supreme Court. It will bring finality in a time-bound manner. Truth will prevail. Gautam Adani. So that's coming from the chairperson of the Adani Group, welcoming the Supreme Court committee.
What else is he going to say at this moment, Rahul? But I think it's a good sign. I think we need to get clarity from SEBI and we need to get it hopefully from the Supreme Court, not in a sealed envelope, but put out. But I think the other big story is what you said earlier, the order by the Supreme Court on the EC. I think that's a huge hit for the Modi government.
Story.
I mean, that's the biggest story because I think somewhere it sent out a message that you can't have executive appointments being done without checks and balances. So the BJP has
a move in the right direction.
Yeah, the BJP has every reason to celebrate the Northeast. I think it's a huge day for the BJP in the Northeast. But I equally do believe that you cannot have what some have called the tyranny of the elected, the fact that because I'm in political, I'm the party in power, I can run roughshod over constitutional bodies.
No, but so has the Congress. One second, Rajdeep. When the Congress was in power, many of the election commissioners, I won't want to take any particular names, did exactly the same thing. This is a good thing for democracy.
But you're calling
this is a good thing for checks and balances in a constitutional framework.
But the BJP came to power as a party with a difference, or claimed to be a party with a difference.
No, but the Supreme Court makes that point in the order today that every party would naturally want to have people conducting the elections who they think are favorable to them, and that's what the Supreme Court is trying to change. It's a landmark judgment and must be welcomed by every right-thinking citizen in this country. We're slipping into a break. We have a lot more. Remember, in a short while from now, Minister Jaishankar will be meeting Qin Kang, the Foreign Minister of China. This is the first bilateral meeting on Indian soil in this whole G20 framework. There's also a meeting with Anthony Blinken, who will be speaking to the India Today group this evening. That's a big exclusive you should watch out for. Our colleague, India Today's Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan, will be doing that big interview. So we'll slip into a break. We have a lot more we are tracking this very newsy Thursday. Details coming up on the other side from the Northeast, from the Supreme Court, and from what's happening at the G20. Back in a moment.
जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Leader must have a vision. We will continue to work with the developing and the developed world for win-win solutions.
Nature had of course willed the survival of the fittest.
हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी को अपनाए हुए हैं.
एक साल के अंदर राहुल कन्वर की कार जो होगी वो इलेक्ट्रिक की होगी.
There is a confrontation of competing visions.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is back. The Terminator star is all set to return with an upcoming comedy series titled Fubar.
I'm back, baby.
The drama will address normal family concerns set against a worldwide backdrop of espionage, action and humor, forcing characters to work together as partners.
Back, baby.
Ow. That's what you get for being sentimental. The 8-episodic series will also feature Monica Barbaro, Jay Baruchel, Fortune Famester, Milan Carter, and Travis Van Winkle, among others. Fubar will premiere on 25th May on streaming giant Netflix.
I'm back, baby.
Ow. That's what you get for being sentimental.
In a crowded place, can you just imagine? It's unparalleled, the way it all just happened. If you can't have
Wow singer Sabrina Carpenter and Shawn Mendes are reportedly dating, and the couple was spotted strolling in Los Angeles.
Asking what it's like to be loved like this, to be recognized behind the scenes. Make me vulnerable, you make me so vulnerable.
I won't lie to you.
The Treat You Better hitmaker was spotted wearing a pair of blue corduroy pants, a white shirt and a shearling-lined jean jacket for the outing, while Carpenter kept things casual in an oversized black sweatshirt and sneakers.
And you're spending all your time in this wrong situation, and anytime you want it to stop, I know I can treat you better than he can. And any girl like you.
The news of their dating comes as a surprise after Shawn Mendes was reportedly linked romantically with his chiropractor, Dr. Jocelyn Miranda. According to reports, the couple has been spending a lot of time together following Shawn Mendes' split from Camila Cabello after 3 years of dating.
I'll stop time for you the second you say you'd like me to.
World's biggest diplomatic event. Amidst India's first Big Bang G20 meet. First India-China talks since Ladakh standoff. Armies deployed, India and China shake hands. Can the two Asian giants make progress? India's top team decodes India-China handshake.
Okay, the story that we are tracking at this time is that Foreign Affairs Minister Jaishankar is meeting the American Secretary of State Antony Blinken, after which there will be a meeting between Qin Gang, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister, and the Indian Foreign Affairs Minister. Joining us for perspective on these crucial meetings are three people who understand diplomacy and foreign affairs very well. We've got with us on this broadcast Rajiv Dogra, Prabhu Dayal and Skand Dayal. So let me go across Rajiv Dogra first on the meeting between Antony Blinken and the Indian Foreign Affairs Minister. We saw what happened in the morning where Dr. Jaishankar welcomed all the foreign ministers of the G20 nations, the Prime Minister's very brief virtual address at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Given the disagreement that we've seen on the issue of the use of the word war in Bengaluru, what do you think Antony Blinken and Jaishankar would be focusing on most in their bilateral meeting just now? Rajiv?
Ukraine. And it's unfortunate that Ukraine...
Go on, sir.
The issue really is Ukraine and how to bring it in a manner that pleases the West, but at the same time, it will displease Russia and China. So that balance is really the key, and that will be difficult to achieve, as happened at the finance ministers meeting recently, and as had nearly happened in Bali when Indonesia was the chair of G20. The other unfortunate aspect of all this is that economic issues were supposed to be always the key of G20. Political issues were not really meant to interfere in the economic resolutions of world's problems. Unfortunately, over the last few months, the change has taken place suddenly and drastically.
No, but what has changed since Indonesia?
Ukraine.
When that G20 summit happened in Indonesia, everybody agreed on certain wordings. Now they're opposing to the same wordings, including China, which at that time signed off on that resolution which included the word war.
Well, what has changed is the perception of America and its allies that China is now directly going to supply arms to Russia for its fight in Ukraine. That is the big difference, and they don't know how to handle it, because if China has really started supplying or is going to supply arms to Russia, then it is to the disadvantage of West's own arrangements in Ukraine, and it will also be strategically a signal to the West that, look, you are no longer fighting Russia in Ukraine, you may be fighting a proxy war with China also in Ukraine. And
but China has denied that report, that so-called supposed intelligence report which said China would be selling weapons or supplying weapons to Russia. They've actually come out and denied. So it's not as if The Chinese have officially come out and denied that report. If that was even partially true, they wouldn't have done so.
Well, Rahul, you are absolutely right. They have denied. But what else do you expect? Will they say that, yes, we are openly supplying arms to Russia? No, they want to keep that fig leaf with them because it gives them a tactical advantage. They don't want to confront America right now. In fact, they did not confront America even when their speaker, Nancy Pelosi, went to Taiwan. China showed great restraint.
I partly disagree with what you're saying in terms of the West selling weapons, because Prabhu Dayal, even before Bali, the West was providing weapons to Ukraine. So they may have provided tanks of the kind that weren't provided earlier, but it's not as if the supply of weapons to Ukraine is new. It's happened for a year now since the beginning of this war. So what do you think has changed from Bali, which leads to China now having its back up on the use of words which they'd agreed to in Indonesia?
Well, for one thing, there is greater polarization today than there was at the time of the Bali summit. The war has now gone on for over a year, and the positions of the two sides have hardened. Now, it's a very tricky situation because, as Rajiv mentioned, China will deny that it is supplying or intends to supply any weapons, but China is very devious and very deceptive. It will do what suits its own interest, and it will put on a facade of doing something else. So I suspect that the West's apprehensions may be well-founded, that now there is going to be an escalation of the conflict with Chinese weapons flowing into Russia, and therefore the West is also hardening its position. So I don't see any easy way out, and I don't think much has changed since last week when the G20 finance ministers met in Bangalore. So I don't really expect a communique to be something that will be worked out very easily. It will present very serious difficulties.
You know, Mr. Dogra, do you want to tell us, therefore, what is the best case result for India out of this G20 foreign ministers meet? What is the best case that we can get?
Well, I think ultimately, if worst comes to worst, there will have to be a statement by the chair. That means Jaishankar's statement, which sort of does not ruffle either West or Russia, China's feathers. That's the best way, because the compromise seems unlikely. And secondly, I think it will be good for Indian diplomacy if we try to restore the focus of G20 on economic issues, on the issues facing the global south of debt repayment, which has been sidestepped in finance ministers' meeting by passing on the responsibility to multilateral institutions, which is a very bureaucratic way out of a problem. So, best way out is very problematic. The best way out would be that if they leave with half satisfaction back to their capitals.
Right.
But
SR Dayal, now there's questions about whether the inability to come up with a joint communique would be seen as a blow for the host nation, or do you think it doesn't really matter? The theory that Shashi Tharoor, who's an expert in diplomatic affairs, he's also a member of the opposition, but what he says is go ahead with a joint communique with the wordings changing to suggest that a majority of the nations were of the view, acknowledging the fact that China and Russia had a different viewpoint, but don't go away from having a joint communique. How important does the presence or absence of a joint communique become in determining whether this meeting was a success or a failure?
See, we should not lose sight of the fact that all these meetings, whether finance minister or foreign minister level meetings, are preparatory to the actual summit. These are not the final destination. These are not the final communique. These are preparatory. So we should not be too much concerned about a communique, joint communique, accepted communique at this stage. Unfortunately, the timing of Foreign Ministers' Conference has not been properly chosen. It is just a week after the first year of Ukraine-Russia war, and everybody is very primed up, and this opportunity forum will be used by the West to attack Russia. Russia will be forced to defend itself. There is absolutely no chance of having a joint communique, we should not even spend too much of political capital on that. We
No, but
should
they couldn't
just-
have delayed, but there was a calendar in place for G20. Now that calendar cannot match, what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. There are 20 countries here. So Russia cannot become the centerpiece necessarily. There are other issues of the global south that will also be raised.
Exactly. So India's emphasis and focus should be to shift the agenda to economic matters. So the two sessions, first session is on multilateralism, food and energy. Second session on counter-terrorism, which remains a very important point for India's concern. So why should we be guided by the Western or Russian agenda? We should be guided by our own agenda of the global south, and agenda of the majority of the group of 20 countries. So I do not see much importance being given to a joint communique, which is absolutely not possible.
Okay, so you're saying don't hype up the joint communique, it's unlikely to come and that can't be the yardstick to determine success or failure. The other question, of course, what happens in that big meeting in Kang, the new Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister and Dr. Jaishankar, which starts in a few minutes from now once the meeting with Blinken finishes. Prabhu Dayal, given the impasse on the border in the Depsang and Demchok sectors of the line of actual control, and given the fact that Xi Jinping is likely to visit India twice, once for SCO and the other time for the leadership summit of the G20, is there likely that there could be a dialing back of some of the hostilities, or will things stay the way that they are?
Well, first let me bring in a cricketing analogy.
Go for it.
Growing up, my favorite batsman was the legendary Dilip Sardesai because he could bat in difficult conditions. India is batting in difficult conditions. There is the Russia-Ukraine war, which brings in its own impact. There is the border tension with China, which doesn't seem to be going away. But India is like Dilip Sardesai. It will bat it out and do well in these difficult conditions. Now, as regards the bilateral meeting with China, I don't expect any huge breakthrough. But for sure, the subjects relating to the escalation of tension and the issues of de-escalation will certainly figure in these discussions. Foreign Minister Jaishankar will take up the thorny issues with the Chinese Foreign Minister. Whether or not there will be a way found for coming out of these difficult situations, I don't know. But they will certainly figure, and it will depend on the realities of the ground situation. What is the brief which the Chinese Foreign Minister is carrying?
SRTL, what do we know about the new Foreign Minister of China? How do his policies, his worldview compare with Wang Yi, the previous Foreign Minister?
This is to me?
Yes, sir.
I think Qin has been ambassador to United States, and apparently he has a little more appreciation of the Western position, etc. But in China, President Xi Jinping is the supremo, and whatever signals he sends, everybody down the line will follow that signal. But it is a good opportunity. Our EM has been meeting Mr. Wang Yi very often, several times he has met. Now Mr. Qin is a new player on that level at the horizon, so at least there will be breaking of ice and there can be some more communication. And as Ambassador Prabhu Dayal said, one really should not expect any breakthrough, but hopefully there will not be any new provocation by the Chinese side in the coming summer, either in Galwan area or in Arunachal Pradesh area, and that is the best we can hope for. That can be, but that ultimately the signal will come from President Xi Jinping and not from the Foreign Minister of.
Is there greater pressure, Rajiv Dogra, on Xi Jinping, given that he is likely to visit India twice this year, to at least ensure that there is some semblance of normality, or at least heightened tensions are dialed down on, or does it really not matter to him? He thinks he's Lord and Emperor of the world and can do as he pleases.
No, Rahul, you've given both sides of the issue, and I quite agree with that. The visit by itself is not vital to any leader, be it Xi Jinping or someone else, when it comes to national interests. Now, what are China's national interests at the moment? That is the battle of wits between China and America, and the battle for supremacy. So that is the fundamental issue. Whether it will lead to a new Cold War or whether it will lead to a new friction leading up to some kind of a conflict remains to be seen. But what is happening today is interesting by itself. Firstly, Blinken is meeting Jaishankar, or they are meeting before the meeting, Jaishankar's meeting with the Chinese foreign minister. So will some message also be conveyed on behalf of America to China through Jaishankar? That is point one. Second, Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart are meeting in that capacity for the first time, and both are frank in their thoughts and speech. So whether it leads to frank exchange of views and thereby thaw, or whether it will lead to a little more complicated situation remains to be seen. But I don't expect a major breakthrough at the moment, despite conciliatory statements of the Chinese foreign minister before the foreign ministry, before the departure of their minister. But it is a sensitive time, but it is also a good time for the two leaders to meet.
Prabhudel, will the opposition have its knives out? We've already seen from some former diplomats, members of the opposition, panditry around the absence of a joint communique in Bengaluru, which all of us believe might get repeated in Delhi. Is that really some kind of a blow for the host country, or do you think, given the reality of the world as it exists right now, there's very little that Jaishankar with his all his diplomatic skill can really do to try and get the world to agree with Russia and China on what's happening in Ukraine at the moment?
Well, come on. Diplomacy is the art of the possible. And we can only reach success to the extent that it is possible. Of course, our focus is more on highlighting the issues of the global south. Prime Minister has repeatedly said that India's G20 presidency will give a voice to the global south. He has also pointed out that multilateralism is in a crisis today and that global governance has failed. Therefore, giving the importance to the voice of the global south is very important, and our focus will be on that.
Interesting, as we are saying, I think this is a remarkable morning actually that's taking place. You've got lots happening in the Supreme Court. You've got major diplomacy at the G20, and you've got an election in 3 states. And, we're trying to navigate.
In that election, Mukul Sangma is actually trailing.
So,
Mukul Sangma is coming in at number 3.
In one of his 2 seats. I think he's got 2 seats.
Trailing in both.
He's trailing in both, which is interesting because, he was seen as the...
Tikri Kila, he's coming in at 3rd after the 4th round. He's got 11,598 votes.
So,
what's also interesting is in
NPP's
Tripura,
Jimmy Sangma is leading with 12,375 votes.
So you're telling me Trinamool Congress is leading in 8, but they do not include the 2 of Mukul Sangma?
No, they don't, and Dr. Manik Saha is only leading by 200 votes.
And it's a very tough seat because he is contesting in Bardauli in Agartala, where the candidate against him is a congressman who switched back, had joined the BJP, switched back to the Congress, Mr. Avik, if you can check his name, who's contesting against...
Congress is leading against him.
Yeah,
but I'll figure out who the name is.
So effectively you've got seats. The Congress is leading in pockets where they've got strong candidates. Sudeep Roy Burman is leading at the moment. So you've got a few Congress candidates individually who are doing well in Tripura. But it'll be interesting if Manik Saha actually loses.
200 votes is what he's leading by.
Manik Saha.
Dr. Manik Saha.
Yes. Against?
I'll just...
there was a Congress
let me check.
who had switched sides, who had moved back from the BJP back to the Congress before the elections. So you've got an interesting contest
Very
there.
interesting
It was seen as one of the...
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Trailing by just 200 votes is Ashish Kumar Shah.
Ashish Kumar Shah, who was, who switched sides again, had even briefly flirted with the Trinamool Congress. So in the Northeast, you guys are very promiscuous, I'm sorry to say, politically promiscuous, Kaushik Deka. I mean, Mukul Sangma switches sides, politicians in Tripura. Assam is relatively better.
Well, it's one of those few states where
Assam relatively better.
Learn inclusivity from us.
Learn inclusivity from you. Okay.
No, it's one of the few states where polygamy is legally allowed.
Okay, we won't go down that route, but at the moment,
we'll have protests outside office.
It's legal. By the court. Supreme Court has mandated it.
But NPP holding on 26 seats is a huge achievement. It's probably the best performance by a party in a very long time in Meghalaya. A single party coming close to 30 seats hasn't happened in a very long time. So that's a huge performance. The others, 19 in Nagaland, I'm presuming includes a number of...
Nagaland, I want to mention.
Yes.
If you see the numbers, it's somewhere around 34, 35 or maybe 36. Last time, if you look at NDPP and BJP numbers together, it was 38, 26 for NDPP and 12 for BJP. Now, BJP is leading in all those 12 seats. They are maintaining their lead, but NDPP has actually lost seats. It's leading, if I go by ECI number, they are leading in only 20 seats. So, they are down despite the fact that they gobbled up the NPF, the primary challengers, last time, which was the leading party, the single largest party. So, actually, Rio, his own party is not performing that well. And you see the others number in Nagaland, it's somewhere 20 plus. Yeah, and it's 19 at the moment, but it's a huge number. Those are not NPF, those are not Congress.
The point at the moment, therefore, is that in Nagaland, the alliance clearly has sort of virtually monopolized the space. In Tripura, where there was for a moment a belief that the BJP was below 30, it's at 33, relatively stabilizing at this moment, and the left is less than half of that. So the opportunities for anything else but a BJP government now seems to have gone out of Tripura. But I think, a significant story that has played out today in Meghalaya, both for Conrad Sangma and the BJP. So the BJP's got a little bit of the anti-incumbency vote in their favor, doubled from 2 to 5, and Conrad Sangma is 27. He put a lot of, there is the belief that there was a lot of money power used in Meghalaya by the party in power. Obviously, they were in power for 5 years, but that alone doesn't explain this kind of victory.
Money power was used by BJP also, and
BJP
TMC also,
and
TMC
also.
also.
TMC also used money power, the TMC hasn't...
Massive campaign.
Yeah, so the TMC will be looking to reach 10. 10 gives them something to hold on to. They're now down to 5. That's what I thought. Trinamool Congress now is down to 5 in Meghalaya. UDP is up to 9. So the UDP, which was hoping that they could become kings, if not king makers, their opportunities are also reducing. Hemanta Biswa Sarma and Conrad Sangma just have to have a drink with each other, and it's all done in Meghalaya.
I want to ask Kaushik that in hindsight, then it's great that for Conrad Sangma and the NPP that he went alone, he went solo, because here he has so much in terms of bargaining chips.
That's the reason he has been fighting solo in every state. You look at Manipur, you look at Nagaland, you look at Arunachal Pradesh, he is trying to create a pan-Northeast party. And that's where the discomfort of BJP is.
But has he also read the BJP's politics?
Exactly. He knows that the BJP's Hindutva politics and this aggressive nationalism, it doesn't work in a state like Meghalaya. And that's why he has distanced himself from BJP when it comes to campaign. And he has showcased that when issues related to Northeast, CAA, he took a stand against BJP.
Mr. Shashank is a well-known former foreign secretary, very well regarded and respected. He's joining us on this broadcast at a time when Foreign Minister Jaishankar is meeting Qin Gang, the Chinese Foreign Minister. So welcome. Your thoughts on what you think is the most likely outcome of this meeting? How much of it would be directly in the context of India, China, and how much could potentially be in the context of the larger issues at play with the Russia-Ukraine war? So I'll put that question to Mr. Shang in just a moment. We're just about to have him live in a moment, and now there's multiple stories playing out at the same time. These results from the northeastern states, all the action in the Supreme Court, and then that big G20 meeting where these G20 foreign ministers, Rajdeep, will be meeting the Prime Minister later in the evening.
You know, I think what you're seeing at the G20 is India sort of showcasing itself as a nation which has space on the global high table. I think the optics of it for the Modi government are terrific. You know, that you're
No, but they're terrific if you manage favorable outcomes.
You know, the outcomes at the end of the day, we know the limitation. I mean, if we expect, as many of the diplomats have been telling us, something dramatic to happen when there is a war going on between Russia and Ukraine, to expect the G20 to resolve it, unlikely. But even if we can get a communique which reflects some of the concerns of the wider global south, India can well claim leadership of it. You see, all of this is about India claiming leadership. And you know, since we are trying to sort of, in a way, navigate what's happening with elections, it also gives the Modi government a chance to showcase itself. And you're seeing this across the country. The G20 presidency is being used by the Modi government to sort of sell itself as having arrived on the global stage. I think if you look at it, the Modi government suffered a big blow in the Supreme Court today, because there's a clear message that has been sent by the courts on the way in which institutions get compromised. On SEBI, my own view is that I think all sides, in the Adani's statement has reflected that, particularly the Adanis will be happy to get these couple of months where perhaps some of the noise will dial down, and the government will also perhaps hope that the noise dials down. They've done well in the northeast, obviously, but I think it's all about the fact that India, I think the government of the day wants to suggest that India's moment has come. And thereby use the optics of all these images that you're seeing of various foreign ministers landing there to suggest India is a critical player. Is it really? We don't know. You know, as I said, you're right, there could be a difference between the optics and the reality. But for now, the optics are perfect. I mean, you can't get better optics than this of India being center stage at a G20 summit.
Let's show our viewers what Prime Minister Modi and before that Minister Jaishankar said as the G20 Foreign Affairs Ministers meeting got off this morning at Rashtrapati Bhavan.
India has selected the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I'm sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed. At the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results.
Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction because that is what the world expects of us. The world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such.
Okay, this is one of the biggest diplomatic challenges of Dr. Jaishankar's exemplary career as an international diplomat, to try and see if he can bring these leaders who come with such divergent points of view to some kind of a consensus. Mr. Shashank has been former Foreign Secretary of India, very well-known diplomat. Mr. Shashank, welcome. How complicated do you think it is at this moment for Dr. Jaishankar to try and get these leaders to come to some kind of a consensus which allows for a joint communique to be put out at the end of these 2 days long dialogue?
Rahul, it's a very difficult phase. If in Indonesia we could have made some progress or given some direction for the future G20 summits, things would have been easier. Because, you know, Indonesia was the host last year, this year India, then Brazil, then South Africa. So the expectation was that G20 would be able to make a significant difference in the issues of poverty reduction, climate change, sustainable development goals, etc., and renewable energy, etc., all these things. But unfortunately, since last year, we have been held hostage to a European crisis, and there has been no solution to it. If you remember that this G20 was formulated at a time when UN security reforms and other international organizations reforms were stopped. There was no change in them. Secondly, there was an economic crisis. The banks were failing. There was issues of total recession in many countries. So at that time, G20 became more active to take care of the economic side. Now we find that G20 has two pressures. One is to take care of the aspirations of the global south, which we are trying to highlight. Also, we are trying to highlight the issues of various fuel, fertilizer, and food security. Whereas Europeans, rightly, they have their priorities and they want G20 to concentrate more on peace and security issues for Europe and the geopolitical issues involved, because they also have an impact on the economic crises which are forming in the developing world. So I think it's a difficult issue. So I have no advice to give to anyone. I think we just have to make sure that we continue to talk, we continue to find common ground where...
No, but how much emphasis would you lay on a joint communique? Do you think that matters? Is that how the outcome of this deliberation will be measured? Do you think, given the intractable differences, don't waste much political capital on trying to forge a joint communique, just go out with a summary statement put out by the host and that's enough? Get on with it without getting caught up in trying to achieve the impossible.
You know, one is a question of continuing process for finding a reconciliation of the irreconciliables. Second is a question that every meeting wants to have a joint communique. Every meeting wants to at least come up with a presidential statement. So that is only partial success. Real success is that in case we can continue to move from meeting to meeting and then reach a stage where countries like the NATO and Russia, they find that really there is no point in continuing with this struggle endlessly and having such a tremendous loss of life of people. And therefore, I think that's where they have to come to an agreement that do they accept the agreements which were reached in the past at the end of the Second World War to have the UN Security Council certain kind of framework, or do they want that framework to break down completely?
Okay, we'll slip into a quick break. We'll keep coming back to all the foreign affairs experts who are giving a sharp punditry on what to expect from this big meeting. But when we come back from a break, Pradeep Gupta is going to join us. His poll quite spot on. Just a couple of seats away from Tripura, but directionally he's got each of the three states bang on.
And that's all that you can get in these exit polls. You know, at the end of the day, we expect the exact numbers. I think he predicted 40 plus for the BJP in Tripura.
36.
36 to 44. Halfway mark, I think, was 40. But, you know...
33 is close enough.
33 is close enough. And you're right, it's a small state. So I think overall picture, Pradeep Gupta is again going to come out, no dancing, no laddus this time, but we'll still celebrate.
India Today Conclave 2023, March 17th and 18th, New Delhi. Listen to Janvi Kapoor, Malaika Arora, Anita Sengupta, Abha Adams, Hajar Chena Ramani, Dr. Ruha Shadab. The India Moment.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulged in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. It's been a terrific Thursday morning if you're a news junkie, because we've had news that has moved from elections to the Supreme Court to G20 to even the cricket match in Indore. Plenty of excitement all over the place. We started the evening though, or the morning rather. It's not yet evening, it's afternoon, with Preeti, Rahul and Kaushik with the elections. So we'll return back for just a moment to the elections to tell you the big picture. BJP set to win Tripura, BJP and NDPP alliance, or NDPP BJP alliance set to win in Nagaland, and Conrad Sangma will be almost certainly, it would seem, the next chief minister of Meghalaya, unless there's a final twist in the tail.
And the BJP at 33 out of 60. We're expecting Pradeep Gupta, the lead cephalogist for Access My India, to join us in just a moment. And if you see, Rajdeep, all three states very close to what the poll had predicted.
Absolutely, and I think, Pradeep does this in almost every election, and all credit to him, because small states are not easy to predict, and you can go wrong. I think Nagaland was the easiest of the three, given the kind of alliance that was in place at the top. But both Tripura and Meghalaya, good calls by Pradeep Gupta. But let's get Shama Mohammed and Shehzad Poonawalla, two young spokespersons of their respective parties, Congress and BJP, joining us. Shehzad Poonawalla, what's your big takeaway this morning? Was one eye on the Supreme Court and the slight little slap on the knuckles that the court has given you, or are you only focusing on what's happening in the Northeast?
Rajdeep, both the verdicts are victory for democracy, and where democracy wins, BJP is always happy. So I feel that today I have been blessed doubly by Ma Tripura Sundari, because in the Ashtalakshmi we are seeing Kamal bloom again, and even in the Supreme Court there is a push towards transparency, and I hope this transparency regime also penetrates into all organs of judiciary and others connected with democracy, not just restricted to one or two organs. So
you don't see what happened in the Supreme Court as a rap on the knuckles? Come on. The court has been very clear that the manner in which election commissioners have been appointed has compromised the independence of the institution. Be objective.
My dear Rajdeep, now no longer will we have election commissioners like Naveen Chawla. Why would that upset me, Rajdeep? You and I both know what Naveen Chawla used to do and what his antecedents were. So I think it is a step towards a positive direction. Please do not think that any victory for democracy is not our victory. But yes, I would definitely say that now it is time that we should not be in the cause of appointing our own selves. Maybe this kind of collegium where we have a very transparent mechanism to make appointments should inform all organs of government and democracy.
It's interesting.
I will leave it at that.
We are getting reactions of the kind that Shehzad has just given. That will the Supreme Court also agree to have a sort of a new system of appointing judges? You're telling the Election Commission how to appoint judges, you're intervening.
But that's a sharp take on the verdict.
That's a sharp take. I mean, at some stage, the Supreme Court will also have to raise questions. Shama Mohammed, you seem very glum. The Northeast seems to have made you glum. The good news is from your home city of... Actually, the good news for the Congress and the bad news for Shehzad Poonawalla is actually coming from their home city. Both come from Pune. And in Kasba Pet, which is a real RSS BJP stronghold,
you have cut me off unfairly, Rajdeep.
Sorry?
Rajdeep, you have cut me off halfway. You have not even let me speak about the results today. Please let me complete, Rajdeep. Then you can go to Shama. I'm sure she can be patient for 30 seconds. Let me make my opening comments on the election, please.
Go ahead.
Rajdeep, today I will say that the results that we are... sorry, Rajdeep, just 30-40 seconds. Today it is a divine verdict, Rajdeep. And I call it a divine verdict because it represents the philosophy of BJP, development in Northeast. And you see, the last 7-8 years, not just about one election or two election cycle, the last 7-8 years, the BJP has been committed to the cause of making the Northeast the growth engine of this country. Connectivity, women, social welfare, and the HERA project, that is highways, internet, railway, airway, ensuring that the people of Northeast are mainstreamed and they are not kept as some kind of ATM like the Congress used to treat them. And because of this consistent efforts, ensuring peace, prosperity, several accords, bringing in people into the mainstream, we have ensured that today the Northeast has participated in the progress and development story of India. And today you can see that...
Okay, your 40 seconds is up. Shehzad, you made your point. You made your point. Your 40 seconds is up. Now Shama Mohammed must respond. Shama Mohammed, respond. What's the big takeaway for the Congress today?
So before I come to that, he mentioned Naveen Chawla. Well, during our time, the PMO never called the Central Election Commissioner. The PMO never called the other election commissions. We know what happened last year. They were called to speak to them. That's an independent body. I'm very happy the Supreme Court has come down heavily, and Supreme Court has said that there should be a committee for the appointment of the Central Election Commission, including the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, and the Leader of Opposition. So definitely that's a slap on the Bharatiya Janata Party's face. When it comes to the election in Northeast, I look at Meghalaya right now, and I remember Mr. Amit Shah had a government, or the BJP had the government along with NPP. But what did he go and say in his speeches after? He said it is the most corrupt party, the most corrupt government. Wasn't he in alliance, or wasn't the Bharatiya? I remember the speech which Mr. Amit Shah gave. So what does he mean by the most corrupt? I want Shehzad to answer to that. So you fight against each other, and then of course you're going to join with them. See, these sort of politics, we do not believe in. The other thing is your BJP president, Ernest, if I'm not wrong, his name is, in Meghalaya says, there is no issue eating beef here. Everybody can eat beef here. So you can't eat beef in Assam. You can eat beef in Meghalaya, but you kill and burn alive people like Nasir and Junaid in Haryana because they were transporting a cow. Now, you got to be clear on what your ideology is. Can we eat? I want to know from Shehzad today, can I eat beef in this country or not? Does BJP, is it BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party okay in killing cow and eating beef? Because the Meghalaya president of yours says very clearly that you can. You have to have a stand on these things.
Those are state laws that can be framed by states. The BJP has a different, beef is mummy for the BJP in UP, yummy for the BJP in Assam and Goa, or the Northeast and Goa. That's not my comment. That was OAC. But just a minute. Hold your horses.
Can we just tell our
We've got someone joining us.
Yes, Pradeep Gupta is now joining us at this moment. And I just want to tell everyone watching at this time that Pradeep has had yet another remarkable day at the hustings, because no matter which party is winning, I want to take our viewers through what Pradeep predicted in Nagaland, where the NDPP is at 39. Pradeep had said they'd be between 38 and 48. Pradeep had said the NPF would be between 3 and 8, the Congress between 1 and 2. That's in Nagaland. And given that this is a small state with very few voters in every seat, this is very, very close to being bang on. Same is the case with Meghalaya, where Pradeep predicted that the NPP would be between 18 and 24 seats. The Congress would be between 6 and 12, the Trinamool between 5 and 9, the BJP between 4 and 8. As you look at Meghalaya now, again, very, very, very close to being spot on. Now remember, polls generally help you pick the direction. Pradeep is getting you as close to the real numbers as is humanly possible. In Tripura, Pradeep had predicted 36 to 45 for the BJP, left Congress between 6 and 11, the Tripura Mota between 9 and 16. Once again, very close to being correct for all three. The BJP just a little short of Pradeep's margin.
That could change.
Yeah,
that could also change.
But
so,
also
it
as
could
close
as close to Pradeep, at 36. So, Pradeep Gupta, you're smiling. We're not going to dance. Don't worry. We're not dancing today.
Very good.
We're not going to have sweet today.
But Kaushik could be offended.
Kaushik is offended.
You dance for Goa, you're not dancing for Northeast, Kaushik?
Yeah, dance and music is part of Northeast culture.
No. I've been banned by my family from dancing.
What did they say when you were dancing with Pradeep?
They think it's awful. They think it's awful. So do my friends at the club. So I've decided not to do it. Therefore, Pradeep Gupta, I ask you, what's your big takeaway from this? Well done, first of all. And which was the most difficult of these three states for you?
No, all three is very difficult state. Apart from number of voters in each constituency, I would say in Tripura it is 47 out 1,000 total electors, and 80% must have voted. In Nagaland, it is only 21,000 average voter size constituency. In Meghalaya, the voter size average is 33,000. And in Meghalaya, where 10 small and big parties are contesting, it is make our life further difficult to pick one. And in Nagaland, let me tell you, now it is 34 in Tripura, but in Nagaland, now see the likes of LJP, likes of Ramdas Athwale, likes of NCP, which is turning out to be a major opposition party now, which we predicted in our poll also, NPP. So there are total in these 3 states 25 small and big parties. And I think we could not predict as of now, though we should wait till the end for the Tripura. We are short of 2 seats in BJP Delhi and about 3 seats short of in left Delhi. Otherwise, all the 23 parties, small and big, are matching absolutely spot on.
No, in fact, as I said, BJP has gone up to 34. You predicted 36 at your lower end, so you could well be spot on as far as Tripura is concerned.
No, but can I just say that's unrealistic expectation? This is as spot on as spot on can be.
No.
Given that these are very small constituencies.
No, absolutely. I've told Pradeep the difficulty comes when you get the trend wrong. He's got all 3 trends spot on this time. So, Pradeep, you've got reason to smile.
Yes, and thanks to my team. Very difficult terrain. Very, very difficult terrain, northeast, and all kind of violence, all kind of traveling issues, all kind of not getting the right hotels at right place in difficult areas. So very difficult. No, it is very difficult. This is part of our job. Until and unless we reach out to the right voters, what we are going to do it?
Yes, Shahzad Poonawalla, you want to respond.
And you want to congratulate Pradeep, Shahzad?
Yeah, Rajdeep, I congratulate everybody who gets it right and then who sticks to the decisions or the results when they get it wrong, like they got it wrong in MCD. But having said that, my dear friend Pradeep, congratulations to you. Rajdeep, I just want to make a couple of quick points. First of all, Rajdeep, a lot of questions were asked about our comments on the on Conrad Sangma's party. These are the people, Rajdeep, who can't see eye to eye in Kerala and they hug each other in Tripura. These are the people who say democracy is dead every night, Supreme Court is compromised every night, independence of EC is questioned every night, and today when this verdict has come, today they are not saying the same tune. So I hope from today onwards they will stop singing the tune that EC and Supreme Court are agents of BJP RSS. I hope all the people and their cheerleaders in the media will stop making these statements ad hoc, which they have been doing till last evening. Thirdly, I want to ask a very simple question. Why aren't we today discussing that Congress is completely wiped out from Meghalaya? They have lost 17 seats, but look at their gusto that a party which has almost tripled its tally in Meghalaya, a Christian-dominated state, is now, today there is no dar ka mahal. Today they will still use the same rhetoric that the BJP is a communal party, is a party that espouses just one particular community's cause. This kind of politics of opportunism and politics of negativity are being rejected by the people of Northeast, and this will be rejected by the people of the country as well. And those who are asking me questions about NPP must first answer that how come they are enemies in Kerala and friends in Tripura.
You want to quickly answer that, Shama, because then we can... No, now let her answer.
Answer that. Yeah, so let me ask you, why were you in cahoots with the PDP? I can ask you that today. You are so against them. You were against them before you made an alliance, made a alliance partner, but you went in with it. Now here, Rajdeep is comparing the alliance of Congress with the left with what happened with the NPP. The NPP, you were in the government. You were together in the government, and then you come out, Mr. Amit Shah comes and criticizes. So
but Shama Mohammed, the fact is that whether it's in Bengal, whether it's in Kerala, whether it's now in Tripura, the alliance with the left is not working. Is there a recognition of that? That you can't, these are unnatural alliances. The Congress fought the left for 50 years in Tripura.
No, Rajdeep, I am from Kerala and personally against an alliance with left. I'm telling you that because I'm from Kerala. But what I'm saying is every state has, and you must understand one thing.
This is hilarious.
Let me finish it. Come on, Rajdeep, I'm not coming here for some guy who's a joker to laugh around like that.
Okay,
now, there are certain things. No, let me finish this.
I'm just looking at the
Shahzad, she did not intervene with you. That's not fair.
This is not. Now,
no, look, I can also give character certificates to these have-been spokespersons of the Congress. I did not call anybody a joker or I did not call anybody
you're being unfair.
any kind of language that
she was very dignified in not responding to your jibes. You must accept her jibes. That's okay. It's part of life. Go ahead, Shama.
Yeah, so what happens
Rajdeep, would you accept if you were called a joker?
I accept all kinds of things. I've been called worse than a joker. हमको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. जिंदगी चलता रहता है.
Then you please take it upon yourself.
Okay, I've called myself a joker. Now go ahead.
चलिए बोलिए
So
शमा जी आप बोलिए.
according to elections, we need to do whatever the alliance is. That happens, and each state wants what they want. That's the freedom the Congress party gives to every state. You have to understand that. But they can do alliance. They can call each other names, and then they will do this post-poll alliance now with MPP because they want to come to power. And one more thing on the beef thing. You said every state has the right to do what they want. I agree with you on that. But then why are you killing people in the name of beef? That is my problem. You keep killing innocents day in and day out.
No, but some of these are frankly comments that should be made during the campaign trail. This is the day when you sit and look at the verdict and assess why the numbers moved the way they did. You have to convince people about some of these issues during the campaign, not later. I have some important questions for Pradeep. ये बताओ कर्नाटक में क्या हो रहा है?
Radeep, Rahul, just wait and watch for Karnataka is going to be very tough to predict this time, let me tell you.
No, that we know.
And that's one of the few states that's one of the few states he got wrong this time, so he has to get it right this time.
Yes.
It's a tough one.
One thing, you can't get away so easily. Of course, it's tough to predict, which is why we're asking you whether Rajdeep and I would be telling our viewers what's happening. What's your sense of who's winning?
Especially on a day when the BJP has brought Yeddyurappa back as campaign committee chief.
So there are three key elements to Karnataka, if at all we are discussing Karnataka. One is that Congress has been very strong in Hyderabad, Karnataka region and BJP in Bombay, Karnataka region. And JDS has always been in Mysuru region. These are the three big regions which is having more than 2/3 of the seats. And other three regions contribute 1/3 of the seat. Now in Hyderabad, Karnataka, now you see after resuming the charge of Congress President, the Kharge, and also belonging to SC community, very interesting to see.
And he's from Hyderabad, Karnataka.
He's from Hyderabad, Karnataka. On the other hand, in 2019 election, BJP won 26 seats out of 28 seats. And when it comes to BJP, you cannot do the analysis without Narendra Modi, without discussing Narendra Modi. So can you imagine Congress winning 1 seat Lok Sabha and JDS winning only 1 seat in the state of Karnataka? The 2019, the biggest story for me was the Karnataka.
You know, so therefore,
one second, let's not get him. He can't get away. Go on.
The main important thing, how JDS performs. Even last time, JDS performed phenomenally good with 39 seats. So, Congress gone down to 80 seats. That is where the real crux lies. If JDS perform good in Mysuru region, then Congress is way behind. If BJP perform good in Mysuru region the way they did in Lok Sabha election, then it's all the way BJP. But Hyderabad, Karnataka region, I don't think as this point of time Congress is doing so good it used to be, despite of Kharge being the president.
But what the rumor is right now, that possibly the JDS goes with the BJP. Then what happens?
No, see,
you mean pre-poll?
Pre-poll or post-poll?
No,
pre-poll they can't afford.
No, of course not. They can't go with the BJP.
If they do,
that's impossible.
No way pre-poll. BJP's strategy that
post-poll, that is what the word is.
Post-poll people are not worried about. What happened post-poll people are never worried about. That's the job of bedroom or living room of leaders. That's not happening on the ground.
So I think the difficulty with Karnataka is simply this. It is, to my mind, the UP of the South. Because caste plays such a major role. And the caste dynamics change from region to region.
So let's press him.
So therefore, my sense, and I mean, the BJP has never got a majority in Karnataka on its own.
Yes, you are right, 100%.
Congress has. It was a traditional Congress bastion. Would you agree with the general belief? When we talk to people in their bedrooms or drawing rooms, as you say, they generally believe at the moment Congress is party number 1 in Karnataka and is in pole position to be party number 1. Do you go along with that? No, or do you believe that the BJP and the Congress are in the same range?
Let me tell you, I definitely don't agree what you're saying.
So in the same range?
No, he's saying BJP is ahead.
Or you say BJP is ahead?
Even last time, BJP secured, as far as vote share go, much less than the Congress.
But higher strike rate.
But higher strike rate because of old Mysuru region. Because BJP traditionally had almost no presence in old Mysuru region, which contributes the highest number of seats, which is 64. So, but after 2019, things have changed drastically.
No, so let me ask you a follow-up. Do you see this as being a bipolar contest largely between the BJP and the Congress? There's talk about how the JDS has weakened in the old Mysuru belt. Or do you see this still as being a triangular contest with the JDS holding on to some of its bastions in the old Mysore region?
I go with your second thought, which is the triangular contest, because you cannot rule out JDS at this point of time. They may have because of Lok Sabha election, they have not done well in Lok Sabha election, but in assembly election, you cannot rule them out.
BJP has brought Yeddyurappa back as head of the campaign committee. What difference does this make to BJP's hold over the Lingayat votes?
I don't think so, because here is the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes is going to play a vital role when it comes to decide whether BJP is winning or not winning. Lingayats were anyway with them and they will be with them. So that's not a point.
Does Kharge being Congress president play an important role in your view in trying to mobilize Dalit voters in favor of the Congress?
No, that is where the problem is. It's not only the Kharge, it's the Kurba votes also, where Sida Ramaya belongs to. So there are three things. One is for Congress, Sida Ramaya, then your Shiv Kumar, and then your Kharge. All three comes from three different regions.
What's the best bet for the Congress to pitch their chief ministerial candidate? Siddaramaiah or Shiv Kumar?
I would say if Congress can pick Sida Ramaya at this point of time as chief minister candidate, they have better chance.
Well, that's advice for the Congress.
No, most polls are showing Siddaramaiah as the preferred CM candidate.
No, that's different thing. But when you declared, is different thing, because anybody, an individual brings 1 to 2% extra vote for sure, and here is contest of only 1 to 2% in Karnataka particularly.
And he's trying to cause trouble, because if they bring Siddaramaiah, then Shiv Kumar has a meltdown, and Shiv Kumar, who's providing a lot of the campaign financing, is no longer as enthusiastic, and that could backfire. So the 1-2% extra with Siddaramaiah gets could be negated by Shiv Kumar then withdrawing into a shell.
Shiv Kumar only limited to Bangalore region and surrounding to that.
No, and financing.
Financing, let me tell you again, it's all the discussion of media and the living room of parties, but on the ground it doesn't make any difference.
So national television, your advice is the best bet for the Congress to go ahead in Karnataka is to project Siddaramaiah as their chief ministerial candidate.
No, I am nobody to advise any party. All I am saying, whoever party declare the CM candidate face always have the advantage of 1 to 2% extra vote than not declaring the CM.
You know, one of the highest percentage of Dalits is in Karnataka, and therefore, and they are also divided. The Madigas, for example, have a very different way of looking at it, and you've got Kharge and the Mahars who look at it differently. So it's not easy, but I think Karnataka will wait till April, May. We've got lots to look forward to.
Very exciting election.
But we,
and again, good food as well for you, Rajdeep.
Terrific food. I'm
Deka sulking again that you're talking Karnataka today.
No, we've been talking about
Mr. Deka. Now take it over. We've got about 6 minutes to go for 1 o'clock, where and as we leave, what for you out of all these results you've seen today from the Northeast has the one that has stood out for you?
Conrad Sangma's performance, undoubtedly. I didn't expect him to go 25. 25, it may increase also. And the way Mukul Sangma flopped, because at the moment it's 5 seats. One of the seats, Mukul Sangma is number 3. In another, he's ahead by only 77 votes. His brother
he's come ahead. He was trailing on the other one also till now.
So he's ahead by 77 votes. So you never know what happens next. His brother is probably losing. So when the family, 4 of them contested, and they are getting only 5 seats, it talks about Mukul Sangma's popularity, it talks about TMC, it talks about the campaign by IPAC. So the real story is how Conrad Sangma actually consolidated his position from last time. It was 19 seats last time, and he has beaten anti-incumbency. He has gone ahead of his father's legacy in some sense, because his father could not continue twice.
His father was only for 2 years.
Established himself as a clear superior
and he has established himself as a leader in Northeast, which is non-BJP leader with a almost pan-Northeast appeal.
That's an interesting way. So he's someone to look out for. Kaushik, it's been great having you and looking at the Northeast so closely. It's been a terrific morning.
Pradeep wants to get a word.
Yes, Pradeep, what's your final word?
Rajdeep, for you particularly, this time your critics is going to be saying that Rajdeep is not dancing this time because BJP is doing very good in all 3 states.
Then you have to dance.
Have you danced when BJP is one, Rajdeep?
Yeah, we danced
And you
last
have
time.
always been.
We danced in Gujarat.
Last time
We did
Himachal.
Garba. What do you want?
Himachal.
Arey, we did Garba.
No, you can
enough.
That
sing.
was always mixed bag.
Look, the
You can
fact
sing. If you don't dance, you can sing at least. You will
And
dance.
your critics will say, I'm not saying anything else.
Pradeep will
Dekho,
dance.
aisa hai.
Put on the spot.
No, don't say it too seriously.
You
He'll actually
see, I
start
sang
singing.
with the Shillong Chamber
So
Choir.
Pradeep will dance.
I
you will
sang
sing.
with the Shillong Chamber Choir, and my mother sent me a message, could you allow the choir to sing instead of you singing? And that's the problem. So I'll sing for you. And there's a lovely song which I sang with them, and we'll end with that because, you know, it's been quite a day where things have turned. Que sera, sera, whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Now, that's about all I'm going to sing.
Your singing
because
is better than your dancing.
my singing is reasonably okay. I know the words of the song. But either way, it's been fascinating. There's been plenty in the Supreme Court, plenty at G20 and the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and there's been plenty on an Indian
For the
election.
most part, the future is not ours to see. But if you are seeing India today, then very often before counting day, you do get to see the exact poll, which tells you what the future will say. So we keep hoping that you'll stay tuned to our coverage. And if you want to see more, you can go on to the India Today Northeast website. Lots of live analysis, details for every constituency coming up over there. So do catch the coverage on India Today Northeast. We'll slip into a break and we'll have a lot more for you all through the day. That big meeting between Qin Gang, the Chinese foreign minister, and the Indian foreign minister currently on at 5:45. All the foreign ministers will be meeting the Indian prime ministers. A lot to look forward to. Will there be a joint communique at the end of these deliberations? We'll find out. And Rajdeep's got some food.
That's right, I'm ending. Look at what I started off. I was hoping for strawberries. I'm ending up with grapes. Kaushik, please make sure next time.
Rajdeep, don't
Hope
say
it's
angur
not sour
khatte.
grapes.
Rajdeep, don't say angur khatte.
Acha, chalo. On that note, thank you all very much. Preeti, you were wonderful. And you can do much more, I think, with that dashboard, particularly because some of those margins are still very close and could change. But thank you all very much for joining us. It's been great having you. Bye for now.
So I think in general there is obviously much more digital advertising happening, and the platforms are becoming more active and influencers are becoming more active, because we do feel that this is going to shape advertising in the future in a very, very big way. So more than I would say, has it gone up or down, because the guidelines are very recent. I think what we can say is that just at an anecdotal basis, we are seeing a lot more influencers who are compliant. We are seeing the hashtags being used. We are seeing the paid partnership tags being used. So I think that's a great step. And we are definitely seeing more platforms also bringing in disclosure labels, so that there is a native way to kind of disclose your material connection. So I think influencers are taking this whole thing, I feel, in a really good way, in a very positive way, and using disclosure, not with any kind of pressure, but I think as a voluntary choice that they are making. And I think that is really, really great news.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's been a rise in digital ads. Digital influencing marketing is the newest thing on the block. Where do you think this will go? Will it take over the revenue, the ad spends that we saw for TV ads? Will digital advertising be the biggest advertising field in ad?
If you see the growth that it has, I mean, it's already kind of inching towards television growth. So television still remains the largest, but digital is now a close second. And the rate of growth of digital is definitely higher. So I think, I think all media will continue to grow. So it's not as if, that you will actually see a decline in any particular medium. But yes, I think just in terms of percentage split, I feel that digital is likely to take over television in the next few years.
gift well with Sleep Well.
Very good afternoon, viewers. We're getting you the latest, and it does seem it's a big day at the hustings where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, comfortable to form a government on its own, where Tripura is concerned, and possibly be a part of the government where Meghalaya comes into play, and comfortably home with their alliance partner in Nagaland. We're going to break it down, get you the latest. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. These are the headlines. State of war, Tripura heats up. BJP hovers around majority mark in Tripura. Sources suggest left parties are still in touch with Tripura Motha Foreign Alliance if the numbers turn, but doubtful. BJP, NDPP near two-third majority in Nagaland. BJP hopes to form government with NPP in Meghalaya. Crucial India-China bilateral talks in G20 meet. Jaishankar and Chinese counterpart Qin speak for the first time ever since the LAC flare-up. Top court orders SEBI probe on manipulations of stock prices in Adani Hindenburg case, says report to expert panel within 2 months. Adani welcomes move, says truth will prevail. Big top court verdict on appointment of Election Commission chief, says CEC must be appointed like CBI chief. Panel of PM, LOP and Chief Justice of India must appoint CEC.
World's biggest diplomatic event. Amidst India's first Big Bang G20 meet. First India-China talks since Ladakh standoff. Armies deployed, India and China shake hands. Can the two Asian giants make progress? India's top team decodes India-China handshake.
All right, let's get you the latest news break that is coming in. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Jaishankar's bilateral is about to begin at the G20. White House has reacted to Blinken's India visit. Secretary Blinken will reaffirm strength of bilateral ties with India during India visit. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will reaffirm the strength of the US-India bilateral relationship during his visit to India and will have the opportunity to discuss matters of shared interest. Officials have confirmed to our sources, have confirmed to our reporters. Blinken arrived in New Delhi on Wednesday night after his Central Asia trip. He's in New Delhi primarily to attend the G20 foreign ministers meeting. On the sidelines of the meeting, he will have a meeting with his counterpart from Quad countries and participate in a panel discussion with them. I want to quickly connect to our Foreign Affairs editor on what to expect in the meeting, which is to begin shortly, of the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken with Dr. Jaishankar. Geeta, what's on the table?
Well, a lot of issues when it comes to bilateral and regional, like you very rightly pointed out, Preeti. But yes, the Russia-Ukraine war, and owing to the war, the lack of consensus at G20 is certainly something that will also come up, because India would want to show a document that certainly has the signatures of all member states, and that certainly is not looking like a picture and a story that they'd be happy to tell at the end of the day, since there still is no consensus. While that is the case, there are a lot of security aspects that will be discussed. Counter-terrorism, certainly one of the major issues when it comes to the bilateral talks between India and America. The FTA also an area where a lot of forward movement has been made, but there has still not been a road map to conclude the free trade agreement between the two countries. So a lot on the table, but yes, the big elephants in the room, Russia and China, will certainly be a part of that discussion between Blinken and Jaishankar.
Geeta, where the Ukraine conflict is concerned, will there be pressure in India to confirm onto a side?
Well, not really. Right now, India is poised to be one of the global leaders and certainly holds a unique position of having absolutely brilliant ties with Russia and with the West. If anything, maybe the United States of America might want to leverage that because there's no other way of getting and reaching out to Moscow when it comes to getting Russia and Ukraine back to the negotiating table. Choosing sides right now for India, that certainly is not an option. India is not going to take sides, and India is very big and important both for Russia and for the United States of America to pressure India into taking sides. So that's not going to happen. But yes, the idea that this is not an era of war is something that the United States of America will continue to press upon and will continue to take forward. So at the G20, national interests in all probability, Preeti, will trump global interests and global challenges.
Are we expecting a joint statement post the meeting, Geeta?
Well, the Indian side has been working with all the member state countries to ensure that there is an outcome draft, an outcome document that is put forth with consensus. But it doesn't seem like Russia and China will agree to certain texts. And it doesn't seem like the West is going to remove those important paragraphs that mention war and aggression, Russian aggression against Ukraine. These are terminologies that Russia is going to protest. So we might see footnotes yet again where protests will be lodged by China and Russia saying that these specific paragraphs are not something that Russia and China agree with.
All right, Geeta, appreciate you joining us. To stay on, I'm going to come right back, take our viewers through all the reactions that are coming in session 1 of the G20 foreign ministers meeting getting underway in midst of continued military tension at the LAC. All eyes on the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Bilateral talks with his new Chinese counterpart Qin Gang on the sidelines of the G20 meet. India is hosting the biggest G20 foreign ministers meeting ever held by any member state. However, a divided G20 bloc poses big challenges for the host nation. Now, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar welcomed all the participating foreign ministers. Prime Minister Modi delivered opening remarks reiterating India's G20 presidency motto and theme. The theme of India's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future.
India has selected the theme of one earth, one family, one future for its G20 presidency. It signals the need for unity of purpose and unity of action. I hope that your meeting today will reflect the spirit of coming together for achieving common and concrete objectives. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I am sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, we are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. Excellencies, we must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed. At the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results.
Excellencies, let us remind ourselves that this grouping bears an exceptional responsibility. We first came together in the midst of a global crisis and are today, once again, actually confronting multiple ones. In considering these issues, we may not always be of one mind. In fact, there are some matters of sharp differences of opinions and views. Yet, we must find common ground and provide direction because that is what the world expects of us. The world must also strive for more reliable and resilient supply chains. Recent experience has underlined the risks of being dependent on limited geographies. Our agenda for today's discussions include the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel security. These are truly make or break issues for developing countries. We heard their concerns directly in January this year through the Voice of Global South Summit. Such issues should not be relegated to the periphery of the international discourse. They are, in fact, crucial to the global economy and must be treated as such.
All right, viewers, let's quickly cut in and get all the other reactions that are coming in. But before that, here's a report from Beijing on the significance of what is a high-octane India-China bilateral talks.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry has announced that at the invitation of External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar of G20 President India, Foreign Minister Qin Gang will attend the upcoming G20 Foreign Ministers meeting in New Delhi on Thursday. Of course, he will meet with his Indian counterpart. He will also meet with some of the other big names of the world's largest economies, including Russia's Sergei Lavrov, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and also UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly, to discuss issues of common concern. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is very likely to be on the agenda, as the gathering of G20 finance ministers in Bengaluru has resulted in discord after Russia and China refused to endorse a press release condemning Moscow's military operation in Ukraine. On that issue, China has made it clear in a 12-point position paper that it calls for a comprehensive ceasefire and gradual de-escalation.
All right, it seems it's celebration time where the BJP headquarters are concerned, not just in Tripura and in Meghalaya or Nagaland. All the way back in the national capital, what is classic BJP celebration playbook now. Prime Minister Modi will visit the Delhi BJP office at 7 p.m. BJP and allies retain Tripura and Nagaland. BJP set to win polls in Meghalaya in terms of forming an alliance with the NPP. That's still on the cards. Let's see if that reaches fruition. Banners and posters to thank voters already plastered where Delhi is concerned. Prime Minister Modi's mega victory lap in Delhi at 7 p.m. Now, viewers, if you've gone back, every big win, be it Gujarat, be it Uttar Pradesh, that BJP wins a state, and about 6-7 in the evening, when the dust has settled, you see the BJP headquarters, a visit by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, and celebrations galore. Expect exactly the same this evening. The Prime Minister would be visiting the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg in New Delhi. Posters already put on, celebrations which we are recording from not just Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland, but also in the national capital. Rahul Gautam is reporting now from the BJP headquarters in Agartala. Rahul, what was a tepid morning when things, maybe in mid-afternoon seemed, or around noon, seemed that maybe the BJP might not be able to pull through, but now comfortable on where it stands. It's going to form government on its own where Tripura is concerned. Will you take us through, because we're already hearing the celebratory cries right behind you?
Absolutely. A bit early here in Tripura as BJP is inching towards a clear-cut majority on its own, and therefore you can see these are the pictures that are coming in from the BJP's camp office in Agartala. You can see these are the supporters and workers of BJP who are obviously celebrating. They are saying that they are happy that BJP is inching and going to claim the government on its own without seeking any help from independents or from Tripura, and that's what makes it special. That's what makes it special. And also they are saying that Northeast that doesn't mean Assam anymore. It is also Tripura, where BJP has now emerged as a force to reckon with. And therefore you see celebrations are in full swing. Music is here, crackers are here, sweets are being distributed, and obviously this also shows that how elated these workers are because they work day in, day out for this success which the party is enjoying now, and therefore you see these pictures coming in. Obviously, it's a matter of joy for them because what they wanted, they have achieved. They wanted a comeback, a clear-cut majority of BJP, which BJP has achieved on its own. They would not be seeking any help now, as it appears at least now, from independents or from Tripura. And they are saying that this only shows that it's just not Assam. It is also Tripura now for BJP as far as Northeast is concerned, and this only shows that how BJP is emerging as a single formidable force in the entire Northeastern region, all because of the policies and ideas of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Well, that's Rahul Gautam there. It's an emphatic win, at least where Tripura is concerned, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's well over the halfway mark right now, still positioned at about 34 in terms of leads on 60 seats where Tripura is concerned. And this would pretty much now reach fruition in just about half an hour to 1 hour. The margins are small and BJP will be comfortably over the mark. And that's why you can see the kind of celebrations there. This was an acid test for the Bharatiya Janata Party, rising in 23 from 2% to 44% in 2018. It had to retain the voter it had garnered in 2018, and it's done that successfully. Maybe not reached 44 seats like it did in 2018, but 34 wouldn't be bad. The BJP will be ecstatic, happy. It's consolidated its position where Tripura is concerned and its voter base. No longer now will it be called that this was an inorganic kind of growth for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It seems the voter that voted the BJP in, which largely came from the vote base of the Congress, because the Congress fell from 42% to 2% from 2013 to 2018, has now consolidated behind the BJP. It's not going anywhere. At least that's what it seems to suggest with what is going on in Tripura. But the story is still quite open, viewers, where Meghalaya is concerned. Even now, if we look at the figures, and we'll get in the Meghalaya figures, the BJP is right now leading on 3. This would also possibly consolidate in just the next half hour. It was 2 in 2018, and will it form alliance with the NPP? They've all gone solo, but the NPP was very open to an alliance with the BJP. Conrad Sangma had also met Himanta Biswa Sarma on the 28th, but the NPP is right now at 25. So even 25 plus 3 doesn't quite make it to the halfway mark. It might need the help of others. The others, where Meghalaya is concerned, has the TMC, it has the UDP, and it could very well be the UDP in terms of the independents. Let's take a quick look if there were independents there. No, so in all probability, it will be the UDP that will have to come in and bail out the alliance where Meghalaya is concerned. It's all still open. However, the Trinamool has come down to 5. What we will also try and do is, as we cut across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters in Delhi, to take us through all the posters that have come up. Celebrations where Tripura is concerned, emphatic win. Will it be in alliance with the NPP? In all probability, yes. But they might need one more, and that could very well be the UDP. What does that come down? We'll try and get in a word from our reporters in Meghalaya. But for now, Aishwarya, where Tripura is concerned, the BJP has consolidated its win from 2018, no longer inorganic growth. Whatever their vote base was that it got mostly from the Congress is now standing behind firmly where the BJP in Tripura is concerned. While Aishwarya is going to take us through the posters that have come in at the BJP headquarters, because the Prime Minister will come in at 7 p.m. Now it's playbook celebrations for the BJP. Every time they win a state, they let the dust settle, and in the evening is this massive celebration at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. Aishwarya, what are you witnessing? While we cut across to Aishwarya, I'm going to quickly walk across to our election intelligence dashboard to get you the latest on what is taking place in the state of Meghalaya. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Well, Preeti, you are right. We have seen over the past many elections, just, as the Bharatiya Janata Party wins an elections in the evening, at least 500 to 1,000 people gather here. This is the Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters. The poster, Preeti, which has come up, which is a huge poster, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, JP Nadda, as you can see on the poster, the Bharatiya Janata Party president along with the Prime Minister, both of their posters here. And they are saying a big thank you to Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya. They are saying thank you to the people of all the three states. On the other side, we'll just show you the pictures because the preparations, Preeti, have just begun. We are expecting the Prime Minister to reach here anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m. in the evening. People have been asked to gather by around 6 p.m. And what you see, the music systems have been put in place. The saffron color of the Bharatiya Janata Party is in place. So the preparations have begun. In the next 1 to 2 hours, Preeti, this entire place will be decked up and people will start trickling in. And then in a true Bharatiya Janata Party style, we will see the Prime Minister speaking from the podium, thanking the people of the three states for the win that Bharatiya Janata Party will have. So we are expecting the PM to reach here anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m. tonight. Preeti.
So between 7 to 8, the Prime Minister is going to be at the Bharatiya Janata Party office, I'm sure, with the Home Minister as well. But Aishwarya, things are really not settled in where Meghalaya is concerned. So I would reckon the BJP will hope that by the time the celebrations kick in at 7 p.m., that they are safely home as a part of an alliance led by the NPP when it comes down to Meghalaya.
Well, that is what they are hoping because, the poster clearly talks about all the three states.
All right, Aishwarya,
so
coming right to you, let's cut across to the Prime Minister.
इटली के नागरिकों ने उन्हें प्रथम महिला एवं सबसे युवा प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चुना। इस ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि पर मैं उन्हें सभी भारतवासियों की ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। उनके कार्यभार संभालने के कुछ दिनों बाद ही बाली में G20 समिट के दौरान हमारी पहली बैठक हुई थी। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी आज की चर्चाएं बहुत ही सार्थक और बहुत ही उपयोगी रही। इस वर्ष भारत और इटली अपने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं और इस अवसर पर हमने भारत इटली साझेदारी को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा देने का निर्णय लिया है। हमने अपने आर्थिक संबंधों को और सुदृढ़ करने पर जोर दिया। हमारे मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान से भारत में निवेश के अपार अवसर खुल रहे हैं। हमने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, आईटी, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, टेलीकॉम, स्पेस जैसे क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर विशेष जोर दिया। भारत और इटली के बीच एक स्टार्टअप ब्रिज की स्थापना की घोषणा आज हम कर रहे हैं, जिसका हम स्वागत करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक और क्षेत्र है जो दोनों देश एक नया अध्याय शुरू कर रहे हैं और वो है रक्षा सहयोग का। भारत में डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में को प्रोडक्शन एंड को डेवलपमेंट के अवसर बन रहे हैं जो दोनों देशों के लिए लाभदायक हो सकते हैं। हमने दोनों देशों की सेनाओं के बीच नियमित रूप से ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज और ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज आयोजित करने का भी निर्णय लिया। आतंकवाद और अलगाववाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और इटली कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हमने इस सहयोग को और मजबूत करने पर विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली के बीच सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक और पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है। हमने वर्तमान समय की अवस्था का अनुसार इन संबंधों को एक नया स्वरूप और नई ऊर्जा देने पर विचार विमर्श किया। दोनों देशों के बीच माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट पर चर्चा चल रही है। उस पर जो चल रही वार्ता का विशेष महत्व है। इस समझौते के शीघ्र समापन से हमारे पीपल टू पीपल रिश्ते और सुदृढ़ होंगे। हमने दोनों देशों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों के बीच सहयोग को बढ़ावा देने पर भी बल दिया। भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मनाने के लिए हमने एक एक्शन प्लान बनाने का निर्णय लिया। इससे हम दोनों देशों की विविधता, इतिहास, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, स्पोर्ट्स और अन्य क्षेत्रों में उपलब्धियों को वैश्विक पटल पर शोकेस कर सकेंगे। फ्रेंड, कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से उत्पन्न फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर के क्राइसिस से सभी देश प्रभावित हुए हैं। विकासशील देशों पर इनका विशेष रूप से नकारात्मक प्रभाव पड़ा है। हमने इस बारे में अपनी साझा चिंता व्यक्त की। इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए हमने संयुक्त प्रयासों पर बल दिया। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता में भी हम इस विषय को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। यूक्रेन संघर्ष के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने यह स्पष्ट किया है कि इस विवाद को केवल डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के जरिए ही सुलझाया जा सकता है और भारत किसी भी शांति प्रक्रिया में योगदान देने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से तैयार है। हम इंडो पैसिफिक में इटली की सक्रिय भागीदारी का भी स्वागत करते हैं। यह बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इटली ने इंडो पैसिफिक ओशन इनिशिएटिव में शामिल होने का निर्णय लिया है। इससे हम इंडो पैसिफिक में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए ठोस विषयों की पहचान कर सकेंगे। वैश्विक वास्तविकताओं को बेहतर तरीके से दर्शाने के लिए मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में सुधार आवश्यक है। हमने इस विषय पर भी विचार विमर्श किया। एक्सेलेंसी, आज शाम आप रायसीना डायलॉग में चीफ गेस्ट के तौर पर शामिल होंगी। वहां आपका संबोधन सुनने के लिए हम सभी बहुत उत्सुक हैं। आपकी इस भारत यात्रा और हमारी उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए आपका, आपके डेलीगेशन का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And your delegation.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Yogdina Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic, to deliver her remarks. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Dunque, buon pomeriggio a tutti. Ovviamente non posso
Good evening to you all.
partire dal ringraziare.
Let me first of all thank Prime Minister Modi and India as a whole for the wonderful welcome that has been given to us. And this is further evidence of our hospitality, which is known the world over. But this is a further evidence of the deep friendship that is uniting our respective countries, and we are celebrating 75th year of such relations. And this has also been proven by the fact that this is my first bilateral visit in this region ever since I took office. And we want to further boost this relation. And this is the reason why we have decided to turn our partnership in a strategic partnership, because we have a very solid relationship. Just let me mention the trade relation. Let me just mention that in terms of trade between Italy and India, we have reached the record figure of almost 15 billion euros, which we have almost, and in 2 years we have more than doubled this trade. But we firmly believe that we can do even more than that. We firmly believe that for instance, reinserting direct flights between India and Italy can facilitate trade and investments. And this is a strategic choice that we are making here, because, as you know, the Italian government has decided to project intense activism in the Mediterranean Sea. And when we talk about the enlarged Mediterranean, this means that it also includes this area, because the Mediterranean Sea is interconnected with the Indo-Pacific, and we want to further increase this interconnection. We have many similarities. We are two peninsulas. We are 2,000-old tradition, relatively younger states, regions which have hard fought for their independence, for their freedom. So I think that there are many elements which bring us close to each other for the preservation of identity, which is one of the basic conditions to preserve the rights of one's own people. So there's a lot to be working on together, starting from some sectors where we want to enhance our cooperation. Let me mention defense, which was mentioned by the Prime Minister, and energy security. India has set up major objectives in this connection. India wants to work in terms of energy coming from renewables, and I think this is a very smart decision, and this is a sector wherein we can cooperate, and we have full convergence on this. And then we have to mention digital transition. We are working on very important projects which are connecting our two respective countries on this. And then emerging technologies, cybersecurity, space. These are all strategic issues, sectors in which we want to work together, and I think that much more can be done. We, as the Prime Minister was saying, we have decided to adhere to the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, and we have done so because we firmly believe that in an international scenario, which has to be based on rules of respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity, it is very important to guarantee stability and the vision of an Indo-Pacific which is open and respectful of the rules of sovereignty and of integrity of the nations. And this now brings me to another topic, the major shock that nations have been facing, the pandemics, and today the international crisis with the Russian aggression on the Ukraine, the impact on world world security, the world order, which is based on rules, and food security, energy security, especially for more vulnerable countries. These are issues which become of the essence where now that India has the presidency of the G20, because I think that India can very well represent, in terms of even of leadership, represent the requirements of the countries of the global south. And we definitely do want to give a helping hand along this process to India. Prime Minister Modi knows very well Italy's position, which is giving full support to the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and we both hope that India, having the presidency of the G20, may play a central role in facilitating a negotiating process for the cessation of hostilities for a just peace. And I think that in the previous Bali G20 summit, it has been important to hold the multilateral community united, and we hope that the Indian presidency can do even more on this and further confirming our friendship. So Prime Minister Modi knows that he can rely on us, on our cooperation, full round support for the upcoming G20 Indian summit, G20 summit. They can rely on Italy, on our government, to further enhance our relations. I firmly believe that there's a lot that we can do together, and I'm not sure if this will lead me to the approval rate that the Prime Minister Modi has reached. I think he's the most loved one of all around the world. But I mean, this has really proven that he has been a major leader, and congratulations for that, Prime Minister.
This concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
A press statement issued by both the Prime Minister and the Italian Prime Minister. The first woman Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, you just heard her. She's the keynote speaker at Raisina Dialogue. That's New Delhi's flagship conference on geopolitics and geoeconomics. This meeting took place at the Hyderabad House. You heard both of them. A far-right leader, Giorgia Meloni, is the first woman Prime Minister of Italy, was elected under tumultuous circumstances. All eyes were on this meeting between Giorgia Meloni and the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. She delivers the keynote speaker at the Raisina Dialogue. All right, we're going to try and connect to my colleague Geeta Mohan, who's going to be joining us from the Hyderabad House, getting us the latest. But lots going on, viewers, as we speak. At one end, there is the meeting of the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, with Dr. Jaishankar. On the other hand, you have this bilateral going on with the Italian Prime Minister, between the Indian Prime Minister and the Italian Prime Minister. And also, what's on the card is Dr. Jaishankar to meet his Chinese counterpart as well, all after coming in of the skirmishes that we've seen on the LAC and the standoff that still continues. Well, you heard Prime Minister Modi speaking there, looking at deepening ties where Italy is concerned. The latest that, of course, that we are getting in is that the meeting between the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, as well as Dr. Jaishankar has started. A lot on the cards there. One is expecting a joint statement as well. Now, besides attending the G20 meeting, Antony Blinken had a bilateral with Dr. Jaishankar. The U.S. Secretary of State had arrived in the capital on Wednesday, and will now is in fact holding a meeting with the External Affairs Minister. But having said that, what you see on your television screen is the Prime Minister of Italy, far right, tumultuous circumstances that she was elected in. All right, let's quickly cut across to to the first images of what I was talking about, of Dr. Jaishankar's meeting with Antony Blinken. Jaishankar says pleased to meet the US Secretary of State, opportunity to review bilateral ties, discussed global issues at the meet. It seems the meeting has gotten over, and a statement coming out by the External Affairs Minister. Let's cut across for more to my colleague and our Foreign Affairs Editor, Geeta Mohan. Geeta, over to you.
Well, that's right. The bilateral between Jaishankar and Secretary Blinken just concluded. There are many more that are lined up, Preeti. The entire schedule is running a little late. It had to start at around 11:30 a.m., but about an hour's delay. Nonetheless, there is a lot of area that was covered between the two sides, whether it is bilateral, regional or global. Also setting the tone and tenor and the stage for the big visit by President Biden later in the year when the G20 summit level meeting takes place in September. There are many areas that the two sides were looking at covering, particularly when it comes to the G20 agenda, and there is an entire chapter on food and energy security crisis. We are waiting for the statement that the Ministry of External Affairs will release to talk you through the talking points and the issues that really came up. But for the Indian side, it's not just the regional and the global issues, it's also bilateral. We're talking about trade, we're talking about the visa issues that Indians have had with regards to the United States of America. The free trade agreement still not concluded, and a lot when it comes to cooperation in the defense, technology, security sector. There have been few very important deals between India and the United States of America, particularly the Boeing deal. But taking that forward, taking that conversation forward, how the two countries can cooperate, not just with regards to trade, supply chain resilience, but also when it comes to the security architecture. There was some reports earlier that there could be a quad ministerial as well on the sidelines of this meeting, but because the Japanese foreign minister has not turned up for this event and the deputy foreign minister is here, we'll have to wait and see whether the quad meeting takes place. But that's an important conversation as well. Security in the Indo-Pacific vis-a-vis China and growing Chinese aggression. Russia-Ukraine war and the turn it is taking for the worse, and the role that India could play. But we'll have to wait for the statement to see with much clarity what really transpired.
All right, appreciate you joining us. Geeta, we're going to continue to come back to you. It's an action-packed day, heavy on the diplomatic foot. But let's cut across right now to the latest visuals that are trickling in from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Well, bulldozer Baba's at it again. We're going to get those visuals for you. Just give us just about a minute and we're going to continue to cut across to Geeta with the latest. All right, so these visuals coming in from Prayagraj. The bulldozers of Yogi Adityanath are rolling again. It seems in this case, these visuals are coming in the Umesh Pal case. The bulldozer action has come to the fore once again in the Umesh Pal murder case, this time being taken at the house of the aide of what the UP government calls the mafia of Atiq Ahmed. So these visuals coming in from Prayagraj. What the UP government alleges that Zafar Ahmed, the close aide, had given shelter to Atiq's wife, Shaista Parveen, in the house. Along with this, all the accused had stayed in the house after committing the crime. And it seems that house is being bulldozed. Well, is it done through the legal route? That the question is out there, but the bulldozers are rolling again. And this time around, the UP government once again is what they say dispensing justice at the hand of bulldozers. Let's quickly listen in to the reactions that are coming in.
कोई अतीक अहमद के कनेक्शन को स्थापित करने वाले तस्वीरें नहीं मिली, जैसे कि कल जफ़र अहमद खान के घर से मिली थी। हालांकि वो घर शाइस्ता परवीन जो अतीक अहमद की पत्नी है वो रह रही थी वहाँ पर कई सालों से, तो वो सामान चूँकि उनका पूरा था तो जाहिर है कि उनके पति और उनके देवर की और परिवार की तस्वीरें वो थी। लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि इस घर से अभी कोई अतीक अहमद के कनेक्शन से जुड़ी हुई कोई तस्वीर या पोस्टर नहीं मिला है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ जो परिवार के लोगों ने शुरुआत में जब विकास प्राधिकरण के लोग पहुंचे, पुलिस पहुंची, तो उन लोगों ने एतराज़ जताया कि हमें तो बताया ही नहीं गया कि हमारा मकान को कब नोटिस दिया गया। लेकिन जब पुलिस के अधिकारियों ने बताया कि अगर आप व्यवधान डालेंगे तो कानूनी कार्रवाई की जद में आएंगे, सरकारी काम में बाधा पहुंचाने का अपराध करेंगे, तो संभवतः उनको अंदर ले जाकर के पुलिस के अधिकारियों के द्वारा बताया गया और उसके बाद परिवार वाले खुद ही और प्रयागराज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के द्वारा जो मजदूर बुलाए गए थे उनकी मदद से उस सामान को बाहर निकाला गया। कोई ऐसा शुरुआत में ज़रूर उन लोगों ने एतराज़ जताया और जाहिर सी बात है कि इतना एतराज़ जताना लाजमी भी था कि किसी का मकान गिर रहा है, वो भले ही अवैध है लेकिन उसके सेंटिमेंट जुड़े होते हैं, उसकी कमाई जुड़ी होती है। अब इस कमाई के पीछे अपराध की कमाई है या अतीक अहमद के कनेक्शन है या अतीक अहमद की फंडिंग है, ये जांच का विषय है। लेकिन परिवार के लोग इसमें रह रहे हैं, उनके बच्चे इसी परिवार में रह रहे हैं, उनके जो परिवार के अन्य सदस्य की भावना है, तो लिहाजा एतराज़ जताया गया। लेकिन बहुत ऐसा जब अधिकारियों के द्वारा समझाया गया तो उनके द्वारा खुद ही सामान को निकाला गया और जब ये पूरा सामान निकाल लिया गया, जो ज़रूरी सामान था वो निकाल लिया गया, तब प्रयागराज विकास प्राधिकरण ने आसपास की देखे बिजली भी काट दी गई है, चूँकि घर के सामने जो लाइट के जो कनेक्शंस हैं वो भी हैं, तो लिहाजा उसको काट दिया गया है। तो उसके बाद ये कार्रवाई शुरू की गई है। तो एक तरीके से जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर है वो देखिए, वो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे जो रेलिंग बनी हुई है उसको ध्वस्त किया जा चुका है और एक तरीके से जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर भी एक साथ कई जगह पर ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई शुरू हो रही है। 3 बुलडोज़र की मदद से ध्वस्तीकरण किया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि कल जिस तरीके से करीब 6.5 घंटे एक छोटे से मकान को गिराने में लगे, लेकिन वहाँ पर एक बुलडोज़र था।
All right, so that's my colleague Santosh reporting from the very latest in Prayagraj. This is the residence once again, what is alleged to be a close aide of Atiq Ahmed, and that is where the bulldozers are rolling. Now, days after the sensational murder of lawyer Umesh Pal in Uttar Pradesh, all the fallout of that being witnessed with these bulldozers. Let's try and once again listen in to some.
खिलाफ कार्रवाई का एक सिंबल हो गया है। सिंबल है बाबा का बुलडोजर चलेगा, कहते भी हैं बाबा ने भी कि बाबा का बुलडोजर आया। अब बुलडोजर चलता है तो लोग कहते हैं बाबा का बुलडोजर। तो यानी कि अब ये बुलडोजर एक ध्वस्तीकरण का, अपराधियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई का एक सिंबल हो गया है। लेकिन अगर हम कल की कार्रवाई की बात करें तो कल जब तंग गली में ये कार्रवाई शुरू की गई, वो तंग गली थी, वहाँ पर एक ही बुलडोज़र चल सकता था, लेकिन वो एक मोहल्ले नुमा का था। लेकिन ये एक सड़क गई हुई है, मेन सड़क है, कसारा मसारा एक मोहल्ला है और चकिया, उसको कनेक्टिंग करते हुए जो अतीक अहमद के घर की तरफ जो सड़क जाती है उसकी ये मेन सड़क है। अब लिहाजा और यहाँ पर एक साथ 3 बुलडोज़र से कार्रवाई करने की एक तरीके से एक जगह भी है, लिहाजा प्रशासन नहीं चाहता कि इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लगे और एक साथ ये 3 बुलडोज़र लगा करके इसका ध्वस्तीकरण किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि इस कार्रवाई को सूर्यास्त से पहले, नियमतः सूर्यास्त के बाद अमूमन बुलडोज़र नहीं चलता है, तो वो बुलडोज़र को चलाया जा रहा है ताकि ये समय रहते इसको गिराया जा सके और इसको गिराने के बाद मलबा भी इकट्ठा होगा। तो चूंकि जगह है यहाँ पर बुलडोज़र को चलने के लिए, बुलडोज़र को काम करने के लिए, लिहाजा एक साथ यहाँ पर, और दूसरा सिंबॉलिक तो है ही है, एक संदेश तो देना ही है ऐसे माफियाओं के खिलाफ। जिस तरीके से उमेश पाल मर्डर केस में अतीक अहमद का नाम आया और अतीक अहमद के लोगों का नाम आया, अतीक अहमद के ऊपर साजिश का आरोप लग रहा है, अतीक अहमद के जो करीबी बिल्डर हैं, बमबाज हैं, गुड्डू मुस्लिम उसका नाम आया, मोहम्मद गुलाम का नाम आ रहा है, साबिर का नाम आ रहा है, और तो और जो एक कार से उतरता हुआ शख्स बताया जा रहा है वो तो अतीक अहमद का बेटा ही बताया जा रहा है। तो इस कार्रवाई को मैसेज गिविंग भी कार्रवाई मानी जाएगी कि अतीक अहमद या माफियाओं से अगर कोई भी रिश्ता रखा किसी ने, एक सीधे संदेश है कि माफिया से रिश्ता रख करके कोई काम करेगा तो वो अवैध होगा, उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। बहुत सीधा संदेश है। एक टाइम था कि माफिया से जो लोग रिश्ता रखते थे वो समाज में अपने आप को ताकतवर बताने की कोशिश करते थे, लेकिन अब इस कार्रवाई से एक ये संदेश देने की कोशिश है कि माफियाओं से संपर्क में आए या माफियाओं के सरपरस्त बने, माफियाओं के मददगार बने या माफिया के साथ नाम जुड़ा तो बुलडोज़र चलेगा, कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी।
I want to quickly cut across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who's joining us right now from the newsroom. Of all the action that we see taking place right now in Prayagraj, can you take us through the chronology, Gaurav?
So right now, this is one of the key aides of Atiq Ahmed, mafia turned politician. Now, Atiq Ahmed himself is in the Sabarmati jail in Gujarat, and he's filed a petition in the Supreme Court saying he should not be brought to Uttar Pradesh for questioning, for interrogation, because he fears for his life. Yesterday, it was a key aide of his whose house was razed. That is where his wife and the shooters allegedly stayed. Now, the house that's been targeted today is of a person called Safdar. And Safdar, apparently, and that's what the police claim, he provided the ammunition and the weapons. His house is being targeted today. The government claims, the Prayagraj Vikas Pradhikaran or Prayagraj Development Authority claims that this also is an illegal structure and notices had been given to carry out demolition of the illegal part of the structure. That's what we've been told. But as you asked and as several people have been asking, whether this Baba ka bulldozer, as Santosh and people in Uttar Pradesh refer to the demolition drive, is in a way sending out a message to the mafia that they cannot indulge in crime. And the question that's being asked is whether due process of law has been followed in this case. Now, the police claim all process of law is being followed in dealing with the criminals. This is the activity of the Development Authority.
All right, Gaurav, appreciate you joining us with that quick update. I'm going to slip into a break to stay with us. On the other side, my colleague Shivaru takes over.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Conclave 2023, March 17th and 18th, New Delhi. Listen to S. Jaishankar, Shashi Tharoor, Justice U. Lalit, Justice Sharad Arvind Bobde, Sanjeev Goenka, Anil Agarwal. The India Moment.
Have seen Iron Man Tony Stark wear it to reach war zones. You have seen Shah Rukh Khan and John Abraham wage a war in the sky wearing these. Jetpack suits are now going to be part of military drills and rescue operations. The Indian Army will soon adopt jetpack technology. These suits will be used for enhanced tactical mobility on line of actual control amid border tensions with China. The Indian Aerospace Defence News shared a demo on Twitter of its jetpack flying over a water body, buildings and fields. Soldiers will be able to fly 10 to 15 meters in the air by wearing this suit powered by a gas turbine engine. They can clock a speed of 50 km per hour. Jetpacks were the center of attraction at the Aero India 2023 held recently.
अगर टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बात करेंगे, ये पूरा टर्बोजेट इंजन से चलता है. इसका डीजल फ्यूल है. हमने डीजल इसलिए चूज किया कि डीजल का जो फ्लैश पॉइंट एंड फायर पॉइंट है वो नॉर्मल एविएशन फ्यूल से काफी आगे है.
Jetpacks are being tested by armed forces across the world. These videos from the UK highlight the features of the technology. In the first video, one can see how a soldier lands on the deck and drops a ladder over the side for the rest of the team to climb up on. In the second, the soldier demonstrates the ability to quickly zip back and forth between the ship and the raft. And in the third, 3 jet suit jockeys land on the deck of a ship successfully. Jet suits are soon going to change the way wars are fought. Bureau Report, India Today.
with Sleep Well.
Another big news day in India today. Once again emerges the most watched channel in the country. Thank you very much, viewer, for your faith and your viewership on yet another big agenda-setting news day in 2023. I'm Shiv. Let's get you straight to the headlines. Clear edge for BJP in Tripura. BJP leads in 34 seats. Left in Congress lead in just 14. And Tipra Mota leads in 11. Modi's victory lap at 7 p.m. in Delhi. The BJP-NDPP alliance near the two-thirds majority mark in Nagaland. It's a clean sweep. BJP hopes to form government with NPP in Meghalaya amidst a split verdict. Foreign Affairs Minister meets US Secretary of State Antony Blinken in the sidelines of the G20 meet. Bilateral with Chinese envoy also any minute now. Supreme Court orders SEBI probe on manipulation of stock prices in Adani Hindenburg case. Says report to be submitted to expert panel within 2 months. Adani welcomes the move, says truth will prevail. Big Supreme Court verdict on appointment of Central Election Commission chief. Says CEC must be appointed like the CBI chief. That is by a panel of the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition and the Chief Justice of India. And bulldozers roll into Prayagraj for the second day straight. Another house linked to Umesh Pal murder accused razed to the ground. The house belongs to gangster turned Neta Atiq Ahmed's aide. Big breaking images coming in from the G20 Foreign Ministers Summit in Delhi, where India is playing host. Here are the first images of India's External Affairs Minister Jaishankar meeting with his American counterpart Antony Blinken, who arrived in India late last night. This is the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy in a bilateral. Biden's top envoy, Antony Blinken, meeting with India's External Affairs Minister on a wide-ranging list of issues that are expected to also include, of course, the Ukraine war, the emerging and strengthening India-US relationship, the Chinese situation, and many more things as India plays host at the G20 summit. These are the first images coming in of Dr. S. Jaishankar meeting with his American counterpart, Antony Blinken. And remember, India Today will have the first exclusive interview with Secretary Blinken later this evening on prime time right here on India Today. So you can look out for that. In the meantime, going across to our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan for more. Geeta, the Blinken-Jaishankar bilateral, first images coming in. What are you hearing? You know, the mood is, the body language is great. The pictures coming out show the both of them beaming, big toothy smiles as well. This is, of course, one of the most important relationships, not just within the G20, but, across the world. What's your sense of what's going on, Geeta?
Well, absolutely right, Shiv. When it comes to the kind of relations India and the United States of America share, it's only grown in strength. And Blinken and Jaishankar have had a very important and a very great relationship when it comes to taking ties between the two countries forward. In terms of focus, Blinken, ahead of his visit, had very clearly said that he'd like to focus on the G20 agenda. But America's G20 agenda does include the Russia-Ukraine war, how the world is looking at that war and standing with Ukraine. Food and energy security absolutely paramount when it comes to ensuring that the G20 member states focus on how to ensure food and energy security for those countries that are very adversely impacted. So bilateral, regional and global issues all taken up. We're waiting for a statement from the Indian side to see what the nitty-gritties and the details of those conversations are. But the fact is that in terms of bilaterals and regional, Russia and China certainly are areas that are a part of the conversation between the two sides. We're looking at big deals, Boeing being one, how to take that relationship forward as well. In terms of security and defense ties, the Quad ministerial was to happen, but the Japanese foreign minister is not here, Shiv. So we'll have to wait and see whether that really takes place on the sidelines. But a lot of area covered between Jaishankar and Blinken.
Okay, lots of areas covered. We're looking forward to that statement that will come out from the Indian side. Geeta, of course, will bring that to us first here on India Today. Geeta, for the moment, thanks very much for joining me. We're shifting focus out of G20 for a moment to bring you some breaking news coming in from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. Take a look at what we're getting in right now from our reporters. It's day 2. Okay, we're just going to go to that in just a moment. That's right, day 2 of bulldozer action in Prayagraj, images of which are just coming in. These are images of Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister's bulldozers, bringing to rubble the house of gangster turned politician Atiq Ahmed's aide's house in Prayagraj. This is the second day straight that this has taken place. Yesterday also, we saw bulldozer action taking place in Prayagraj. It's happening for the second day straight now. We're going to get our reporters in on this in just a moment. Atiq Ahmed, the gangster, is sitting in the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad on a murder case. He's been sitting there, and there are reports that have suggested that it was on his orders from within prison that the killing of Umesh Pal, a witness in a murder back in 2005, actually took place. Well, Umesh Pal was killed in a dreaded daylight killing just a few days ago in Prayagraj, and now the killers of Umesh Pal are absconding. Those who hatched the entire conspiracy to silence Umesh Pal, the witness in that murder implicating Atiq Ahmed, are absconding at this point of time. And what you're seeing on your screens right now is the state action against those cowards who are now on the run. Aides of gangster criminal murderer Atiq Ahmed, formerly part of the Samajwadi Party, member also of the Apna Dal and the AIMIM of Asaduddin Owaisi. This gangster has been ordering murders, and this action you see is against his aides in the Umesh Pal murder. Gaurav Sawant with me live on this. Gaurav, talk us through these pictures. Day 2, big bulldozer action, relentless.
Indeed, Shiv, and these men, according to the Uttar Pradesh police, whose houses are being razed, or the illegal portion of whose houses are being razed, were directly linked, according to the Uttar Pradesh police, to the murder that took place, a murder that shocked the living daylights out of people across Uttar Pradesh and the nation. So Safdar Ali, the house that's being razed today, apparently, according to the Uttar Pradesh police, he's the man who provided the arms and the ammunition for that encounter. Point 1. Point 2, the man whose house was razed yesterday, Khalid Zafar, apparently Atiq Ahmed's wife and the shooters met at that premises both before and after the shootout that had taken place, in which Umesh Pal was killed. Bombs were hurled. So the person who hurled the bombs and the shooters, including allegedly Atiq Ahmed's son, they all met at that house, they hid there, and then they fled. And that is where Prashant Kumar, the Additional Director General of the Uttar Pradesh Police, in their exclusive conversation with India Today, when I interviewed him, he told us that even those who give shelter to the murder accused will face the strong arm of the law. But as far as the demolition is concerned, Shiv, both the police and the Prayagraj Development Authority are at pains to say that this is not linked directly to that crime, but this is illegal construction. Of course, notices, if you notice, Shiv, the day of the killing was the 24th of February. Notices were given on the 28th of February, and the demolition is now taking place on the 2nd of March. So, two-part, but the significance like Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said on the floor of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly, mitti mein mila denge mafia ko. That is exactly what appears to be happening amidst questions whether due process of law is being followed.
Now this is, the Yogi Adityanath as Chief Minister has faced a great deal of politics and questions and criticism about bulldozer action, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care about, his critics right now, because this action has, to him and to his supporters and to many others, has sent out a very clear message to the Jungle Raj in Uttar Pradesh under erstwhile governments. And Atiq Ahmed has a very close link to the Samajwadi Party in an earlier avatar. And his gangster qualities have obviously appealed to other parties, including the AIMIM. And therefore, the house of his aide, where his wife is understood to have held meetings with the killers of Umesh Pal, is being raised, as you see on the ground. You can call it extrajudicial action, but this is state action that is instant. It is instant justice in many people's eyes, and there is a quality that most people will see in such action as being necessary and urgent. Santosh Sharma is also with me live. Santosh, take us through these images. Day 2, bulldozer action once again against the aides of Atiq Ahmed.
Yes, I'm on the ground. I'm showing the pictures. This is the house of Safdar Ali, who is said to be the close aide of Atiq Ahmed. Today, the local development authority is going to demolish, and we can say already demolished a big part of that Safdar Ali house. Safdar Ali is having a gun house in Prayagraj market, that is the Johnson Road, SSA gun house. He is the owner of that gun house, and Safdar Ali resides here. On paper, this house belongs to his 2 sons, and Safdar Ali claims that he is not having any connection with Atiq Ahmed. Not even he met any family members. Even they have no connection with their criminal background. Even on asking about the Umesh Pal murder case, those who have committed this crime, whether the ammunitions have been supplied by this SSA gun house, no officially or unofficially, no higher officials is claiming that there is any connection right now, but we are probing, we are trying to get any connection. On the other side, the local development authority, the Prayagraj Development Authority, today deployed 5 JCB machines, Pokeland machine, which is going on to demolish this house. This is Safdar Ali house. The local development authority served many notices before, and lastly they served this notice on 28th of February, and they have served this notice that this construction is illegal and they have to vacate this house, and otherwise it will be demolished. And today, when whole administration with JCB machine and all ammunitions, all machinery came, the family members opposed this action. They said that they didn't give any.
Santosh, where are the family members?
Notice,
the people who live in these houses, where are they right now, Santosh? Where are they?
They have taken off their belongings, and right now they are in the neighbor area. They reside here, and we are seeing Safdar and his sons. We also talked to him, Safdar and 2 sons. What is their saying on this action? They said they didn't get any notice, and they are not very close to Atiq Ahmed. And now these pictures shows the action is going on. The JCB, we can say the local municipal corporation started this action. The machine JCB started to demolish this house, and the first, we can say the floor, second floor is going to be demolished. Startingly 3 machines were deployed, and now they have been removed as the base of this house has been demolished, and now the basic construction, the upper construction is now starting on to demolish. Local electricity supply has been stopped. Local administration is present here, so we can see the bulldozer is in action. What Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said in assembly session, that ऐसे माफियाओं को मिट्टी में मिला दिया जाएगा. So we can see the bulldozer action to demolish these those who are called very close to Atiq Ahmed, or
the live images, like Santosh, that are coming in on your camera suggests that there's a huge cloud of smoke behind you. Are they going to bring down the entire house, or are they bringing down only some illegal portions? Because this seems like a even bigger action than yesterday.
They are going to demolish whole house. They said that this house is totally illegal. Their construction area is totally illegal without permission of local development authority. As yesterday we saw that the demolition of Zafar Ahmed Khan, who was residing merely 500 meters away from Atiq Ahmed house, where Shaista, wife of Atiq Ahmed, was living there from last 2 to 3 years. After her Atiq Ahmed house demolition, Zafar Ahmed Khan house was demolished, but there was a criminal angle in that house that after Umesh Pal murder, the shooters came to meet Shaista, and after that meeting they fled off. And now UPSTF and Prayagraj police is searching all of them. So Zafar Ahmed Khan was having a criminal connection with Umesh Pal murder and also with Prayagraj Development Authority. But today the action is going on with the Safdar Ali house. No criminal connection yet to be found by any police investigating team. Local Development Authority said that this construction is illegal, and now we can say the big action, the JCB machine is trying to demolish that roof of top roof of that house. So we can say that this is coming down. We can see the constructed area, the cemented, the roof RCC and the iron rods coming out due to this demolition drive. The hard hit by this JCB machine. What we are seeing.
This is big.
Live. These are the live pictures.
This is big. Santosh, just for a moment, I just want to try and get some natural sound in. Let's just get some sound in for a moment, Santosh. 1 second. Let's just get some sound in. This is big action, viewer. If you're tuning in just now, this is the home of a gangster's aide in Uttar Pradesh being razed to the ground. A mountain of rubble is all that's going to be left of Atiq Ahmed's aide's house in Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. Atiq Ahmed is the politician gangster who is sitting in jail in Ahmedabad, who ordered allegedly the murder of Umesh Pal, a witness to a murder in which Atiq Ahmed was implicated in 2005. It was a dastardly daylight murder, a daring daylight murder that took place. And now the killers who are absconding, this is their houses being razed to pieces by the Yogi Adityanath government. This is perhaps one of the most visible, high-profile actions against Jungle Raj so far by the Yogi government. No mercy, no let, an absolute determined demolition of the homes of two gangsters allegedly involved in the murder of Umesh Pal, a daylight murder that took place just a few days ago in Prayagraj. This is Yogi Adityanath turning the screws on the Jungle Raj and the Mafia Raj of Uttar Pradesh. This is likely to spark an even bigger political flashpoint with the Samajwadi Party, the party that had been a safe haven for a gangster like Atiq Ahmed for many, many years. He had won elections on Samajwadi Party tickets for many years, and now he's sitting in a jail in Ahmedabad, still busy running his crime empire in Uttar Pradesh, apparently, according to investigative agencies. And now this is state action being taken against two houses belonging to two aides of Atiq Ahmed, believed to be involved in the murder of Umesh Pal. The family is absconding. They've taken their belongings and run out from there. These constructions are illegal and they are simply being brought down at a moment's notice. Gaurav continues to be with me. Gaurav, this is concerted action because we both know that Yogi Adityanath has consistently faced criticism. He has faced headwinds. He has faced a lot of, questioning regarding the tone and tenor of such action. Many people have called it extrajudicial, but this is Yogi Adityanath delivering on what he promised, which is an unsparing crackdown on Mafia Raj, which is what is happening now, Gaurav.
Shiv, you're absolutely right. Yogi Adityanath continues to bash on regardless. And the Uttar Pradesh police and administration, when you speak to them, they say that if Atiq Ahmed or Safdar Ali or that Khalid Zafar, if any of them think that this action is illegal, or anybody else in the Samajwadi Party, is what that Uttar Pradesh official said, if they think that this action is illegal, they can approach courts of law. According to them, they are following due process of law. These houses are illegal, built illegally, notices have been sent. The members of the house have been told to remove their belongings, and once those belongings have been removed, this action is taking place. So in case they want to challenge it, they should feel free to go to court. Atiq Ahmed, of course, did go to court. And that's another point that the Uttar Pradesh police was making in that conversation that we had with them, when they said that once upon a time in Uttar Pradesh, the writ of Atiq Ahmed used to run large. But now Atiq Ahmed fears for his life. A mafia don fears for his life. He doesn't want to return to Uttar Pradesh. So this is, according to them, according to BJP leaders and MPs, the Ram Rajya that they are moving towards, where criminals will be scared and law-abiding citizens will be protected.
Sharma, member of the legislature.
Go on,
BJP MLA from Uttar Pradesh, Sunil Sharma, is with me live for more on this. Sunil ji, ये जो बुलडोजर एक्शन ये जो एक्शन लिया जा रहा है प्रयागराज में अतीक अहमद के जो एसोसिएट्स के घर के ऊपर, इसके बारे में क्या बताएंगे? ये एक कंसर्टेड एक्शन है माफिया राज के खिलाफ।
मुख्यमंत्री जी स्पष्ट रूप से घोषित कर चुके हैं कि अपराधियों को उत्तर प्रदेश से नेस्तनाबूद किया जाएगा। किसी भी प्रकार का अवैध निर्माण, अवैध धंधे उत्तर प्रदेश में अब नहीं चल सकते। यह अवैध निर्माण है, ध्वस्त किया गया है। कोई अपराधी, कोई माफिया, कोई गुंडा, कोई मवाली अब उत्तर प्रदेश में इस प्रकार के अवैध निर्माण नहीं कर सकता।
लेकिन शर्मा जी, परिस्थिति तो ये है ना कि सफदर अली के घर को गिराया जा रहा है या खालिद के घर को गिराया जा रहा है। जो बमबाज है उनके घरों तक नहीं पहुंच रही है पुलिस, और इसमें भी लोग न केवल राजनीति बल्कि धर्म देख रहे हैं।
ये बात गलत है कि धर्म देख रहे हैं, राजनीति देख रहे हैं। ना ये राजनीति है ना धर्म है। ये उत्तर प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था है, और जो अवैध निर्माण होगा वही गिराया जाएगा, चाहे वह किसी का भी हो।
लेकिन शर्मा जी, घर गिराने की कार्रवाई तो अदालत के आदेश के बाद आनी चाहिए। ये तो क्या योगी आदित्यनाथ की सरकार और प्रशासन ही जज, ज्यूरी, एग्जीक्यूशनर, मतलब तीनों ही लटका दिया, लोगों के घर तबाह कर दिए? सर
नहीं है, प्रशासन ने नियम के अनुसार, कानून के अनुसार विधि सम्मत कार्रवाई की है, और अगर किसी को लगता है कि विधि सम्मत नहीं है तो न्यायालय जा सकते हैं। विधि सम्मत कार्रवाई की है। अवैध निर्माण को ध्वस्त करने का प्रशासन को अधिकार है। उसने नोटिस पहले जारी किए हैं, और एक जो प्रक्रिया है उसके अंतर्गत ही ध्वस्तीकरण किया जा रहा है।
तो क्या अतीक अहमद के घर को भी निशाना बनाया जाएगा?
जो भी अवैध निर्माण होगा, जो माफियाओं के द्वारा गलत निर्माण किए गए हैं, वो कोई भी हो, उसे छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
Shiv, clearly you heard Sunil Sharma, the BJP MLA, very clear. Any illegal construction will be demolished, and the BJP claims due process of law is being followed. Notices were sent, people were asked to vacate their houses and then destroyed. And Shiv, as you very rightly pointed out, the house that was targeted first, that house is where Shaista Parveen, Atiq Ahmed's wife, and the shooters, according to the Uttar Pradesh police, they took shelter in that house after the shooting of Umesh, and that is why Umesh Pal, and that is why police went there after following due process of law. They say the entire list has been drawn out. Yesterday there was one bulldozer. Today you see 3 in action. There are 2 more that are in the pipeline, and over the next several days, Shiv, we are told that several illegal houses of these mafia would be destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at these pictures, Gaurav, and I'm going to try and get Santosh Sharma in on this as well, because, you know, Gaurav asked a very important question which we don't have the answer to yet. These 2 houses of Atiq Ahmed's aides are being reduced to rubble. Just take a look at these. These are live pictures, viewer. Just to remind all of our viewers that India Today is live on these pictures, and we won't be moving our cameras away until this story is completed. We're going to show you this whole thing. Wherever you may stand on this story, these are compelling pictures for those who have suffered Mafia Raj and Jungle Raj in the state of Uttar Pradesh. They are symbolic There has been criticism of the Yogi government for many months and years about this kind of action. But to the people who've suffered Jungle Raj in Uttar Pradesh, this has a special kind of meaning. The big question also pertaining to this story is, what about the home of Atiq Ahmed itself? Are they only going to demolish his aides' houses or Atiq Ahmed's house as well? Let's listen into Santosh Sharma. He's reporting live from the site.
कि हमें इनकी तलाश है और जाहिर सी बात है कि अगर इनकी तलाश है तो इनकी अपराध से अर्जित संपत्ति जो कानूनन तौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने शुरू किया है मिट्टी में मिलाने का, जमींदोज करने का, तो वो एक उनका टारगेट हो सकते हैं। लेकिन अभी उसमें कितना कागजी कार्रवाई भी करनी होगी और उनका गिरफ्तार होना भी ज़रूरी है। तो पुलिस की टीमें एक तरफ उनकी गिरफ्तारी करने में साबिर, मोहम्मद गुलाम और गुड्डू मुस्लिम इनकी गिरफ्तारी की भी कोशिश कर रही हैं।
These are images coming in on Santosh's camera's viewer. He's continuing to report for us, and only Santosh's team and cameras are getting you this up-close view of a demolition in full swing. Yogi Adityanath government, unsparing, couldn't give two hoots about civil society criticism about the action being taken against gangsters and Mafia Raj in Uttar Pradesh. He is bashing on regardless, as Gaurav just said. These are bulldozers from yesterday and from today. We've got two cameras pointed at today's demolition action that is playing out live for you. We're going to put that live symbol there so you know these pictures are live here on India Today, and we're going to continue to show them to you. Santosh Sharma will be with us in just a moment. Gaurav Sawant continues to be with us as well. Gaurav, any clarity on whether Atiq Ahmed's house will also be demolished in a similar way? He's a powerful man. He's been associated with the Samajwadi Party, the AIMIM, the Apna Dal. Okay, Santosh is... Okay, Gaurav, let me come to you in just a moment. Santosh is live with me. Santosh, have they managed to completely demolish the whole house? We can see a huge cloud of smoke. Your camera angle is the best angle on this story, Santosh. Take us through what's happening right now.
तस्वीरों के ज़रिए मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि सामने जो घर गिर रहा है ये सफदर अली का घर है। पूरा ज़मींदोज़ कर दिया गया है और ज़मींदोज़ करने के बाद ये पूरा एक्शन हो रहा है। जेसीबी लगा करके नगर निगम प्रयागराज की मशीन ने सामने ही हम आपसे बात कर रहे हैं और उसी दौरान वो एक बड़े हिस्से को गिरा देती है। देखते ही देखते कुछ मिनट के अंदर मकान का पूरा हिस्सा ज़मींदोज़ कर दिया जाता है, ध्वस्त कर दिया जाता है। ये जेसीबी लगा करके कार्रवाई की जा रही है। इससे पहले 3 बुलडोज़र को लगा करके कार्रवाई की गई थी। मकान का जो बेस था, जो कंस्ट्रक्टेड एरिया था, जो उसको गिराया गया, उसको कमज़ोर किया गया और उसके बाद अब इसको कार्रवाई की जा रही है। तो ये सफदर अली का मकान है जिसको कि करीब 1.5 घंटे से इसके गिराने की कार्रवाई चल रही है और 1.5 घंटे के अंदर एक बड़ा हिस्सा गिरा दिया गया है।
संतोष, अतीक अहमद का घर कहाँ है? क्या उनके घर के खिलाफ भी कुछ एक्शन लिया जा सकता है, बुलडोजर एक्शन?
देखिए, अतीक अहमद का घर, ये सफदर अली का घर जो अभी गिराया जा रहा है, इससे महज करीब 500 मीटर या 700 मीटर की दूरी पर है। ये एक ही इलाका है चकिया का। ये कसारा मसारा मोहल्ला है और वो चकिया का इलाका है, लेकिन वो एक बड़े एरिया में चकिया ही कहा जाता है। यहाँ से 500 मीटर की दूरी पर है। अतीक अहमद का घर तो बहुत पहले ही गिरा दिया गया था और अतीक अहमद का घर गिरने के बाद ही शाइस्ता परवीन, जो कल घर गिराया गया ज़फ़र अहमद खान का, उस ज़फ़र अहमद खान के घर में वो वहाँ पर रहने चली गई थी और अतीक अहमद के घर से वो महज मुश्किल से 100 मीटर की दूरी, 150 मीटर की दूरी पर रहा होगा ज़फ़र अहमद खान का घर। तो वहाँ पर शाइस्ता रह रही थी और उसके बाद ज़फ़र अहमद खान का कल घर गिराया गया। लेकिन आज इस घर की दूरी, सफदर अली जिनका ये घर गिराया जा रहा है, उस घर की दूरी एक खासी है, करीब 500 मीटर है। और लेकिन इलाका वही है। यहाँ से अतीक अहमद, उनके भाई अशरफ सांसद विधायक रहे हैं, जो शाइस्ता हैं उनके बेटे यहाँ पर रहते रहे हैं, तो उनका पुश्तैनी इलाका ही ये कहा जाए, ये पूरा इलाका अतीक अहमद का ही इलाका कहा जाता है, जहाँ पर ये आज ये डिमोलिशन की कार्रवाई चल रही है। जी
Santosh, where are the people who are in that house? Where are they right now? Are they being questioned? Because we heard from a few days ago that the meeting between Shaista Parveen and the killers happened in that house. Where are they?
In that house, Shaista Parveen was residing there as a rent. She was took that house on a rent, and we are talking about the Safdar Ali. The action is going on Safdar Ali house. The owner of this house, Safdar Ali, and his two sons, they have took off their belongings, and now they are nearby this house. And they clearly mentioned that they didn't have any connection. They didn't have any relation with Atiq Ahmed or any connection with the Umesh Pal murder. They didn't got any notice from local development authority. But after seeing the action is being taken, and surely it will be taken as a police force arrived, as a local development authority officials arrived, and starting in the starting they said that they didn't give notice. But after knowing that this house will be demolished, they took off their belongings, and now the action is going on. That the demolition of that house of which belongs to Safdar Ali son is demolishing. Now we are these are the visuals. The action is going on. The Safdar Ali, we can say half part of this house has been demolished. We can say that what Yogi Adityanath said that ऐसे माफियाओं को मिट्टी में मिला दूंगा, तो ये मिट्टी में मिला दूंगा. That is statement given by Yogi Adityanath, and what we are seeing on the ground, this happens to be in real what Yogi Adityanath said in assembly session.
These are some of the most compelling images we've ever seen so far of action against Mafia Raj in Uttar Pradesh. This is all happening in Prayagraj. I want to quickly come to you now. You know, the demolition of these two houses are going to become a symbol. You know, they've happened in different parts of the state. It's being called the Yogi model as well. But somehow, this particular demolition exercise has grabbed headlines in an even bigger